Manchester City are reigning back-to-back champions and now include a former world #1. They'll be looking to make it 3 in a row, but all 20 Premier League clubs are here in Manchester to battle it out to become this year's ePremier League champion.
This is the ePremier League and we are back bigger than ever. This is fresh faces, new teams and unrivaled competition. Come on, man! You've got City after a three-peat, Brighton avoiding a repeat, and the FC Elite. This is repping your club, sporting your colours, and doing anything for the badge.
It's daring to do.
Being prepared.
Never walking alone.
It's marching on together.
So sit back, drink it in, and let the spectacle begin.
The Great League at the War is back.
This is the 2026 ePremier League.
Hello and welcome to the ePremier League 2026. Wow, what a lineup we've got. And I'm not talking about the men on my side because we've got one of the best, most iconic voices in esports, Brandon Smith, and a man who's played 5 times. We've got 20 Premier League sides here today. Shuri, you've played 5 times at this tournament. What are our 40 players going to be feeling like?
Well, it's one of the biggest tournaments of the whole year. We've got previous winners here. Are we going to see a previous winner go and get the title back? Or are we going to see a brand new one? It's just going to be unbelievable stuff.
And of course, Manchester City back-to-back defending champions, but things have changed a little bit from a Manchester City perspective because the team has been broken up, Brandon.
Has. I mean, look, for the first time, Texas technically only played for 2 clubs prior to this year. He played for Liverpool and Manchester City, won it twice with Manchester City, but this year, unfortunately, FG, he's left Manchester City. He's now playing for Leeds United. Jafonzo comes in, who, of course, is a former world #1. So the transfer's been pretty good, but Tex is playing for a different team this year. It's going to be an interesting one.
I mean, there's a lot of changes, a lot of transfer, a lot of drama. There's huge names, as you can see on the screen behind us. Shuri, your mate Tom's in action, of course. He's representing his boyhood club, Tottenham. How do you think he's going to get on?
Well, of course, Tom, a previous winner of the tournament. I got to watch that live and direct in person in the #HQ. I think now this year he'll be really looking to do it. He's made a couple semi-finals, a couple finals. He's with Marley as well, of course, transferred over from Brighton, which is a big one. I think he's got a real good chance this year.
We have to talk about Sunderland as well because they're brand new here. It's the ePremier League for them. They're flying in the Premier League. I mean, their team, they've got stacked up for this one, sets them in really good stead.
What, first time they've been in the Premier League, FG, and they've gone about their business well. They've picked up 2 Brazilian players who are very good, very experienced, and for any Black Cat fans that are tuning in tonight and across the weekend, they're going to enjoy it. I mean, Sunderland, what a team they've got.
Yeah, what a team they've got indeed. Let's take a look at the groups then, shall we? This is how we are going to line up throughout the group stages this weekend. We'll go straight to Group D because there's not only a North London derby, there is a lot of rivalries in there.
Absolutely. I think you look over, you spoke about the North London derby. Spurs and Brighton, the 2 top seeds in that group, it's on a knife edge between them two who you think is going to go and take it. I think that Marley and Jayden playing against each other, of course, they've made it to so many finals together. Does it feel like this is the one where Marley's going to get over the line with Tom, transferred over to Spurs?
Brighton, of course, we've just mentioned them then. Brandon, you know all about Brighton, of course. That is your club. They have been so unlucky in this tournament. Things have changed for them, though.
They have. I mean, look, runners up the last 2 years, they did qualify for the Champions League, but just, I mean, for Mark Marley, I think he maybe had enough of coming second. He's left Brighton, I'm absolutely gutted, but now he's joined Spurs, so he's playing alongside Tom this year. So we've got Jayden in. Of course, we've got a former ePremier League champion as well. Goal poacher comes into play for the club this year, so that Group D is going to be a tough one. But our first round of action, FG, I cannot wait for these 2 games, A and B.
Fulham against Manchester City and Brentford against Sunderland. I mean, Shuri, this tournament is absolutely stacked. How do you see this first round of fixtures going?
Look, to be honest, I see Jafonzo and Bonano getting the business done in that first game, but Lou Griffey and Lunatic, they just need to go and enjoy that first game. You know what we say? First 10, 15 minutes, see if we can just keep it calm, because, of course, they are massive, massive favourites, Man City, looking to make it a 3-peat.
I mean, this is going to be an absolutely amazing week of action and a tournament this year. Listen, things have changed a little bit, though, so we want to keep you all up to date watching at home. Let's cut to the explainer.
The best of the best have gathered in Manchester, and that can only mean one thing. The ePremier League is back. Following on from club qualifiers, each Premier League club will be represented by 2 players. beginning with the group stages, taking place between the 28th of February and the 1st of March. Teams have been split into 4 groups of 5 based on the FC Pro global rankings. A double round robin will see each team battle it out across the next 2 days. Each club's final placement in the group stages will determine their starting place in the knockout stages. Every pass, tackle and goal will be crucial, as group winners will qualify directly to the quarterfinals. The 16 remaining clubs will enter the knockout stages on the 28th of March, where they will go head-to-head in a single elimination bracket. The final 4 teams will join the group winners on March the 29th, Championship Sunday, where only one team will take home the ePremier League crown.
Manchester City, back-to-back ePremier League champions!
World Championship tickets, eChampions League spots, a £100,000 prize pool and ePremier League glory. Everything is at stake, and it starts now.
New format, same ePremier League. And speaking of ePremier League, multiple-time ePremier League participant Ryan Prasoa joined alongside Richard Buckley here on the analysis station. Ryan, quick comment on that format change. How would you feel about it going in?
You know what? As a player, I think they should be delighted. We saw last year with Shawry, they finished second in their group, and you didn't get any favouritism from doing that. This year, you skip a couple rounds, so I think it's good. It means more the group stages now.
As always, during the FC Pro calendar season, we have a certain set of squad building requirements, and this tournament is obviously no different. Ryan, what are you making of these requirements? It's only Premier League current players and icon and hero items that have played in the Prem. 10 million budget. I feel like it's quite forgiving for the players. Obviously, some of those big Team of the Year players are not going to be used, but the majority you can get in.
Yeah, 10 million coins is a fair amount in Ultimate Team now. Of course, you can get the likes of Van der Ven, and he's about a quarter of the budget. You've got other top players. You can't fit in, as you said, all of the Team of the Year players you'd have liked to, but I think it's a fair amount, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the players have built their team. Speaking of one of the teams, here we have Matthias Banano's squad. Talk to me through this team. Are you surprised by a couple of the players that may be missing out in this team?
Yeah, I would say Cole Palmer for me missing is a big one. I understand the selections, like you've got Cesc Fabregas there, he's unbelievable with his play styles. It's a decent enough team. I would have chosen different players, but there's a reason why Banano's a multiple-time champion. He knows what he's doing.
Expect to see this Kevin Schade featuring. He is a serious problem.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Cole Palmer, the recent version of him, obviously the Fantasy FC version that came out into the game recently. He's got 2 playstyle pluses. He's used by 30 out of the 40 squads here. Why is he so popular?
Yeah, it's an easy one if you take a look at the stats here. Obviously, the pace, shooting, passing, dribbling, amazing. But for me, FC26 is a playstyle game.
Yep.
His playstyles are sensational. We'll take a look at it as well.
Wow.
He's got everything. He's got finesse, obviously low-driven, plus with tech plus. He's got incisive, pinged, ticky, first touch. There's an under-the-radar one for me. I rate Game Changer quite highly. Low-driven Trevellas as well, unbelievable in FC26. He's just a perfect player, in my opinion.
Well, that's Banano's team. This could be one of the big players over the weekend that might give him a bit of problems because he's not in the reigning defending champions squad. Banano has only lost 2 games in 2 years at this tournament, and he caught up with Casey alongside his teammate Jafonso earlier today.
Right, guys, I am joined by the reigning back-to-back champions, Manchester City. And I'm going to go to Matthias Banano first because you are one of those champions. We have a bit of a new duo this season around. But Matti, how are we feeling? Welcome back to the ePremier League.
I feel super exciting to be competing in LAN again, and here in the Premier League is amazing.
All right, well, you are the back-to-back champion, so do you feel like you have a target on your back?
Nah. I feel the past doesn't matter right now. We need to write the history again, so we need to play like always.
All right, well, Jafonso, I want to welcome you to the ePremier League. You are a rookie in this league, but you are not a rookie in terms of the entire scene. You have the trophies, but first of all, welcome to the league. How are we feeling about a new adventure?
Yeah, I'm feeling really excited. I wanted to play in the past in the ePremier League. This year was not possible, so yeah, really excited too.
Well, let's talk about this first matchup up against Fulham. How are you feeling going into that first matchup?
I think that we are confident. We'll take all the games by game. So yeah, game by game and until the end. That will be our goal to win.
All right. Well, good luck to both of you. We'll see if you go back to back to back. But I don't know about you guys. I'm ready to get into those games. Let's get into it.
The time for talk.
And just like that, she's vanished from the stage onto the couch.
Magic.
Richard Buckley alongside Case here, your official B stream. There's going to be people coming and going all throughout today. If you've got any of the players or special guests that you want to see joined on this sofa, we do have room. Let us know through social media or in the comments down below.
We've got the chat up.
We've got the chat open. We'll try and get those people on for you. I hear you asking, what's the B stream all about? There's 2 games taking place right now between obviously 4 clubs. On the A stream, you're going to be seeing that big game between Fulham and Man City. But on the B stream will be the extended coverage of every single match taking place. So we will be bringing you a big game. Brentford and Sunderland. Arguably one of the favourites of the competition in Sunderland.
Yeah, no, 2 fantastic players coming in, both from Brazil. So the Brazilians are traveling across the world over for Sunderland. It is Paulo Neto and Young, who we've seen compete pretty much all over the world at this point, but they have chosen England as their destination this year.
They certainly have. It's going to be a big ask, I've got to say, for Brentford. Owen Larney and Connor's Army are going to be representing Brentford. I spoke to Larney just moments before we went live, and he said it is a bit of a free hit for him. If he can get a result against Paulo Neto, he said, just let him know, and I didn't. If I go 1-0 up, I'm making it difficult. He's very, very good at keeping the ball, is Larney. I don't think he'll probably get into that scenario. I think it's going to be an early start for Paulo Neto, and I can see him running away with that game. The game that piques my interest a little bit more between Connor's Army and Young, because we've not seen Young be outstanding on the main stage for a little while now. Obviously, he failed to qualify in the Pro Open for a couple of years now, and I do think this is one of those tournaments that he's got a great teammate, and I think he needs to perform well in this tournament.
Well, that's why this tournament is so interesting, because you are a duo, and so you have to rely on your partner. You can have the best weekend possible, go 3 points on every single match, but if your teammate doesn't keep up to par with you, you can be putting yourself in a very uncomfortable situation. And so we have to watch both players, because both have to do well in order to top that group, because topping the group is very, very important.
It certainly is. You will bypass 2 rounds of fixtures straight into the quarterfinals, meaning that you're guaranteed £5,000 for getting into the top 8 if you top the group, and you only have to win 3 matches in order to win the championship, whereas everyone else, you have to go 1 round back and then even 1 round further back. So it becomes a real struggle for you. We will be giving you a couple of updates here and there from the game between Fulham and Manchester City. I'll give you a spoiler. I think Man City wins that game, and I think they win it quite comfortably. But here we will, if there is a shock, we'll make sure to show you. We're about to get kicked off here between Brentford and Sunderland, so let's jump right into it once the players are ready let's go to Connor's Army against Young. They're about to get kicked off, and we can get kick-started officially with the ePremier League 2026.
Exciting times here, Rich. Love a B stream. I'm so excited. Everyone in the chat, we can see what you guys are saying, so feel free to ask any questions you might have. Let us know who you're supporting here, whether it is Brentford or Sunderland.
Yeah, Brentford getting kick-started here from left to right. Sunderland in that blue away strip from right to left. You are watching right now Connor's Army against Young. Nice build-up here from Connor. Could be a chance there. Douglas Luiz forced an early save from Young's goalkeeper. It's floated into the back post. And we do have a kick-off in the other match taking place as well between Larney for Brentford and Paulo Neto. When we have a break in play, we'll switch over. Obviously, so what we can see now. How big of a shock would it be if Sunderland were to pick up, I'm going to even say 6 points from this opening game?
I mean, I'll be honest, I would be absolutely shocked if Brentford were able to pick up points here. I mean, I think it's a similar situation between the A stream and B stream games going on right now, as we do have our first goal here for Sunderland. That is Paulo Neto going up 1-0 up against Larney. So you did say it. Larney didn't get the first goal.
Yeah. Let's jump over to the other game very quickly if we can. There's a free kick just on the edge of the box. Douglas Luiz steps over it, puts a lot of power on it, and it's a good save. I tell you what, Connor has started really well in this game. Another corner floated into the back post, and it's going to be headed across, but it's a very, very good defensive leap from Young. 1-0 up, Paulo Neto, 0-0 here in our second game.
You mentioned it before, Rich. We haven't seen too much from Young, but he does get the job done in a few competitions. We'll see him out in Brazil later this year as well. We saw a great performance from him 2 years ago in Saudi Arabia, and so we see moments of brilliance, but he's a bit all over the place in terms of performance.
Consistency. And I think that's beautiful play from him. Really should have scored there with the finesse shot plus play style coming into effect as well. What I will say, the reason that maybe it's not spoke about like PH Zin or Paulo Neto, those other Brazilian players, is the consistency from him. We've just not seen it event after event after event. We've had glimpses of it, and I think the biggest sort of moment that he had, Esports World Cup 2024, where he beat Anders on the main stage and really let him know that he beat him as well. It's a nice build up on the edge of the box. Douglas Luiz does have the passing play style to be able to cut through there. There is Estevão, nice dribbling inside the box. Does find the finesse shot, and as we predicted, Sunderland leading 1-0 in both matches here against Brentford.
Yeah, this is exactly what we thought would happen. A lot of game left to be played, and it is 6-minute halves, so these will go a little bit quicker than what we're used to from the FC Pro Open. But it looks like the Sunderland Brazilian boys are starting off with an absolute bang. And I will say, he had a decent year last year when he competed in Portugal as well.
Yep.
So we'll see.
Top 4, was it?
I believe so, yes. So he had a good performance there too. And so, but it's interesting because like you can enter a new league and just not know what to expect. And so some of these guys are rookies, and you have to really be ready for the ePremier League.
I think, obviously, recently I was over in Barcelona and I saw LJ Peixoto playing in a new league, a new environment, and he did struggle. He didn't go into the top 8. He went through in a lower position, still qualified through. Let's just see this attack starting to take shape here. Brolin with the finesse, good save. We do have a goal. Steven Gerrard has put the ball in the back of the net. Let's jump on over. Paulo Neto, we're just going to see the replay here. Perfect timing. And that is Paulo going 2-0 up.
Top bins there for Paulo Neto. It is 2-0. Paulo Neto previously competing over in North America, 2-time champion there for EMLS as well. And so
dominated, really.
Yeah, absolute domination. I would say he is arguably the EMLS GOAT. And so it was actually a really big surprise to see him move, you know, across the world, leaving a league that he was so comfortable in. But I think he just wants a new challenge, and I respect it.
Well, I also think, and this is no disrespect whatsoever to the ePremier League, but I think he probably saw this as you saw what your mate Bonano's come over and done, won it back-to-back years. He's lost 2 games in 2 years, and he probably sees this as a really good opportunity to also play in the E-Champions League, something that the MLS doesn't offer. And it's just a very good opportunity for him as he adds a third.
Absolutely. I definitely think that adding that E-Champions League option into his season as well is super, super important. But 3-0, I mean, he's making it look easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
I can tell you as well, on the A stream, if you are joining us on the B stream, just give you a couple of updates. Matheus Badano's just put the ball in the back of the net to go 2-0 up against Lunatic.
Looking at the chat, there's some Larney fans in there.
There is.
Cheering on Larney. So make sure you guys let us know, who are you rooting for in this matchup, Brentford versus Sunderland? Any other Larney fans out there?
The Black Cats are purring right now as I think we're going to see a 4th goal right there for Paulo Neto. He's put the ball in the back of the net. Young's just put the ball in the back of the net as well to go 2-0 up in his matchup.
Goals galore.
This is the Young goal. Bruno Fernandes. Probably not allowed to say that name, are you? Bruno?
Nope.
Contractually obliged?
Cannot. Who's that?
So, what we expected seems to be ringing true right now.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, but it's important to note, this is group stage. Everyone, it is double round robin. And so even if you have a bad first round, I mean, going up against the likes of Young and Paulo Neto first round is going to be difficult either way. But there's lots of time to get those points back in these groups. Lots of games left to be played. These next 2 days are going to be full of FC action as we see another goal slotted in there for Young.
Obviously, a question for you, with your background of seeing, obviously, a lot of FC, you know this is the first game of the day.
Mm-hmm.
If you are Brentford, if you're Lani and Konozami, you know this is going to be the toughest game of the day you're going to play over the weekend. It is a free hit, but you also don't want to get embarrassed.
Well, here's the thing.
Right now, they're 8-0 down on aggregate. If you put the results together, Young's 3-0 up. Paulo Neto's just added a 5th.
I think for morale, you need to make sure it's not an absolute blowout. Yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, you could drop points here because that's kind of what is expected amongst this duo, but I mean, there's so many more games left to be played. If you concede that many goals in terms of morale and just confidence going into these next rounds, I mean, it's a tough thing to come back from.
What I will say is the format is quite forgiving in the fact that you've got time now after this game. You're probably not playing for 3 hours.
Right.
So you have a little bit of time to be able to recompose yourself, go back to the practice area, get some games in, maybe watch this game back, see what you did wrong, and come again for the next matchup, which should be I don't want to say an easier game, but it will be an easier game. The level of competition, what are they? Young's 22nd in the world. I think Paulo Neto's 9th.
Yep, 9th.
It's just not, in that aspect, it is a free hit. Let's jump over to the other matchup while we're in half-time here. Paulo Neto is leading 5-0. We've done a lot of previews. We've done a lot of talk in the green room. This seemed very much on the cards as a result.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't think that we're too surprised here as we...
Just offside, I think.
Yeah. 5-0. Going into halftime here. I mean, I think at this point, you just need to try to not concede any more if you're Brentford.
The one thing I will say, while we just seen this last attack coming in of the half here, is offside. Bernardo is only 2-0 up against Lunatic D, and I'm just having a quick look over there to the right-hand side of my monitor. Lunatic is playing some decent stuff. He's knocking the ball around quite nicely here, so maybe not as an emphatic result as we previously expected between Fulham and Manchester City. Let's jump over to Young. He's back underway for the second half.
That's the thing. I mean, I think half of the group are rookies coming into this season, and so sometimes there's going to be a rookie that just surprises all of us, and so I'm here for that.
Could we be looking right now at the champions? I know we're on day one, we're on game one.
Sunderland.
But Sunderland are a real formidable opponent. And I also think Sunderland, they've been there, they've done it, they've seen it. There'll be no fear factor across any of the players. Some of these UK players who are coming through, it's their first event. You said half of the group are rookies. They'll look at Tex, or they'll look at Banano.
Yep.
They'll look at Jafonso and go, oh, I don't fancy that. Paulo Neto and Young relish that. They want those games.
No, there's absolutely no fear going into this competition, which is very impressive. And, I mean, you mentioned, could they potentially be the champions? Yes. I definitely think that they are on par to top their group. But once we get into those quarterfinals, that's when things are going to get interesting.
Tottenham.
Yep.
Playing against Wolves and Leeds, other top sides. I think Crystal Palace could be in there. Ethan and Brig Army, that's a good team. You expect them to be in pretty far in the knockouts. Aston Villa, Cameron Rock and Stokes, you expect them to be quite progressed in the tournament. Tottenham, Brighton. There's a lot of teams who are on their day, potential winners of this tournament. I think what I'm saying, and I'll go on record here, I think, in my opinion, this is the favourites. I don't think there's a real bad player in this team, and I think right now what you're seeing attacking-wise, I mean, they've dismantled Brentford in this opening game.
Yeah, I think it's them or Manchester City. I think that coming in as two-time previous champions, that definitely adds a confidence boost. Mati, I asked him, is there a target on your back? He's like, nope. He feels great. I don't think that he's coming into this competition really worried at all. But again, you have a new teammate as well, Jafonso coming in, another decorated competitor. And so I'm really excited for the end of March because playoffs are going to be absolutely insane.
We've got a very funny Banano story, actually.
All right, let's hear it.
From 24.
Okay.
So obviously they were brand new into the tournament. Nobody had really seen Banano or played against him because he was still from South America. He'd moved to Europe, but people had played occasional games, but they'd not played him properly. And in the practice, all the UK players that were practicing against him were beating him. And they were going, he's not even that good. Honestly, he's not that good. But Banano went out and he won 4-1, 6-0, 6-0, 4-1. And everyone just went, oh, maybe he don't try in practice. Like, they all thought it was going to be a relatively straightforward match. And then Banano, when I look through the history books, he's lost 2 individual matches in 2 years. That is remarkable. He lost against Chelsea last year, and he got beat by Salmon. From then on out, he has won every game.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I think practice is it's funny because there's some people who are stellar in practice and then they come under the lights. They are here in this competition. It's completely different. But again, some people don't take practice too seriously as well. Another funny story about Matthias Bonanno. Back in Copenhagen, that was one of his first big competitions. I tweeted out, Matthias Bonanno is going to be one of...
What a free kick.
All right, there's a goal on the board. There's a goal on the board officially for Brentford as Douglas Luiz
plays the flute. Yeah.
I'm here for it. But no, what I was saying, Matthias Bonanno, I tweeted out, this kid is going to be so good. This was pre-Man City, pre-everything, and he has absolutely been dominating throughout the years, and so he's been a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, I remember I was watching him in the online period when we were playing still with the global pandemic, and I was able to cover a lot of South America as a region, and he didn't actually have good enough internet to play in those tournaments, so we're having to go to a friend's house to play in Argentina. He was winning a lot, and from then on, I've sort of said, look, I think he's one of the best players, and he's not only going to prove it in England. He went to Spain, he won their domestic league, he has won 2v2 championships. He's a real top competitor, and he's proven it across the globe, and once again he comes to Manchester City to prove his worth. Let's jump on over to the other game, because I do want to see Paulo Neto in action. Obviously, look, we've not seen a lot of this game because it is 8-0, but for people out there, just have a look at this game and see what Paulo is doing.
8-0 for Paulo Neto here. Unfortunate start here for Larney. I know you mentioned he's going to try to go out first, but that was not the case for him. But Larney, he's definitely a competitor. In this matchup right here, he's the only one that has competed in the ePremier League so far. So the rest of these three, rookies. And so this is his second ePremier League, Larney, competing.
It was quite good last year as well when we saw him
Yeah, he had
play.
a decent run.
Once we're out of a pause, I do want to go back to the other game because we saw Douglas Luiz put a free kick in off the crossbar. There has also been another goal from Brentford. It's now 4-2.
Okay.
So this is where we're going to turn our attention to for the remainder of this round, because let's just see how Young deals with this. Does he go forward? Does he try and keep hold of the ball? It is 6 minute half, so it
goes by much quicker.
You can kill the game very quickly. But the easiest way to kill the game, score a fifth.
Score another goal.
Connor's Army, the inaugural Road to Riyadh Wicked Wednesday champion. We sent him to, myself and Brandon sent him to Sweden, all expenses paid.
Oh, wow. How did he do?
He got Swissed.
Okay.
But a lot of people got Swissed.
Right. Swiss is hard.
He played against Nicholas.
Oof.
In his opening game.
Okay.
Nicholas said he's okay.
Okay.
Which is a lot from
That's
Nicholas.
a big statement.
Yeah. And good to see him once again at an event.
Maybe one day Nicholas will say my gameplay is good after watching my weekend league.
I doubt it.
A girl can dream.
This could be the game. Cole Palmer in on goal, shoots across the goalkeeper. 3-goal cushion reinstated with only 10 minutes left to play. Is that the dagger?
I think so. I do not see a possibility where he's able to come back in this game. 4-2 maybe. But yeah, it's looking like Sunderland are going to be coming out on top as expected in round 1 of the ePremier League group stages.
Absolutely. The other matches taking place right now. Bonanno's leading 3-0 against Fulham in his opening game, and Jafonso is winning 4-0 against Griffey. So it's a double clean sheet.
Make that 5.
Maybe not the score lines as emphatic as we first presumed, but one person who is emphatic. We're not going to go to the game, but I'll just tell you, Paulo Neto has just hit a 9th.
9-1, Paulo Neto. Coming into ePremier League with an absolute bang, competed at MLS for years. So it's pretty much expected that he would come into this. He's already got the trophies, but he's looking to add a brand new one into that trophy cabinet.
I'd love to get the chance if I'm not sure if he's going to want to come on, but just to hear from even someone like Larney on the couch, what's it like playing against him?
Yeah.
Because he would have never played against a player like this before. Obviously, he's competed in the qualifiers, he's played in the cups, but you're not playing against South American players. You're not playing against, I'm even going to say, like top 10 players. So just to see, he wasn't necessarily confident before the game, but he's played against the best players in Europe before. He's played against the best players in England before, but he has been blown out the water in the utmost respect in that match.
Well, there's also a different sense of regions and how they play as well. Yeah, exactly. And so I know that the South Americans love an attack. And so he probably hasn't gone up against too many people that have that type of play style. Obviously, the game forces people to play a certain way as well, but the regions definitely have a certain finesse, a certain style, and the South Americans is one of my favorite to watch.
Absolutely. Well, Jafonso has just finished his game, 5-0. Lani did get an not an equaliser, that would be drastic. He got a goal back, a consolation. 9-2, that's going to wrap up. Young victorious here with a 5-2 victory. Maximum points for Sunderland in their opening round. We're just going to see, I think there's probably a minute left between Paolo Neto and Lani. We're in a replay right now, as you can see on the screen, but the results being wrapped up for quite a while, shall we say, in that particular game. It's the 83rd minute, so there is even a little bit of time left on the clock there. Bonanno's just added a 4th in his game as well, up against
Lunatic. Bit of a slow start there, though. It almost seemed like Lunatic was going to give him a good game, but...
Lani's got another one back. 9-3 there.
That'll be better for the confidence going into the next game.
There were a point when it was like 6-0 and 4-0, and I thought they're not going to score a goal. But they have got back into the game.
And I do think it'll be a different situation going against some of these other teams in this group. Well, I don't think we'll have as much of a blowout. It'll be a little bit closer.
You look who else they're going to be playing. They're going to be playing against Cowley's and Dragon for Manchester United, Nottingham Forest, Sam Brewster and Michael Fisher, Stokes and Cameron Rock. These are players, names that they would have played on rivals. They would have played against in online cups, Wicked Wednesday, etc., and they would have played against them.
Right. So it won't be as much of a shock.
Very, almost unfamiliar grounds. It's an away game.
Right.
Almost, in every sense of the word, because you're playing against players that you don't know, you've not seen. There will be fear factor. Paolo Neto, I know he loves scoring goals. He's won in America 2 years in a row. He's dominated a region. He's 9th in the world. As he looks to add double figures, and does, 10 goals to 3. I thought Paolo Neto would win. Maybe I didn't think it'd be by this margin.
Yeah, 10 goals in 6-minute halves is quite impressive.
What's the math on that?
I'm an FC commentator, Rich. Math is not my strong suit.
Goal every 9 minutes, I think. There or thereabouts.
Someone fact check in the chat, please. Thank you.
And Bonanno has just wrapped up his game, 4-0 against Lunatic. But the story of the round, a double-figure drubbing from Paolo Neto. 10-3. He beats Owen Lani of Brentford. And also goal difference might play a huge factor in these groups.
Right.
So this is a real killer blow. Paolo Neto does not care, though. He comes forward again, can't quite add an 11th. What a performance from Paolo Neto. He starts the Premier League as we expected with a victory. 10-3 and 5-2. Final word, Case, here on the B stream before we head to a quick break.
I mean, we've already had 15 goals here from Sunderland, and so I'm excited to see the rest of these matches play out because I do think we're going to see more domination as we continue to go on. But we're one round in, and it's been fantastic.
Absolutely. The action will roll on here at the ePremier League. Don't go anywhere because we've got plenty more FC coming your way.
Gonna be an icon then, isn't it?
Yeah. Bro, if you don't know this.
Oh my God.
I think I need one more key.
I feel like an idiot if I don't know it.
I'm not going yet. No chance I'm going yet. Not this early, not this early.
No, better check.
To James Milner.
James Milner?
I want to say something, but I'm not sure.
It's gonna be an icon then, isn't it?
Yeah.
I have an idea.
Oh my God.
You think you know it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like an idiot if I don't know it.
Lampard, no? Oh, he's got there first.
Frank Lampard?
I believe that's Thierry Henry.
No way.
Yo-Yo Torre.
I'm not happy about that.
Bro, if you don't know this. I'm gonna go, what's his name? Pedro?
Is it Yaya Toure?
Yaya Toure?
Oh! Oh my lord.
Toure.
Yes. Ooh.
250. So it's a good player.
Good goal scorer record that.
Very good. Is it Mo Salah?
Is it Thierry Henry?
Henry.
Oh.
Henry.
Henry.
Thierry Henry? Yeah. You know, you said Dennis Bergkamp.
FC, you gotta make some changes.
If I was in charge, I'll make it more hardcore.
Taekwondo should be allowed.
Offside!
And make it more dramatic.
That is quite dramatic. There should be more icons to play with this year.
Official new Topps Premier League stickers featuring all 20 teams. Rare, Premier and featured player stickers to find. Hall of Fame legends, trailblazers and dominant duos, and the Divine Nine. Plus ultra rare numbered parallel stickers. Start your sticker collection today.
This is where the journey begins.
The moment of her first game.
Here comes young Ronaldo.
And theirs.
What a debut from Vignola.
Rooney. Oh, he went for it.
And they achieved the unthinkable.
Toyota.
And the moment history was rewritten. Again. Barclays have been there for it all. Every single moment. Barclays, supporting football for 25 years.
It kicks off with your starting 11. Hand-picked, knowing what they bring to the pitch. Lightning strikes, hits like thunder. Inside a badge, where your pride belongs. Silver, metallic, like winning the ultimate prize. From fantasy to reality, made by you, made with Adobe Express.
For ePremier
here on the ePremier League. Of course, Brandon Smith and Shorey guiding you through another match here. Remember, there are 2 games taking place at the exact same time here on the B stream as well. We've got my Brighton of Albion in action. Runners-up on the last 2 years of the ePremier League, but with a different side. They're taking on Arsenal. What's your thoughts coming into this one as the games are loading in?
I'm going to say Brighton, big favourites for this one. And it's funny how you say you're Brighton, right? But they're not actually your Brighton that you've known for the last couple of years, are they, Brandon? Which is a little bit disappointing for you. But, of course, Marley's made that transfer over to Tottenham Hotspur. I still think Brighton, though, one of the favourites. I've got it down in my head, Brandon, as 6 teams that can win the tournament, and they are one of them.
I really hope they can. I mean, if they've lost Mark Marley, of course, to Spurs, who are in their group now. We'll jump into the game if we can. I mean, where should we go first? We'll check in, first and foremost, with RSD versus Goal Poacher. I mean, RSD back in an Arsenal top again. He's played for the likes of Nottingham Forest before in the Premier League. And again, one of those sort of UK players that he's always at the Premier League in the last few seasons, Shorey.
He's a big grinder. He's a big grinder who makes sure I see him streaming a lot. He's always playing a lot of pro tournaments in the week, etc. Always trying to improve his game as much as possible, of course, playing against Goal Poacher in that one. I mean, one thing we need to look out for with what Ricky's going to do playing RSD, Brandon, is the crosses to the back post. I believe he is using Didier Drogba at left midfield. Because I saw a tweet from the individual, and he said, just so you guys know, Drogba is not playing up top, and you can see that's what he's going to be doing all game long.
Which is another fun fact as well. He's the only player to use Drogba.
The only man to use him. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, the only person to use Drogba in all the 40 players. I mean, look, I don't even know the exact coin value what it is. Brighton come forwards. I mean, look, we can speak about Didier Drogba all we want because Brolin is the most picked hero in the Premier League, and it's the new player wearing a Brighton shirt this year, Goal Poacher, that has just kicked off his ePremier League campaign with his first goal as a Brighton representative. He won this tournament a few seasons back with Norwich City. That's his first time in the box, Shorey. Brighton lead 1-0.
Goal Poacher, I mean, it kind of is in the name. He's just so efficient. There's a reason he's won the ePremier League before. Bit of a dark horse, though. Definitely an underdog. He had a couple of years of playing outside the ePremier League in different leagues. And now, of course, he's back to see if he can get his 2nd ever title. I mean, listen, could be an insta-reply, though, from Ricky. That was an absolutely fantastic chance for RSD there. Keep an eye on the back post headers, though, Brandon.
Javinho goes deep. Speaking of Drogba, off the bar. I mean, he's in the box to be a nuisance, Shorey. And he was very nearly more than just a nuisance there.
Tell you what, right off the bar there. That'd have been Ricky's absolute dream, and you see it at the other end.
Down the other end, Goal Poacher for a second. It's harsh, it's cruel. But it's simply just not good enough from RSD. If we can as well, jump across to the other game. Lyons against Jayden Groden. I mean, if you're a Brighton fan, which I am, I'm quite enjoying this so far because Brighton have just scored their opening goal in this game as well. Jayden Groden, who has been a runner-up of the Premier League for the last 2 years. He stayed loyal to the Albion, and he's up by a goal to nil. So as it stands, it's all smiles for the Seagulls.
All smiles for the Seagulls. I like that. You're going to be absolutely buzzing today, Brandon.
I mean, I will until we get to the final and potentially lose again.
Hey, come on. Hey, no pessimistic mindset.
We'll take any Champions League. Right, B stream. We can see the chat in front of us, by the way. I saw someone in the chat just say Shorey. I'm assuming he was saying hello to you, but if you can hear us and see us in the on the B stream, do say hello. We will read your comments as they come through. We will be keeping you up to date with all of the games that are taking place. Remember that Leeds United are taking on Bournemouth at the moment on the A stream, and from what I can see, Tex has just scored his first goal as a Leeds United player.
Yeah, it's seen a bit of an ump from Tex, you know, a bit of happiness, a bit of look. I'm here to play.
Drogba, there he is. In the other game, he has just scored a goal for RSD. Let's jump back across if we can.
Well, we said it might happen, Brandon. We said it might happen. And how has he actually done this, guys? Is it literally just an L1 cross? It is indeed, to the back post. And I'll tell you something, Maicon, who we know has been used by a lot of players here at this tournament, it does not matter.
Question then for you, Shorey. I mean, look, he said he's not playing him as a striker. He's playing him as more on the left-hand side. Is he guaranteed to still make those runs into the box, though, for those crosses?
Yeah, so basically, if you play them at left midfield, I think he actually has a chance of being off chemistry there, or he switched his formation up in-game. If you play them up front, they don't they're caught between the two centre-backs far too often. If you're playing them at left midfield, they'll do that inside forward roll into the box, and then every single time you've just got an easy header, as we see. Ricky, they're trying to do the first time through ball to go all square at 2-2, but I think it tells you a lot, Brandon, though, at the same time, as we see a chance through here.
Finesse! Oh. How has he not scored?
I think it tells you a lot when only one person's using them. You know what I mean? One person using it's a bit like, well, kind of got an idea. It's not everyone's cup of tea, if you like.
By the way, Tex is winning 3-0 in that game against Kai Harris, who has just moved from Wolves over to AFC Bournemouth for this ePremier League campaign. Jayden still leading by a 1-0 over in his game against Lyons. There's an equaliser over here, RSD with Javinho. There's a throwback for you of a hero that made a return last year. Of course, he is available to play from his time in the Premier League. And he's in the side of RSD. He might have been 2-0 down, sure. He's all square at 2-2.
Yeah, absolutely lovely play there. I love the little inside run. I don't know if it was an advanced run that he might have used there. As we see Brendan Rodgers absolutely buzzing like a bumblebee.
I'm not sure on the rule of managers. Is it former Premier League managers that might be allowed?
I think you might be able to just sneak anyone in there, to be honest. I think that could become the fantasy part of it.
Javinho finds Cole Palmer. Steven Gerrard, Cole Palmer, having a screw at the ball. It's still Cole Palmer now. RSD is really building into this game, isn't he?
I like the bit of sauce there from RSD. We know, guys, this year in FC26, you don't need skill moves as much, to be honest. I think there's a lot of good left stick dribbling that you can do, and we know how important passing is, along with play styles, etc.
Javinho, extra pass. Palmer just offside.
I'll tell you what, Brian, let's have a quick chat about that Cole Palmer for fantasy item. Taking up a quarter of a load of these players' budget, I think comes in at around roughly 2.5 million coins. Worth every penny, I think, from what I'm seeing.
Well, shall we jump across to our other game, if possible, so we can catch the closing stages of the end of the first half. As it stands, Jayden still leading by a 1-0. He might be on for a second, though, if he can try and unpick.
Lyons looks to have the last attack of the half. It's only +1 here. Is he just choosing just to... Interesting play. Interesting. Didn't want to go for the last attack. Sometimes it can be scary. You go for that last attack, you lose the ball. You go 2 goals down for half-time. It's a big mental blow.
Half-time, we'll come back to, of course, our main feature game. It's got 5 minutes left before the half-time break. Remember that it was 2-0 to goal poach. Oh, my days, he's 3-2 down. And he won't want to see that one again in a hurry, will he?
That could be the worst mistake we see in the whole ePremier League this year. That is a stinker. I cannot believe what I've just witnessed.
What has happened here? He's gone left back to goalkeeper, panicked on the ball, and put on a play.
Oh, Brandon, that's shocking. That's shocking. You can't do that at a tournament. You just cannot do that. We don't want to be harsh on commentary, but wow. Fair play to Ricky, though. He initiated a little bit of a press there, Brandon. And goal poachers just, well, I think he's let Ricky become the goal poacher right there. I mean, that is literally...
Well, but you can be more than a goal poacher than Cole Palmer was.
You know when they say that thing of, like, that's the easiest goal you'll score in your life or in your career? I actually genuinely think Ricky will never score an easier goal.
Let alone in the Premier League, I just think on the whole game.
Yeah, just in general. Even when you're playing against a 3-win champs player. Oh, and RSD will be feeling fantastic now after coming back from 2-0 down. Looking for this last chance here.
Well, Texas just closed out his first half 4-up. Over on the A stream again, remember there are 2 streams you can follow the Premier League. Added time of just 1 minute here. We have overplayed it. RSD will have the final chance.
Oh.
Where's Douglas Luiz moving to? Extra pass finds Javinho. Get rid of that. And we will jump back to our other game because there has just been another goal in it. It's an equaliser for Arsenal. And it's Cole Palmer, no surprise on the score sheet. That's Lyons, all square at 1-1.
Brandon, I think the Seagulls are flying away.
think
got off to such a good start.
I think the Seagulls have slowly disappeared, Shuri. They were flying. Now they're not really flying at all. Nick Snebb is winning 2-0 in his game against Gangle, former teammate of yours, Shuri. I mean, it's been a few seasons since you played with him, but I mean, what do you make of him still as a player?
He's a great player, you know. He is one of the best attackers. I'd be surprised if Nick Snebb keeps a clean sheet, especially on FC 26. We know how difficult it is to defend against how good these pros are in the current meta of the game. Really, really good player, honestly. In that tournament back in 23, he did an amazing performance. I let him down at that ePremier League. He deserved to make it through the groups that time around.
Here's Leon's now. Oh, he's just got a second. Brighton have really crumbled, haven't they?
Listen, I tell you what, Jaden and Goalpoach here will be so disappointed. I mean, this is no final results or anything. Still plenty of time in both games here, guys, but I think mentally here, to be ahead in both games and looking at your teammate, that's where you get a bit more frustration, Brandon, as well, as we see surely Brighton pulling it back in that other game there.
I'll be honest, I wasn't sure if I was watching Salah Stars or Brighton versus Arsenal in the ePremier League. Because Mo Salah just scored that one to put Leon's back in front.
Oh, Brandon, it's absolutely classic bringing that one up. I've not seen too many Mo Salahs so far.
Nick Snebb has just found a third in his game. That means the Leeds are also setting their tempo in the Premier League. As expected, they're on for 6 points in their first game. Again, you can follow that on the A stream as a chance comes forward now for Brighton. Bonded off the ball from Williams to Lieber.
Who are your real tournament favourites, Brandon, if you absolutely had to pick one team?
I reckon, I don't know if it's possible on the bracket, Shuri, but I reckon our final four will be Sunderland, Leeds United, Spurs, and my last one, Aston Villa.
No City in there.
I think they come unpicked somewhere on the way.
Wow.
I think, look,
I like it.
I think they still top the group and they still win the group. But of course, they've got a quarter-final still to be played, which I'm not sure exactly that could be. There's an overlapping run there. There's Didier Drogba.
Yeah.
That's his second goal he scored in the game for RSD.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. RSD, that is fantastic. Now, Brandon, what I want to touch on what you just did there was, what he's done there is, he ran through, faked the player lock inside, so the defenders started to think, and ahhing, thinking, oh, he might go inside. Cancelled the player lock straight away, low driven, with that precision shooting into the far corner. That's a top-level FC goal.
And at the moment, sure, he's not looking too silly for putting all that money into the Drogba, is he?
No, he's actually really paid off so far, and this is against one of the group favourites as well in Brighton, as we jump back over to the Leon's Jaden game. I think, could you imagine Brighton come out with 0 points in their first fixture? This actually is a very similar situation probably to our situation against Spurs last year, where it was sort of Leicester Spurs. You think it was going to be 6 points one way and it might be 6 points the other. Had to bring that up one time.
Did you play in the Premier League last year?
Nah, not mention it.
Didn't play for Leicester, did you?
Nah, not at Leicester. We had some great story.
Oh, no. They've been unpicked again in the other game, Brighton. We'll go and see it in a second as this attack comes in first. Extra pass, chance for turn. Can he get the pieces? No, he can't. Let's jump across if we can. Because, sure, I've got to get your opinion on this.
No, it's not something else again.
Oh, it's more.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's worse.
Is he asleep out there?
I don't know, but goal poacher is really switched off there on one or two occasions. He's just gifted a chance and a goal to RSD. He's 5-2 up in that game.
And from 2-0 down as well, you would just not expect that. Goal poacher, someone who really closed out a game. Oh, you say he's a previous champion of this tournament. Very, very surprising stuff, and only need a big bounce back.
What a pass that is, by the way. Kai Havertz nearly got on the end of that one, but still hangs on to it.
It's just a shambles at the back in that game. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, not instantly after the game, sure, but I'd love to speak to goal poacher and work out what has happened on those two very basic bits of just possession play around the back.
I speak very highly of him because he's an unbelievable player.
He's an ePremier League winner. He's not showing that quality right now, is he?
But like we said, though, RSD, Ricky, is a big grinder of the game. He really enjoys long hours, learning every single mechanic that you possibly can in FC. And that's where you can catch them off guard, you know, with headers and things like that. And I think as well, Brandon, I think when you can see the header, I think it's frustrating. I think when you can see the normal goal, you're a bit more acceptant of it. You can see a couple headers, throws you off a little bit.
Well, Tex is and Nixon are about to conclude their first wins in the Premier League. Nick Snebb is 2 minutes away from a 3-0 win. You can catch that live on the A-Stream. Leeds against Bournemouth. Of course, stay here with us for Brighton versus Aston against Arsenal. That's going to be a free kick. And as that pause comes in, let's jump over if we can and check out the last 20 minutes here. There has been a goal back. This game is 2-2. Could be 3-2 to Brighton if they can make the most of this. Estevao, ball roll, scoop turn. Oh, well played.
It's just a classic Jayden Groden goal, that is. His timings of through balls over the years of FC have always been unbelievable, guys. Even though this is the year where we've seen through balls the most, Jayden's always been very good at that. I love the ball roll scoop, just to get around the keeper, turn it from a 95% chance to an 100% chance of a goal.
See again on the replay, Shuri. Did so well to spin one way, come back in the other side, have the composure.
His number one, eh? Are you a kit numbers man? Are you a man who's, you know, you play anything?
There's got to be a bit of consistency to it, isn't there?
You need some respect, especially when you're the big players.
We can't start giving Didier Drogba a number 1 shirt, do you know what I mean?
Like Stevie G's got to have number 8, do you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. You can't be 77. Brolin! Don't count Brighton out just yet. There is 11 minutes of the game left.
Yeah, that Brolin item we know about, we've spoke about over on the main broadcast. One of the best cheap meta items in the entire game, guys. If you got about 100k to spare and you think to yourself, I need a new striker, my man's just not doing it up top, give Brolin a shot.
I'll be honest, I was surprised how many teams he was in.
Well, people want to spend so much elsewhere in the midfield, some big defenders. It's so good when you've got a really cheap meta player. 100,000 coins. They can do everything for you.
Would you rather go big on the attack or big on the defence?
I think big on the defence is really important. You need the top defenders. I think with attackers, there's so many different options. I think in defence, there's often less options, which means that they're just, supply and demand-wise, they're just going to be more expensive in general. So you see Jayden here trying to build up and double his lead against Leon's.
50 goals scored in the Premier League, just ticked on stream, only in the second round of action. Well, this game is going to conclude first out of the 2 Brighton-Arsenal ties.
Yeah, Ricky doing a good job here just to close out the game. This is what we call game management, guys. Look here, like, he knows them 2 players are offside. He's just leaving it. He's just letting the clock tick down. Love that from Ricky.
Take a few extra seconds out of the game. As it looks, the points will be shared. It will be 3 points for both. Unless somehow RSD is to crumble away a 2-goal advantage here, which could very much happen. Fabregas just offside.
Yeah, and of course, I think this is the kind of thing that other teams in the group, Tom and Marley being one from Spurs, will be looking over at this, Brandon, and thinking, I like that. I think you want to see teams not start breaking away from the pack. As soon as you see 6-pointers go in there, you know you've got more of a mountain to climb, especially when you've got to wait a little bit longer for your games. We've got a Spurs fixture coming up.
That one will stand.
Hello.
But it depends how much extra time there is really added. It's not going to be much of a chance.
There's not enough time, Brandon. There's just not enough time. We've seen it today. We've seen it today in this actual fixture in particular. Some chokes at the back, we're going to call it. This would take a gigantic one.
There's also been a huge goal in the other game, Shuri. 3-3 in that game. Oh, wow. Looks like Brighton will not be getting 3 points on the board by the looks of it as it stands.
I tell you what, they've got a chance in that game, Arsenal, to go and get all 3 points. But we're going to see the end of this one here. Ricky, all he has to do, RS, is just keep the ball here. He's ticking down the clock as much as he possibly can. +2, but look how long the time took on the celebration.
5-4 to RSD on this game. Surely enough time to see this one out, Shuri.
I do not think there's any time here for goal poacher, and it's a very good result there for Ricky in that one.
Hang on.
Hold on.
Hang on,
It's not
referee.
blowing the whistle.
Ref?
Oh my, ref?
There we go, referee. About time. We haven't played there.
I've never seen that happen.
And
wow.
Got a full time in the other game as well, by the looks of it. Unless that's in a pause. No, it's a full time. It's 3-3. I'm writing down the results in front of me. It will be 4 points to Arsenal, 1 point to Brighton there. But ref, we played the 2 minutes. I thought we were done.
To be fair, it would have sorted Brighton out there. Almost sorted Brighton out there, Rallan, so you'd have been buzzing. I mean, a shot.
What happened?
Big
Brighton
shot.
started so well, sure, then they just fell apart.
It's good starts. To be honest, that's the one thing you expected from Brighton, and they would just go and kick on from there. That's the last thing I expected, though. Going goals up. If we'd have seen an early Arsenal goal, I thought, right, it makes a little bit more sense there. It's just the mistakes at the back, though. We might have to go have a conversation with Goal Poacher and ask him what actually happened.
One thing that did happen in that round, we had 50 goals scored in the Premier League. We're only in round 2. Leeds United picked up a maximum 6 points. Arsenal picked up 4. Brighton just won, the finalists of the last 2 years. We're off for a quick break now. When we get back, it is round 3 in front of us as the games keep on unfolding here at the ePremier League. We'll see you in a few minutes.
That is quite dramatic. There should be more icons to play with this year.
Official new Topps Premier League stickers featuring all 20 teams. Rare, Premier and featured player stickers to find. Hall of Fame legends, trailblazers and dominant duos, and the Divine 9. Plus ultra rare numbered parallel stickers. Start your sticker collection today.
This is where the journey begins.
The moment of her first game.
Here comes young Ronaldo.
And there's.
What a debut from Vignola.
Rooney. Oh, he went for it.
And they achieved the unthinkable.
Toyota.
And the moment history was rewritten. Again. Barclays have been there for it all. Every single moment. Barclays, supporting football for 25 years.
It kicks off with your starting 11. Hand-picked, knowing what they bring to the pitch. Lightning strikes, hits like thunder. Inside a badge, where your pride belongs. Silver, metallic, like winning the ultimate prize. From fantasy to reality, made by you, made with Adobe Express.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going into round 3 here at the ePremier League group stage. I'm super excited because I am joined by Team Chelsea. They are about to go into their first round of games. Actual Emperor, I will go to you first. You've been here before. This is your 4th ePrem. How are you feeling going into it?
Yeah, really good. Obviously, put the practice in. Can't wait to get started. Obviously, playing with NH, full confidence in us.
Well, new teammate as well. So are you happy with your teammate so far? Has practice been going good?
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. All right, NH, another new team as well. You've been in this competition before. How are we feeling?
Feeling confident. I feel like I've been playing well this whole year round, so can't wait to get started.
All right, well, your first matchup is against West Ham. So what are your thoughts going into that matchup?
They're two decent players, so you know, I can't underestimate them, but I'm still confident that we can get 6 points, and hopefully we do.
All right, well, Chelsea, first match is right around the corner, and there's so much happening in the world of SC, so let's go throw it over to FG to hear about it.
Thank you so much to Katie. Chelsea are in action very, very soon. I'm joined by Shorey and Mr. Richard Buckley. This is the best part of the show. I love speaking about the world of FC. There's a brand new promo. There's a Team 2 of the fantasy promo. We've got a very, very strong Premier League representation in this promo as well, Shorey. Have you managed to use any of the players?
Listen, I may or may not be using that Mr. Florian Wirtz tonight. I may or may not be. Might be the best item released in the whole promo. No bias there. No bias there at all.
I mean, I'll flip that straight back to me and say the best item in the promo is definitely Tajani Reinders, a fan favourite in the world of FC anyway, by the way. He is incredible. Rich, look at the Premier League representation in this team.
Yeah, I mean, Conor Gallagher as well, I really like. It's a good job he's got a very, very good item there, because I'm not sure how many upgrades he might be getting with Spurs towards the back end of the season. However, good, very good playstyle pluses, intercept and ping pass. I like that Conor Gallagher item.
I absolutely love it. We also saw a Semenyo in Team 1 at Fantasy FC. There's also an Oscar Bob somewhere. I mean, I'm loving life. What a promo that is. There is also, for the first time, a promo in the game involving Fantasy Premier League. Now, I'm sure everybody who's watching the ePremier League is fully aware of what FPL is, what your teams are like. You're probably checking the 3 o'clock games.
I was, yep.
Yeah, and how's it going? All good?
Oh, I've just seen a 4-4 draw between Burnley and Brentford, so FPL's in the mud.
It's not just the ePremier League where we're getting the goals, it's the Premier League today as well. FPL is an incredible promo. You can now get upgrades based on how your players do in FPL. There's loads of amazing players. You have to unlock them playing Rush, so take a look at that when you get the chance. And of course, the finals are coming very, very soon, and we want you to join us. 28th and 29th of March at 4 o'clock. You can scan the QR code for tickets, because we're going to have a live audience joining us. And if previous FC events with live audiences are anything to go by, they've got to scan the QR code, Shorey.
I'm telling you guys, come and see the ePremier League Grand Finals. It's going to be an absolute blast. And when we've got the live crowd there, it really is such a great spectacle as well.
Scan the QR code.
Hey, he's already scanned it over here, guys. One step ahead of the game.
I mean, yeah, he did just scan his QR code. But listen, we've got so much more action to go here today. It's Group C now. Let's take a look then, shall we, at the standings. Tex, we spoke so much about him, but we have to speak about Nick Snebb as well. 6 points for Leeds United, put them in a very comfortable position.
Absolutely. Look, Tex, a 3-time winner of the Premier League, selects Nick Snebb, if you like, and says, look, I need you this year to be my man to go and win it once again after leaving Manchester City. The perfect start, Buckley.
Yeah, I think that's a big one for Nick Snebb, that, because there's a lot of pressure coming onto this tournament. You're with the best player we've ever seen in the Premier League, and you do your job in the first game. I think he'll kick on now. I think they'll fly through maybe 20 plus points, I think, for Leeds United.
I predicted 19.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm predicting I can't call a single thing that's going on, because let's take a look at Group D. You can see Arsenal are top at the minute of Group D, which means a little bit of a surprise from a Brighton perspective. What a performance that was, though.
We've had 4 games, and 3 of them we could have predicted bang on the money. Not anymore. Brighton or Albion, the Seagulls have flown away because they're no longer here. I mean, that is a massive result for Arsenal. 4 points from the first round. I don't want to say too early, but with the other teams in this group as well, it's only round 1, and I feel crazy saying it, but top spot might be gone already.
Oh,
yeah.
well.
No, for Brighton. Because everyone, I think, will then also pick up points off Arsenal. So I think they're in a real sticky situation.
You can see how much it means to them. There's also a small matter of a North London derby coming in that group a little bit later on. Now, let's take a look at something very interesting. I don't think we've seen this before. Backstage. This is how our players prepare. This is their preparation area. just a small matter of 40 players involved. We are really, really looking forward to it. Let's get on with the next round of fixtures then, shall we? Brandon and Casey for Stream A, let's go.
Thank you so much, FG, and the rest of the guys. We are ready to jump in.
Well, here we are, Stream B. I'm joined by my good friend Stinger. You played last year as well for Ipswich. How does it feel coming back but not playing this time?
It feels really weird because obviously that feels like it should be me.
Yeah.
But it's also really, really good not being like not being able to play, but being able to take it all in. It's really, really good.
Yeah, you've had an unbelievable season anyway, and you've still got your domestic season to outcome. But of course, we are going to be going through the upcoming game between. The first game we have is, of course, Nottingham Forest versus Man United, but it's going to be between Michael Fisher and Dragon and Sam Brewster and Cowley. So I'm joined by our good friend FG. He's going to squeeze his way in a better space for you there, man.
Thank you very much.
Oh.
Do you have any predictions, though, for this first set of games? I think it's a difficult one to call. Like, I actually rate Sam Brewster quite highly. I actually think he's quite good.
I think Brewster wins his game kind of convincingly. I think he's really good, and it pains me to say that. Yeah. But as a good friend of Sam, I think he's really good. But I want to go to the other game. Michael Fisher versus Dragon is a dangerous one. Dragon, I'm sure you know, he is a funky player to play against.
Horrible match. Because he's a bit weird sometimes with the way he plays. That he goes forward a bit differently to other players. That game, of course, we'll jump into very, very shortly. But he attacks weird. It's like he's so good at going forward, but it is a difficult one. We're going to jump on over to this game, though. Sam Brewster up against Kyle Lees. This is their first games of the tournament, FG. How important is it, though, for these players just to start off well? You can
wow,
see
what a start.
Beautiful. Sam Brewster, the man we were speaking about briefly there, gets the goal straight off the bat.
The early goals are so important here. I mean, Sting, I think you'll back me up on this because the format of the games in the ePremier League are a lot smaller, a lot less minutes to play. I think it's 6-minute halves rather than 9, which we've seen in previous FC tournaments. So early goals can set the tone here.
Yeah, I mean, 6-minute halves. If you get that early goal, it's just the game is obviously a lot shorter than in the 9-minute half games, and you feel a lot more in control.
Do you feel like, obviously, for the players, they've got... you might have a game now, but then your next game is in 2-3 hours. Obviously, that must be horrible as a player, right, to experience. So is it something where you just spend those time, or that 3 or so hours just practicing, or what do you do?
I think it depends. If you're playing really well, it can be really annoying because you're on a heater. You just want to keep going, keep playing. But say if you have a bad result, it just allows you to breathe, just take some time, maybe go get something to eat, just really reset. And I think it's a really weird one because some people might love it. I personally wouldn't.
Yeah. I like the format, though. I'm a big fan of it. I feel like finishing second should give you an advantage over someone that's finished 3rd, 4th, 5th, etc. And in previous years, technically you did. You might play a lower seed, but that could be a tougher game because it's random. But you skip around this year as well. What do you think about that side of the format?
I think changes to the format this year are really, really good. I think it's a massive step in the right direction.
It's a good start for Forest as well in this game against Manchester United. Sam Brewster, by the way, and Michael Fisher, are they dark horses, would you say, Ryan, in this? Because these players that have been in the scene for a long time, they know what they're doing. Of course, there's so many big names here at the Premier League. But
yeah, they've had good experiences at the Premier League as well. I think you could put them as dark horses, to be honest with you. I potentially would have overlooked them in fairness, but going forward, they're very good. They can control games as well. You could maybe argue the first game of the day for them against United is a bit favourable, though, because Dragons, obviously, he's had experience in the scene, Cowley's as well, but I just feel like, for me, I'd expect them to win this game.
Yeah, I agree. Obviously, Fisher, vice-European champion back in 2022.
Yep.
Made good runs in tournaments like the Champions League. So he's also got a lot of experience. Sam Brewster, the only ever ePremier League MVP.
What year was that? Was that 20?
Yeah, 2022.
Was it 22? Yeah, that was a great run from them.
Yeah, that was just seeing Sam Brewster rock up. Nobody knew of it
out of nowhere,
and he was just absolutely he's playing unbelievable.
No, I think Sam Brewster going forward very underrated. Of course, we do have the other game going on between Michael Fisher and Dragon. We'll jump over to that when
good ball.
We can ball over. It didn't lead to a chance there. This game is 2-0 in favour of Michael Fisher. You said this is against Dragon.
I mean, Sting, from a pro player's perspective here, if you're in a position you're 2-0 down in 6-minute halves, like we're seeing from Dragon from a Manchester United perspective, how far ahead into the tournament are you thinking? Because if you and your partner both lose the opening games, you find yourself 6 points adrift of top spot. This first fixture is super important, isn't it?
Yeah, I think if you lose your first game, the tournament's not over, but you're really fighting uphill. It's so hard to come back from. And especially when you're playing one of the better teams in your group, like Forest, yeah, you just don't really want to go too zip down early.
See, lovely bit of dribbling there from Dragon. Get the ball to Paulo Futre is an interesting choice. Obviously, draft selections, 10 million coins. Would you have gone with Paulo Futre there? I feel like is it a bit rogue? I feel like it's a very Dragon pick.
I was going to say it's rogue, but it's not rogue for Dragon.
Yeah.
It's almost a perfect Dragon player, if anything.
Let's talk about the promo then, shall we? Fantasy FC, of course, is in the game. Sting, from your perspective, who've you seen? Which item have you seen that you wanna start using in game?
I was looking at, there was a card that got released yesterday, Matteo, and I used a previous version of her. It might have been an Evo actually, but she was unbelievable. So if she's good again, then it'd be amazing.
Anyone for you, Ryan?
Kirkes.
Oh yeah.
Trossard.
Reinders, Tajani Reinders.
It's all right.
Tajani Reinders, by the way. Talk to me about that one, Sting, because Tajani Reinders, he's been so good, even since he had his first item in the game. Tajani Reinders tiki-taka.
Yep, and this is another player as well. Cesc Fabregas makes it 3-0. He's an item I think goes under the radar. I know he's in a decent amount of squads and the draft selected by the players, but going forwards, Sting, he's got the stats, the play styles are unbelievable.
Yeah, I think he's almost the perfect, if you're playing a 4-5-1, the perfect playmaker centre mid. He's still got good defensive stats, so he will track back. He's got good defensive awareness, but he's got every passing play style you need in the game, and he can finish really well.
That's 3-0. It's a cruise control right now for Nottingham Forest. Let's jumping over to the other game between Sam Brewster and Kyle Leeds. This one's 2-0. It's still a comfortable lead for Forest. They're looking to pick up 6 points from a possible 6. That would be a fantastic start from them.
A great start, but also the goal difference as well. It's so important in this group stage as we see another opportunity. But it's damage limitation in some aspect from Manchester United in both games, and they've just pulled one back. In the other game, it's Dragon who's got one back against Fisher.
It's a big one. Needed a goal back in the game. It gets them off the mark. Can we see a potential chance as well? Tries a skill move inside that didn't lead to a shot at goal. Sting, if you go into a tournament, obviously now you're one of the most renowned players in the scene, but when you started off as an unknown player, do you think that benefits some players because you're sort of unknown and there's less pressure on your shoulders?
I've always liked being the underdog. I just enjoy it, I think, more because obviously less pressure, all that fun stuff. But I think some people thrive on the pressure. Obviously, you have players like Anders who they just live for it. But I'll tell you what, I think this is a really, really mature performance from Nottingham Forest. I'm really impressed.
Yeah, they've done well. They have to defend this last attack, which Dalot manages to do. That is half-time in this game. Let's jump on over to the other game, which still has a couple minutes before half-time. FG said Dragon did make it 3-1. Free kick that I think you can go direct here.
This should be a goal. He's taken everyone out the wall. I'm not sure on this.
What is the tactic?
You've got to score this, right? Off the bar, almost. Goal number 4 there for Michael Fisher.
Has he taken everybody out the wall there because he thought everyone was they were potentially going to try something else?
I actually don't know. I don't actually understand the foot process.
I mean, I'm sat beside 2 players, of course, who have played at a competitive level. Obviously, I would have, but I was injured.
Yeah.
But I can't really understand that.
I would never take players out the wall.
Yeah, I think, if anything, you need to put them in the wall. But, yeah, I mean, I hate to keep saying it, but it's just the most Dragon thing. He's so... I think the word is obscure when you're playing him. It's almost a bit of a nightmare, really.
Yeah, I remember when I came on the scene, Dragon was one of the best players going forward, and he's given away a penalty just before half-time. Worst possible timing. I think he got a bit unlucky with the animation from Van der Ven. What is he gonna?
This is routine top right.
Let's see
Routine
here.
top right, here we go.
Goals bottom right.
Bottom
saved
right,
as well.
saved.
Needed that just before half-time. 3-1. If you conceded goal number 4, that could have been a huge bit of trouble there. Let's jump on over to the other game. We might have jumped in at the perfect time as well. Sam Brewster in on goal. I believe that was Mo Salah there that tucks it away to make it 3-0. Comfortable in this game from Sam.
It's comfortable from Nottingham Forest. It's a nightmare start to the ePremier League for Manchester United, but the perfect start for Nottingham Forest.
What do you do in this position, Sting, if you're Man United here? Do you try your best to maybe push bodies forward, try and get back into the game, or do you sort of just think you don't want the goal difference to get too far away?
I think this game is just kitchen sink now.
Go
Every single player has to go forward, because we touched on it earlier. Going 6 points adrift is... First game is almost unacceptable.
What about goal difference, though? Do you think that's a big thing, or is it just something that you kind of focus on later on in the group?
Oh, that is silly.
That is one of the best
unbelievable.
goals I've seen.
That's a lovely goal from Cam.
That is unbelievable.
I'm surprised at the finish there with Salah.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Salah's decided to take it with his right foot, but
it worked.
Yeah, he's put it over the keeper. I might have a little look at that.
Beautiful bit of skill. Cuts back again.
That is beautiful.
Yeah, that's lovely. I probably would have missed that because I would have cut in back to his left foot.
Left foot, yeah, for sure. Oh, they've hit the post there on Manchester United in the other game as well.
Yep, 3-1 level. In this, of course, Stream A, we have the other games going on between Chelsea and United. That's an interesting one. You know, you're good friends with NH and Actual Emperor as well. Do you think they have a good chance to get, I guess, a good position in this group?
Listen, it's going to pain me to say this, like, really badly. But they could do very, very well in this group. I mean, NH, and once again...
Why is it going to pain you?
Because I'm very good friends with NH. And he beat me in the last qualifier of the year.
Yeah.
And you know, it was almost something that needs to happen because I've had to have a long look at myself after that one. But he is a very good player. When he gets in his little zone, he's almost unstoppable.
When you say you had to have a long look at yourself, what does that consist of? So what does that look like from your perspective? Because we have all different types of pros within the scene, people who deal with things differently. Some people will just shut off, completely forget about it. I feel like you're a man to evaluate a lot.
That's lovely.
That's good feet, really good feet.
What a goal that is.
So, obviously I've got a fantastic support system around me at Man City. I'll just go talk with the coaches. We'll look at gameplay, what I did well, what in that game I didn't do well at all. And then we'll just kind of just reset and try to go from the basics and then learn everything back up.
Was there ever an option, obviously, with City that you would have played in this event with Matthias, or was it?
I don't think so. I think it was always the plan to send Jafonso and Matthias here, but listen, I'm all happy to try something new.
Absolutely. You see this game 4-1 in both of the games between Forest and Man United.
I mean, that's beautiful team chemistry. 4-1 in both. Just setting the tempo, really.
See if we can get another goal here going forward. Cole Palmer, who we highlighted at the start of the broadcast today, he's in right mid for a lot of players. I thought he would be set in stone, attacking mid or strike. I guess it depends on the formation that people want to play, but would you play him right mid? Or
I think I'd be using Jovino right mid over him, but I think Brolin is a better striker than him, and I don't play 4-4-1-1, so I would never use an attacking mid, but if you are going to use an attacking mid, I just think Cole Palmer would be the one. I'm not sure on the decision to use someone else. I think he's probably the best one you can use.
Yeah, you were one of the players, obviously, that put the 4-5-1 heavily in Ultimate at the start of this year. Any changes tactically to it? Was it pretty much simple from at the start of the year for you?
You know what? I'm gonna leak my new tactics.
Go on.
Just a little broadcast special. Instead of having one DLP defend, we now have 2 box-to-box and 1 playmaker.
Okay, so that helps a little bit more going forward then.
Yeah, I think with the way the game's played at the moment, with the team press being so effective, the best form of defense is offense. You just got to try and get at people.
See this game, last 15 minutes for Man United and Cowley's to try and get something back in this game. It's not looking likely, though.
I think it's too little too late now, I think.
What, 6-minute halves doesn't give you...
Yeah,
you have no
6-minute
time.
halves is a massive, massive change from what we've seen previously in other FC tournaments.
It feels crazy to
I mean,
think
from a perspective of damage limitation, there could be an element of being quite happy that it's only 6-minute halves, because this has been a long, long day for Manchester United so far.
Yeah, they potentially could have got a through ball in behind there. Cole Palmer brings it under control. Doumbia can't get that pass into Brolin, and it's another attack cut out there from Sam Bruce, who can start an attack of his own. You can see on the far side there, Salah inside to Cole Palmer, and then Stam steps in. We were speaking as well, me and Rich. Do you think for the draft, he was saying he would potentially look at even getting Saliba and Van der Ven in? Doumbia makes it 4-2.
Hang on a minute, there's time. If he gets
There is time.
If he gets it off kickoff, you never know, but Sam Brewster is he's very good at these sort of situations, and I'm thinking this one's over.
Yeah, before we jump into that pause, let's head on over to the other game going on as well. Still 4-1 in this one in favour of Nottingham Forest. But yeah, do you think there's ever an option to go both Saliba and Van der Ven? I said no way. That's almost 6, is it 6 mil almost?
Yeah, I don't think you can use both. I
can't use both.
I don't think having 2 elite centre-backs is necessary with the team press being so effective. I just think you just need as many elite attacking options as possible.
Who are the best players in terms of low budget on FC right now then for you, from your perspective, Sting? Who are you looking at?
See, my issue is I'm not normalised to low budget. It's really whenever people ask me, it's always weird because I'm always used to using, the high budget cards. But someone who has been on my team since day one and just unbelievable, Bon Mati Gold.
Oh, Gold.
Still right
Bon
now,
Mati.
she's all right,
She runs around in champs and she is amazing, mate. Oh, he's nearly snuck in.
Man United are piling the pressure in this game. It's 4-2 in the game between Sam Brewster and Kyle Lees. And we did say the game was over, but from a goal difference perspective as well.
Good feet.
Let's jump back over there now.
Bro, you
4-3. I was thinking it was done. We may as well
Surely
focus on
not.
this one. Hold on a sec. That would be a monumental comeback. If Kyle Lees can get another goal, I don't think it's possible, because when replays are factored in and then you've got the kickoff, you can take a minute off the clock.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Brewster, you almost drop the controller until the ball's taken off kickoff. You kill, at the bare minimum, like you said, a minute, and then you're just sitting there staring at top left, hoping the added time doesn't say too much.
Yeah, there was a goal that went in the other game as well. It didn't fall in favour of Man United. It was Forest again, 5-1, just to keep you updated there. We'll stay on this game until the end of it, because this is a big one. This would put Forest on 6 points if they can win this. It will put them level on points with Sunderland in Group B. This is a huge result. They need to see it out, and he's doing exactly what you said, Sting, just trying to take seconds off.
Yeah, just every little second is massive here. And if he doesn't go forward, he
Plus
3 minutes.
Wow.
3 minutes. Maybe perhaps one last chance for Manchester United, but they're out of possession right now.
Somehow, what? Oh, he's given it away. He somehow kept it. No way. Kyle Lees going forward here. The runs up are making it difficult to try and defend every option here. Just under a minute. Good defending.
It's good defending.
It's great defending.
That's a great trap set.
Does really, really well. 4-3 victory for Nottingham Forest there between Sam Brewster and Kyle Lees. Let's jump on over to the other game where it is 5-1 and Forest potentially trying to get another goal. The thing is, they're chasing a team in Sunderland, who, for me, they're unbelievable.
So it's Sunderland. A lot of people have asked me my opinion on them this weekend. I've got a really weird opinion, and that's 6-1. Got the goal difference back there. Brewster lost, and that's a big game. But yeah, Sunderland are a really weird team for me because you have Neto, who's been unbelievable this year, Pro Open, qualified for Libertadores, and you've got Young, who we just haven't seen as much of.
Yeah.
So it's hard to really get a gauge on his just level. But I mean, that first game was a bit. The first game was a bit good from Young. So
yeah, there's a way to start, and that's a perfect one for him. This one though, It's going to be Forest with 6 points from a possible 6. It puts them second in the table, just second based on goal difference, FG. Perfect start.
Perfect start, that's all you can ask for. But, I mean, what a group. And it's already shaping up here in Manchester. 6 points out of 6 for Forest, that's all they would have wanted. But I think it's 6 points potentially that they would have probably looked at the fixtures and expected against that Manchester United side. But a great start and a great group.
Yeah, I feel like if they didn't get 6 points, I said at the start, I feel like they would be favourite to get 6 points. If they didn't, would that be a big upset, would you say? Or was it just...
I wouldn't say it's a big upset, but it's certainly an upset. I think the one for me, I'm surprised the Michael Fisher vs Dragon game was such a big margin. I thought Dragon...
He'd at least score a couple more.
Yeah, I mean, holding Dragon to 1 goal is... It's commendable at the very least.
Yeah, Michael Fisher and Nottingham Forest scored 6 points there. United on 0 points in a tough group. You said you need to get points on the board, even if it's 1, because it's not only you're getting something, but you're stopping people pulling away from you. It's such a mental thing. Obviously, you played in the ePremier League. Is it as simple as, if you know you're not going to get top spot, now because of the placements, it's a lot more important. How do you approach those next games? Because you've got, what, 3 hours? You can take a bit of time off?
See, you're going to have to ask someone else, Ryan. We're not used to not topping the group.
Yeah, right, that's true. That's a perfect way to end this one. It's been a pleasure. We've got, of course, a lot more rounds to go through. Thank you, Sting and FG. Let's jump into a break.
If I was in charge, I'll make it more hardcore.
Taekwondo should be allowed.
Offside!
And make it more dramatic.
That is quite dramatic. There should be more icons to play with this year.
Official new Topps Premier League stickers featuring all 20 teams. Rare, Premier and featured player stickers to find. Hall of Fame legends, trailblazers and dominant duos, and the Divine 9. Plus ultra rare numbered parallel stickers. Start your sticker collection today.
This is where the journey begins.
The moment of her first game.
Here comes young Ronaldo.
And theirs.
What a debut from Vignola.
Rooney. Oh, he went for it.
And they achieved the unthinkable.
Toyota.
And the moment history was rewritten again. Barclays have been there for it all. Every single moment. Barclays, supporting football for 25 years.
It kicks off with your starting 11. Hand-picked, knowing what they bring to the pitch. Lightning strikes, hits like thunder. Inside a badge, where your pride belongs. Silver, metallic, like winning the ultimate prize. From fantasy to reality, made by you, made with Adobe Express.
Welcome to the grand final of the ePremier League 2024 between Brighton and Manchester City.
This is it, Manchester City! It's a very nervy ground final, this one, as Manchester City lead Brighton by 1-0. He's edging closer and closer, driving forward, that's brilliant from Bernardo! And that will do us Manchester City, ePremier League champions!
Welcome back to the ePremier League 2026. You've just seen from the archives 2024. Man City are still the holders. We've just seen their group in action. 6 points for Chelsea to keep them up to pace. I'm joined by Ryan Pessoa and Casey. Casey, we'll go to the Chelsea game straight away because that is a statement win against the West Ham side, keeping the pressure on the current holders.
Absolutely. NH competing with Chelsea before. He's a massive Chelsea fan as well, so for him to win in a Chelsea shirt means everything to him. We see actual Emperor celebration. He didn't have as easy as a game as NH, but he was able to get the job done. 6 points for Chelsea.
6 points for Chelsea and 6 points for Nottingham Forest in a group which includes the brand new Sunderland outfit who look fantastic, but what a resounding victory it was for Michael Fisher.
Yeah, we were watching over that game. Dominant, to be fair. He looked very, very strong. I feel as if it was a game that, on paper, you'd expect them to win as well, and they didn't let up.
6-1, one of the victories there for Nottingham Forest. Huge for goal difference. Let's take a look at the tables as they stand. We're still very, very early within the group stages here at the ePremier League, but teams are getting points and they're totting them up, and where you finish in the table is very, very important this season.
It means absolutely everything. You're looking to secure that #1 spot, so you go straight into the quarterfinals. But looking at Group A here, I mean, it's pretty much domination across the board for Manchester City and Chelsea, 6 points apiece.
I mean, looking at Fulham at the bottom there, I mean, is this already a two-horse race? Of course, it's pretty difficult. We haven't seen Crystal Palace in action yet, but Fulham have got -9 goal difference after playing one round of fixtures. How will they be feeling?
Yeah, I'll be honest, that game against City probably was one where they knew they were going to lose. Let's put it simple. And I'll be honest, no disrespect, but it's a different level with City right now. Palace will be laughing. They're third in the group. They haven't even played a game yet. So they're very capable. It's a strong outfit. So yeah, it's difficult to say without seeing them play, but I think they'll be okay.
We'll be seeing them play very, very soon. Let's take a look then, shall we, at Group B. We mentioned earlier on today Sunderland kicked off their ePremier League debut fantastically, +10 goal difference, and Nottingham Forest replied, +6 goal difference for them. The same question to you, Casey. Can any of the other teams get into that top two?
It's going to be very, very difficult. I would be shocked if they did, but expect the unexpected. I mean, I'm looking at this Brentford -10 goal differential. We could see that across the board when they do play this Sunderland team. I think it's just kind of a hit if you're playing Sunderland at this point. Get it over with, forget about it, move on.
It sounds mental to be already writing off teams within the group. But this Sunderland side, we mentioned it, it is their debut season in the ePremier League. And what a side they have got.
I'm going to jump in quickly and say Aston Villa, you have to give a bit of a homage to there. They've got Stokes, they've got Cameron Rock, who's unbelievable. He's been great for the last couple of seasons as well. It's a strong team. They could do something in this group, in my opinion.
Well, listen, keep tuning in to the ePremier League throughout this weekend because it is already taking shape and is fantastic. Let's head over now to Brandon and Shorey for some FCIQ. I'm not quite sure what Brandon's doing there, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. That's why I'm going to just be guiding us through this and not saying too much. But we've got Shorey, who knows a bit more about me. 5 times he's been in the Premier League. Shorey, I mean, I was commentating on the action of the game that we're going to be speaking about, but it came from Chelsea against West Ham. And I mean, look, it was Chelsea's first game in the Premier League. It didn't take him long to introduce themselves, did it, back to the tournament?
Well, yeah, we're seeing the kickoff here, which is nice. Of course, one of them things where both players need to be locked in. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to play this whole clip for you guys straight away here and just see the clip unfold of how NH goes and scores this goal early doors. Now, one thing I want to touch on, you'll see, notice the player locks, which we're going to highlight a little bit more when we run the clip back. 2 player locks there. And then with Brolin, look, some nice technical dribbling and no need to do any skill moves. Some nice turns in the box, some wayward defending, but it's just down to how well he's played that. So if we run the clip back, one thing I really want to touch on is that first little player lock that we had there, Brandon. So if we just roll the clip forward here, guys, you see Cole Palmer, just a couple of passes off kick-off. Now, you might be thinking that some of it's a bit unnecessary, some of the player locks, but it's just moving that player slightly out the way. So we see the first player lock here, if we just pause it just there, the player literally, I mean, you can run the clip back a little bit there. It just looks like a nothing player lock, but it's the player getting warmed up right here. So nice little player lock there, inside.
Just on that, we've got the controller next to us. How do you do a player lock for people that want to have no idea?
Very quickly. Left stick, right stick, click them both in.
Click them both in
with the right stick to the player. Now, back to the clip that we go. Nice ball into Fabregas. Now, driven passes up the pitch, always very, very important to use in FC26. You just want to do that with R1 and X. And then another player, if we pause it just here. Now, we see the space that he's created right in front of the centre-back here. By using that player lock, he gets him high in front of the centre-back and you give yourself that chance. If we keep the clip moving forward here, you think to yourself, a lot of players online in Champs, they'll just do a skill move here of some sort. Left stick dribbling in FC26 is just perfect here, guys, so we can keep seeing the clip roll out.
Are you surprised, as this goal comes in, that he didn't pass the ball? Is it more like he's just got decoys everywhere and he just wants to go on his own?
It's just perfect, and you see the precision shooting come in the end there. One of the key things from this, though, with the FCIQ, guys, learn your player locks. It's an advanced thing to learn in the game, but if you can do it, it'll take you to the next level.
And something else will take you to the next level, Thomas Brolin. He has been unbelievable. I think he's scored more goals than anyone here in the Premier League. We're only in round 3, but it's time for round 4. Let's go over to Richard Buckley, Ryan Pessoa, and they're joined by a special guest who knows a thing or two about the Premier League.
Thing or two about winning the...
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the B stream. I'm excited to be back on the couch over here. Ran over from the A stream over to B, but we have a jam-packed matchup here for you guys. We will have Burnley versus Liverpool, and I'm excited because it is Salman Ahmed versus Zaneri 19 and Okoya versus Konkai. Some of these players we've seen in this competition before. Some of them are rookies. Salman has been in this competition, so I'm super excited to see his matchup up against Zaneri. I do have the chat open, so if you guys are going to have any questions, let me know who you're rooting for. I'm excited to interact with you all. I will be joined by Shari in a few. He's making his way over from the analysis desk, so he will be here very, very shortly as we are almost ready to kick off these games here. Shari, hello, welcome back. But it is Liverpool versus Burnley.
Hi, guys. Hey, guys.
Hello, welcome. We got Liverpool versus Burnley.
Oh, fantastic.
How are we feeling?
I say Liverpool, I'm saying fantastic. I actually tried to qualify for them and didn't make it all the way.
So not that fantastic.
Nah, but you know what? It's always great to watch the mighty Reds, but no bias here, though. We've got Burnley, a fantastic team as well here at the Premier League. How you doing, Case?
I'm doing good. Just came off of A stream, watching Chelsea absolutely dominate, and so now we're on to Group C action.
Some fantastic Group C action. I'll be very interested to see how Liverpool do get on. Konkai, a player who I believe, tell you what, could cause a little upset in the group stages.
You think?
But I'm not putting Liverpool as, you know, maybe as you would in real football, winning 5-2 today, by the way, just to mention that.
You had to put that in there, didn't you?
Not so sure you'd tip them as a team to win the tournament. Could cause a bit of an upset. Daniel Ranieri, definitely a very good player, has made ePremier League appearances himself in the past. Could be wrong here, but I actually think he's played for Everton as well at the ePremier League, which is a little bit controversial, some might say.
We'll forget about that. We don't need to touch on that. On the other hand, though, we do have Okoye here for Burnley. Haven't seen him in this competition here too much, and so I'm excited to see how he fares, because sometimes some of these rookies come in, you don't know what to expect, and you know, they could come out here swinging.
It's always nice to see a new face in the tournament, because like you just said there, some ability that you don't know about. They could be really young guys who've never had the chance to actually compete at the top level, so you don't know how good they are. You know, if you've seen some players at tournaments before, you kind of know what to expect from certain players. But I say that, I watched the B stream the prior round with Brandon, and we had some results happen which I just did not expect. I mean, goal poacher being one of the most outstanding parts of it was just some mistakes that he made at the back were really, really surprising.
Well, especially because Brighton have been so dominant in years past, so now we have that new matchup as well, and so he needed to come out here strong for his partner Jaden as well, and so I'm curious how these next rounds are going to go for him, because again, I don't think any of us expected that start for him.
Absolutely not, and both these Burnley Liverpool fixtures currently at 0-0. As we see trying the double triangle, through ball there.
Just offside.
Just so close. But I think, yeah, this is not the teams that you expect to win the group, but you just never know the runs that these teams could go on, Case.
I mean, that's the thing. You might not expect them to top the group, but they could take points off of a few of these bigger competitors as well. And so, close game so far here for this Burnley-Liverpool matchup. We do have 2 games going on as well, so it is Salman Ahmed versus Zaneri. Also on the A stream, if you are looking for a Newcastle versus Everton matchup, it is Harvey Waters versus Giannis and Reese Vaughn versus Gorilla. I'm sure there's some Gorilla fans looking to see him in action today as well.
Yeah, I mean, so great to see Gorilla back, isn't it? Of course, I don't think, never, of course, won an ePremier League trophy, but has won many, many a tournament back in the days of 15, 16, 17.
He's a seasoned vet.
He is an absolute veteran. And if we jump over to the other game between Liverpool and Burnley, we do actually have our first goal of the day coming in from Salman. I have to say, fantastic player, Case, as well. Really good player.
Very underrated.
Beat me
I feel
6-4.
like he needs to be. We beat you 6-4.
Last year.
Sorry about that.
Fulham, Leicester beat me in the old knockout stages. Sad time to be alive in that one it was, but he was just absolutely fantastic. He played so well.
He's one of those players that a lot of people talk about offline as well, being very dominant. And so last year we were curious, will he do it on the big stage? And he had a very, very good run. And so I'm curious what this new teammate will do for him this year, because again, having this paired duo, you have to very much trust your teammate to get the job done, even if you get it done as well.
Well, okay, I think that's such an important part about it. You know, you see the Burnley players here, you know, Konkai's looking over, for example, in this game, looking over at his teammate and thinking, oh, you're 1-0 down. It's actually such a difficult one mentally to get over. The same way, if you look over at your teammate and they go 1-0 up, you say to yourself, oh, you feel much calmer with yourself, like, right, okay, I'm going to go get a goal ahead now. So that's why, like, the team spirit in this is actually such an important aspect of it. Even though your result, it's not an aggregate score at this stage of the tournament, it's just still so important to, like, have that trust from your teammate.
So you've been in this position before then, as we have an attack coming in here. For Burnley, it is Semenyo who slots it in, makes it 2-0 for Salman. Question before I get into that other question. Semenyo, would he make your squad?
He would. I think he would make the squad. I think there's a couple of left midfielders. There's some good ones. We've actually got Thomas Lees of Tottenham Hotspur. I believe he's the only man actually using Robert Pires, his item. But I think it is a bench player. However, there's a couple good left midfielders. I think you've got Gervinho as an option at left midfield as well. Also, Doumbia is a big option.
Semenyo, 1.3 million though.
It's big on the budget, but we know Brolin is being used at striker by so many of these players. I believe 28 players at the tournament or something like that are using Brolin. So it's telling you, look, you're freeing up so much more of your budget around the rest of the pitch. And for you guys at home, obviously seeing the draft requirements and stuff these players got to use, personally as a player, when I've been doing it, I've loved it. I think it's such a cool thing to add to it, and I find it interesting when, you know, we watched Ricky earlier on the B stream. He's the only man, RSD, using Drogba at the tournament. And what's your thoughts on that, Case?
I don't know if I'd choose it, but I think that RSD was happy with his first round performance, and so maybe that's exactly what he needed at this point. But yeah, again, he's the only one, so I don't know if I would have him on mine. We'll see.
And we see Salah making it 3 goals to the good there for Salmon. A dominant performance so far against Zanieri. And that Mo Salah Team of the Year honourable mentions item. I've used him many a time, Case, I'll tell you. One of the most reliable, who would have believed that? One of the most reliable finishes in the game. We obviously know a big meta is playing those through balls and finessing it to the far post. And you're going to see a whole load of that from Salah over the whole tournament. Gorilla, also over in the A stream, is 2-0 up in his game. So Gorilla fans will be buzzing.
Still 0-0 for this other Burnley-Liverpool matchup, Okoye versus Konkai. Are you shocked a little bit about going into second half 0-0?
It's a nail-biter for the neutral. Absolutely. Am I surprised? No, I think it's one of the... Konkai's not been at too many LAN events. He's had a couple, and Okoye, he'll be very happy with that. I believe it is his first ever time at a LAN event, one as big as the ePremier League anyway in that matter. So you're very happy with that first half performance. There, as we see Salmon 3 goals to the good in this one, and you think it's probably all she wrote in that one, Case. I mean, unless we see some sort of crazy comeback.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen it. All of these competitors are competing in Group C. They also have Leeds, Wolves, and Bournemouth also in their group. So lots of fantastic competitors. In my opinion, I actually think this is one of the more difficult groups.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, to be fair. I think when you know you're playing against Tex and Seneb, it's not going to be a good time. I mean, they came out hot in there. I think they come out with 7 goal difference, winning 4-0 and 3-0, respectively, in their first set of fixtures. I mean, it'd be interesting as well to watch Tex playing against Liverpool.
Yes.
You know, of course, the club he's supported all his life. I could see him putting 5 past them.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to affect his mindset whatsoever. He's one of those competitors. We've seen him another seasoned veteran, and so I think that no matter who he's going up against, I mean, he's also friends with a lot of competitors in this competition. That's another one of the things in the ePremier League. These players have played each other a lot. Unless you're like the Brazilians coming in from across the world, a lot of these English players, I mean, they've been playing each other for years as well, and so that definitely comes into play in this competition.
I mean, interesting to touch on that, Case. I mean, what's your thoughts on the Sunderland dynamic? The Brazilians, obviously. Paulo Neto, in that first game, I was commentating on the A stream with Mr. Brandon Smith. He scored 10 goals. I think that was actually the B stream game, but we kept seeing it. 10 goals.
That's the thing. Paulo Neto has been competing in North America, and in my opinion, he's from South America, but he's been competing in North America. He's the North American GOAT. He has been competing in MLS, been consistent. He's been winning trophies. And so I think at this point, he wants to come in. He wants a new, just test him here in England. And he is starting off so strong. And to have a competitor with him like Young, who has also been competing at the highest level, I think they're definitely a team to be scared of.
And brings me nicely onto my next question, actually, Case. Who do you actually think are the favourite of the tournament? Because I've asked Brandon this. Like, he gave me 4 semi-finalists he think would get there.
I'll give you 2.
But it's hard to give an absolute favourite, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't do a favourite, but I'll give you 2. I think it's between Sunderland and Man City, in my opinion.
Man City on there for you, yeah? Imagine
Big
my shock.
Yeah, big shock. No bias whatsoever.
You can't deny the quality of...
No, it's back-to-back. They could go back-to-back-to-back.
That would actually be Banana going back-to-back-to-back as well, like 3 times in a row. Of course, Jafonzo's first ever ePremier League appearance. I do agree with you with the Sunderland shout, though. I really do think it's just a scary roster. And I think as well, a lot of these English players, they've all played against each other many times. It's like, let's say, for example, a Tom versus Tex matchup, as we switch back over to the other fixture. 3-0 to Salmon at the moment. A Tom versus Tex matchup, nothing's gonna catch Tom by surprise or catch Tex by surprise. They know each other. Paulo and Neto, and they're not playing them as much, are they?
In terms of how the game is played, in terms of the regions, South Americans play a little bit different of a game in comparison to everyone over in Europe. And so I think it could be quite surprising in terms of how much they attack. They're very relentless. And so I think to come into a competition like this, it really does suit them.
Yeah, definitely. When we've had so many sort of global FC events where there's so many different nations playing, there's so many different game styles that you see that are not easy to prepare for, as we see surely a first chance here for Zanieri to get his first goal of the tournament.
Oh, so close.
That's a harsh one. You just want to get off that donut, don't you?
Yeah,
Just
I mean, 3-1, you're still very much in this matchup in the 56th minute. And so let's see if he can score off a corner. Not quite, but he has another opportunity here for Liverpool.
But as well, important to touch on, Case, the 6-minute halves. It's
So
such
quick.
an important part of it. You know, the games are going thick and fast. And of course, that's what everyone is used to back at home, guys. Of course, as I believe in that other game, if we can switch over, we got 3-1 in that game in Salmon. But Liverpool have taken the lead. Konkai gets a goal there, Case.
Goals. We have goals at the same exact time in both games as well. Konkai finally getting one up on the board. Has been 0-0, a stalemate the entirety of this game. I mean, that type of goal means everything when you have been fighting for possession in this entire game. So for Konkai to go up 1-0 versus Liverpool, he'll definitely be excited. But Okoya, he's still definitely in this match because not much has happened.
One goal does not mean that much, but we were speaking about the importance of the left midfielders, guys. Doumbia there with that low-driven finish. I mean, it's so important. It's so interesting, looking at those kind of goals. Back in the day, of the start of FC26, you know you'd be moving the keeper across for that. Now we know keeper movement has been dialed down massively. Even if you know they're going to low-driven it far post, you know, they've taken away that possibility of being able to move to the far post, which I completely agree is a good change for the game. You want some keeper movement, but not to the point where you're Spider-Man in the goal.
Right. Yeah, there's almost not much you can do at that point. Looks like we do have another goal in the other game. Brolin, I mean, he is just such an MVP of this competition so far. Makes it 4-1 here for Burnley. Salmon having a fantastic competition so far, but I'm not too surprised by it.
I think he'll end up scoring the most goals at the whole competition, Case.
Do you think?
To be honest, Brolin, surely.
Yeah, I think so too.
The most used players in the whole tournament and being used at strikers when we know, this is the thing, Case, so many one-striker formations being used. If we switch back over to the other game, we've got goals galore now in these Burnley-Liverpool fixtures. Mr. Freezing Cole Palmer makes it 2 goals to the good for Konkai, and you would think probably, Case, that's 3 points secure for Liverpool in that one?
I believe so. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely time left, but Cole Palmer being the one to slot it back, 2.5 million, technical plus, low driven plus. I mean, he's expensive, but he'd be in my team.
I find it so interesting using a player that takes up a quarter of your budget.
Yep.
But at central attacking midfield, and like we've said, we're going to have to mention Brolin again for this exact reason. We've got another goal over in the other fixture for Salmon. If you've got such a cheap striker, you can afford elsewhere to go absolutely crazy with the coin budget. But it's always interesting for you guys at home, what sort of teams you guys would think of using.
Yeah, let us know in the chat.
$10 million coin budget. Like, who's the... Because people think to themselves, oh, they must be using Ruud Gullit. Now, back in the day, when there was less restrictions, one of the first names on the team sheet.
Oh, absolutely.
These days, though.
It's just not possible.
And I believe his Team of the Year item actually does lack one of the important passing play styles as well. I want to say
one is that?
It might be incisive pass.
I think so as well.
In this day and age, that does not fly, Case, does it?
It does not. No, it's so important to have some of these vital play styles, and I think that is the #1 thing, besides price, that players are looking at when trying to put together these drafts. It's almost like a science at this point. I wonder how much time did you spend creating your drafts each time before a competition?
Probably not as much as some people.
Okay.
I feel like myself, I used the team that I practice with, and I didn't change up too many players, as we have almost a goal in the other game between Burnley and Liverpool there. But yeah, I didn't switch up too many players. I just think, do you know what? I got to the event, I sort of looked at like Texas' team and thought,
Did you just copy paste it?
Basically use what he's.
Wow,
Yeah.
you did a copy pasta. That's crazy.
Copy pasta. 6-1 there, Semenya. I mean, you got to be loving Semenya as well, Case, right?
Oh, of course.
Loving
He's
him.
absolutely on my team. Another expensive addition as well, 1.3 million. But, I mean, his playstyles are so good. Rapid, low-driven goal, finesse silver, pinged pass silver, technical silver. He's on the team. I mean, he's also one of the fastest players on the pitch as well. And so, I mean, I'm a fan. Shocker.
You know what we spoke about with the incisive pass, though, guys? One position I actually don't think you need it in as much as the rest of the pitch is left and right midfield. As long as your centre midfielders and your striker have got it, it's really important. But a lot of the time, as long as your wingers have got tiki-taka just to pass the ball up the pitch, the incisive pass is always going to be done with the centre midfielders and the strikers. And you just use the wingers to run, really. That's why you can see all these guys are using 95-plus pace wingers.
Yeah, you have to have
fly past the left back and the right back and score those finesses far post, which probably is the most commonly scored goal in FC26 so far.
Definitely.
It looks like the points are going to be shared over these fixtures, which, you know, I'll be honest, Case, if you're texting Sneb, you've already started off 6 out of 6. Look, we've obviously got Wolves, Diogo and Rastarata. You get very happy when you see points get taken off each other, I think. You don't want teams running away and getting 6-pointers or anything like that.
Yeah, you can't have too much dominance in a group, and so I think that, you know, they'll be semi-happy about this matchup, and if you're already on 6 points, you're looking at these like, yes, this is exactly what I need. So that is the final moments here for the Salmon versus Zaneri. Fantastic first start here for Salmon as well. But yeah, shared across the board here for this Burnley-Liverpool matchup.
Yeah, 6-1 to the good, Salmon, and honestly, he had a fantastic performance in last year's ePremier League, to the point where in that Manchester City fixture they played in the quarterfinals, which actually would have been us if we won, he almost pulled that back against Bonanno. I'm sure he did. I'm sure he was many goals behind and so nearly pulled that fixture back. So it shows he's a player who does not mess around, and he's just scored his 7th of the game.
What a start there. I mean, and this is the type of thing you need, this confidence boost going into these next round matchups, because it's a very long day. You have a lot of breaks, but having a game like this, especially for goal differential as well, you're going to be very excited about that +6 coming from this specific matchup.
Well, who knows how important goal difference could become. And again, the other change with the format we've had this year, guys, which we're going to touch on quite a bit today because it's a very important one in terms of shaping the groups, is the fact that coming 2nd and 3rd, it's not the end of the world. It's absolutely fine. 4th and 5th, however, are literally the exact same. There's no difference between coming 4th and 5th. You play each other in the first knockout round. But a 2nd and 3rd finish, you cut out more knockout rounds. So, you know, there's nothing to, you know, you don't need to hang your head in shame if you've lost that first fixture of the day and you think, oh, we can't get first place. 2nd and 3rd is still great.
Yeah, it is. First place is very advantageous, though, able to automatically go into those quarterfinal games. I mean, you're really just having a sigh of relief getting in that spot. And so that is everyone's goals. But again, I love the format change. I think that it really sets people up and really motivates everyone else for all those other positions in the group.
Well, there you have it. 7-1 winners. Salmon there. Huge result. And like we mentioned just again there, shared points, Case. Shared points.
Shared points. Konkai also getting points as well. And so they will take those each a piece, but it's interesting because this group is shaping up to be very, very good. I believe that the other games are still going on right now, but this Liverpool versus Burnley matchup is all wrapped, so we'll send you guys back over to the other games.
More icons to play with this year.
Official new Topps Premier League stickers featuring all 20 teams. Rare, Premier and featured player stickers to find. Hall of Fame legends, trailblazers and dominant duos, and the Divine Nine. Plus ultra-rare numbered parallel stickers. Start your sticker collection today.
This is where the journey begins.
The moment of her first game.
Here comes
Young Ronaldo.
And theirs.
What a debut from Vignola.
Rooney. Oh, he went for it.
And they achieved the unthinkable. And the moment history was rewritten. Again. Barclays have been there for it all. Every single moment. Barclays, supporting football for 25 years.
It kicks off with your starting 11. Handpicked, knowing what they bring to the pitch. Lightning strikes, hits like thunder. Inside a badge, where your pride belongs. Silver, metallic, like winning the ultimate prize. From fantasy to reality, made by you, made with Adobe Express.
Welcome back to the ePremier League Grand Finals 2026. I am joined here by the Crystal Palace boys in Brig. And Ethan, lads, your first game of the day coming up. First of all, how you doing? How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm not feeling too bad, mate. Yeah, it's first game on. Looking forward to it, especially playing a new teammate in Brig. Yeah, should be good.
Yeah, you boys obviously close outside of the game. How are you feeling? You got the trust for each other. Obviously, you got the games going on at the same time, Brig. So you're going to be looking over at Ethan's screen thinking, come on, fella.
If it goes anything like our media did, I'm not sure. Because, wow, that was a bad media day. But no, we're excited.
Fourth time representing Crystal Palace, I believe, Ethan, for you as well. What does this mean? What does it feel like? And for you, is it there like, right, is it time to go the next step further?
Yeah, I definitely think it's time to go to the next step. I think about 2 top 4s and then a top 12, which isn't so great. So yeah, hopefully with Brig, maybe Friday get over the line.
Last question, Brig. You winning the first game?
Hopefully.
6-pointer?
6-pointer, yeah.
Well, all the best, lads. We'll send it back over to FG over on the main desk.
Thank you so much to Shorey and Crystal Palace as well. Wow, what a round of fixtures we have just seen, because for the first time in this year's tournament, every team has got points on the board. An interesting dynamic with it being 2v2 FC, Ryan. We will see this numerous times throughout the whole tournament. One player wins, one player loses.
Yeah, it's just a surprise that it's taken this long, this many rounds, but I feel like with the matches, you kind of expect some games there's going to be a favourite, whereas the other teammate might not be as, I guess, as good on paper compared to the other player.
I mean, yeah, I think that it's a team game, and so you have to rely on your teammate and trust your teammate. You're constantly looking over, seeing their score as well, and so you both have to play well together. Some teams obviously dominate together, but again, we're going to see this throughout the entirety of the competition. Three points apiece. 3
points apiece indeed. Let's talk about Group A and Group B then first, shall we? I mean, firstly, Manchester City, of course, the reigning defending champions. They got 6 points out of 6 to kick things off.
Yeah, I think it's expected though for them. It's Matías Bernardo and Jafonso. If they didn't get 6 points from that game, no offence to Fulham, there would be serious question marks going on, because that's a game, not only on paper, but they have to win that game, and they did.
We're watching all of the highlights here. Chelsea as well, Casey, managed to get 6 points out of 6 for them. I mean, we're talking about the group stages being super important for both players, because we're seeing if you don't get 6 points, you could potentially already be at a disadvantage.
Well, it's interesting because some of those teams that already have 6, they're looking at some of those 3 points apiece matchups and just they're excited. They're excited to be in that position. But as we look at Group A standings, as we can see, I mean, it's just a Man City and Chelsea domination continuing.
And Crystal Palace haven't played yet, and they're in 3rd position. They will be absolutely delighted going into their next round of fixtures.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of both Ethan and Brigami. I think they're great players, and I think it's a game, again, they would expect to win against Fulham, who, of course, they played their game against Man City. It's a tough game. The goal difference, it's difficult to say, but it's an easier game on paper for them, but I still think it's a bit too difficult.
And exactly the same scenario in Group B for Aston Villa, yet to play, currently in 3rd position. They could do with both of their players winning, getting 6 points. I mean, Sunderland are the team to watch in this group, though, aren't they?
Absolutely. The Brazilians coming over for their very first time on 6 points, but goal difference is going to come into effect both in the top and the bottom as well. And so it could come down to goal difference, who gets that #1 spot going directly into the quarterfinals.
I'm a massive, massive fan of this ePremier League format. Let's carry on talking about Group C and Group D. We'll roll in some highlights as well, because we've spoken so much about this dynamic of this tournament, but we haven't mentioned, since coming back from the break, that one of the reigning defending champions is now representing Leeds United.
Yeah, and it's the thing where Tech says he didn't play that well. It looked easy, and I think for the ePremier League, of course, we've seen him in previous and different competitions this season. He just looks at home. It's easier for him because he knows no matter, he's the best player in this group by some distance. So I think for them, again, I wouldn't be surprised if they got 24 points. Like, it wouldn't surprise me, in my opinion. I think they're that good. Yeah, Leeds United are a formidable force.
I mean, listen, there's plenty of other teams in that group who will be looking to stop them. Arsenal as well, 4 points. They took on Brighton, who we've seen do so well in recent years. So close, but yet so far to lifting the ePremier League title. There's Group C as it stands. We mentioned Burnley and Liverpool, of course, sharing the points. Leeds United, though, 6 points, and they've already got a gap.
It's just, again, I know I said it already, I just can't see a world where they don't get close to maximum points. Nick Snebb, unbelievable player as well. Tex, we already know about Tex throughout the competition, albeit I know it's a different club with Leeds United. He's very, very good. Of course, with the points being split there between Burnley and Liverpool, it favours Leeds even more.
And Group D as well, we just mentioned it, Brighton. I mean, not the best start for them. We spoke a little bit about Brighton. That dynamic duo has been broken up, Case. They've been so close to winning it. And interestingly enough, one of the players who represented Brighton is now playing for Tottenham Hotspur, who we're yet to see in action.
Yeah, we are shifting things all over the place, and so I think that some of us would have been surprised by the start that Brighton had. But again, there's so many more rounds to be played here, and so things can completely shift by the end of today.
And a small matter of a North London derby. I know you're a fan of a North London club as well. It means so much for every Premier League club to see their side do really, really, really well here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, obviously for Spurs, they're yet to play, but the duo of Tom Lees and Mark Marley, that is an unbelievable duo. And to think, again, they're looking at the other games going on, they're thinking, Arsenal are sitting top on 4 points. So what they need to do is win both of their games, which they're probably expected to do, and then they're top already.
Well, listen, the first round of fixtures was absolutely incredible. It's now time for the second round to kick off. Let's head over to our casters as we get into all the action.
Thank you so much.
Well, here we go. We're about to get underway once again on the B Street. It looks quite lonely here by myself at the moment, but I'm going to have a very special guest joining me as we get kicked off very shortly with your favourite, Tom Stokes. He will be in action. Aston Villa kickstart their Premier League campaign. He's taking on Connor's Army of Brentford on the other side. Next to Stokes will be his teammate in Cameron Rock, a player that we've seen a lot of over this year. I saw him in Atlanta get very close to qualifying for the FC Pro Open, a player that is a little bit feared amongst other players. He will be taking on Owen Larney, who suffered 10 goals to the hands of Sunderland's Paolo Neto. On the other side, on the A stream, if you are heading and you've got both tabs open right now, we can keep you up to date. Crystal Palace and Fulham have just kicked off, and if there is any shocks in that game, we'll make sure we keep you posted. Here is my special guest. Come on in, come on. I'll squeeze up.
Oh, I'm sorry, mate.
It's all right. You just kept me waiting. Kept me waiting, but they've not even kicked off yet.
Well, they were waiting for us, weren't they?
They were. I have to say, great hosting today.
Thank you very much.
Doing a great job.
Thank you. Great B-stream hosting as well. Whilst I wasn't here, I was watching it.
Thank you.
Are you all right? How's your day been?
Yeah, really good. Really good. Plenty of FC. A lot of goals We just had 100 goals scored in that last game.
What, in one game?
No, over the tournament. over the tournament. Tom Stokes.
Oh,
in
yeah.
action.
Box office, Stokesy. We'd love to see it. I mean, also, of course, Cameron Rock against Larney.
Yeah.
Stokes is playing Connor's Army.
He is. Both players suffered heavy defeats. Connor's Army to the hands of Young. I was here. It might be the B stream or it might be the Buckley Brentford stream because I'm only watching Brentford today. I've been in here once before and watched Brentford lose. I'm back again. The Bees are not buzzing anymore because I think they're going to lose again to Aston Villa.
4-5-1, Brentford are lining up. Antoine Semenyo, by the way, centre midfield in a 4-5-1. Interesting. Great goal by Antoine Semenyo in the actual Premier League a minute ago.
Has he scored?
By the way. He has, 48th minute of the game. I love Premier League football and I love the ePremier League. Let's kick off the action, shall we, Rich?
I do love the Premier League. Let's get underway. Tom Stokes is in action against Connor's Army, and that's where we'll start on our coverage.
It's a goal. Already?
There has been a goal.
What a start that is for Stokes and Aston Villa.
Let's go there. Stokes 1-0 up in the opening 2 minutes. Dubia with the goal. Well, we're going to see a replay of it here. Cuts the edge of the box. First time pass. Opens up his feet and just hits a lovely low driven into the near post.
I do really like the low drivens on FC this year. I think it's a really, really good move to use in the attacking third. Great start for Stokes. Aston Villa leading Brentford already after 3 minutes in the first game. We'll keep you updated, of course, across both Aston Villa versus Brentford, both fixtures. As Aston Villa score again in the other game, if we head back over to the game with Cameron Rock against Larney. And we've just been told as well in the Twitch chat, FG, the
coach for Aston Villa, used to be my teacher at secondary school.
Wow, so, well, don't let dreams be dreams, eh?
Absolutely not.
What was he like as a secondary teacher? That's what we want to know. Aston Villa, by the way, great start for both of them.
Yeah, both leading at the moment. So we can give you updates from what's happening between Crystal Palace and Fulham as well. Bring Army is leaning against the Lunatic. 1-0.
Could be 2 as well in that game, and it is 2. Crystal Palace and Brig Army, 2 goals to the good against Lunatic. I mean, it's been a really difficult start for Fulham. They faced Manchester City in their opening
and Palace
game.
Now, yeah.
And Palace as well, yeah.
I've been watching a few of these games. Brentford have really, really struggled at the back, I've got to say. I mean, they conceded, combined 15 goals in their opening game. Against Sunderland. Let's jump on over because there's been a goal and it's Stokes who's conceded. Connor's Army getting back in it.
It is an equaliser. It's an equaliser from Estevao using the finesse plus. What an item that is as well.
Good finish.
Great finish indeed. I think when you get in that position and you've got the finesse plus play style, you have to take your shot, and most times it ends up into the back of the net. 1-1 in that game between Aston Villa and Brentford. Now, Rich, there's been a lot of talk on the broadcast. A lot of talk indeed on the broadcast about who the favourites are.
Yep.
You've made some claims, and to be honest, you're rarely wrong.
Only sometimes.
Manchester City have back-to-back ePremier League.
They are.
Champions. Are they retaining this year?
I think they're in a fantastic position to do so. However, I think Sunderland might just edge it. I think Sunderland are really good at FC.
What an amazing story that'll be as well for Sunderland making their ePremier League debut. There's a chance for Brentford, and it's the finesse plus again. Connor's Army.
Yeah.
With the carbon copy, Estevao making it 2-1 to Brentford. That is a huge, huge result if they can see that one out.
And that just is. I will say Stokes' defensive frailties are the thing that could let him down in this tournament. And I think once again you're seeing a lovely finish there from Connor. Finds the top corner with Estevao. And if there is an area of the pitch where Stokes can be got at, it is in the defensive third. But he's one of the best attacking players we've got in this tournament. So I wouldn't expect at all this to finish 2-1. I think there will be goals.
Yeah, Stokes, you mentioned he's got his frailties in terms of defence, but in terms of attacking, his box office. And there's definitely going to be more chances in this game, as Aston Villa in the second game, if we head on over, have scored a second goal, a goal from Cameron Rock. Larney's had an awful start
so far.
Yes, he has.
The tournament, he's conceded
12
of goals.
A dozen.
Is that his 10th goal he's conceded now?
12. A dozen.
Wow. A dozen. Oh yeah, you said a dozen. I was wondering why you were laughing.
Yeah, he conceded 10 against...
Let's head back over, shall we, to the game with Stoke, because there's been another goal in the game. And who else? Brolin. He's been used by so many players.
Oh, it's
here,
an error.
It's a bad mistake.
Yeah, just gave him the ball, really, from 10 yards out, and Stokes will punish you there. Brigami 4-0 up against Lunatic.
Wow.
Over in the A stream with Brandon and Casey?
Shorey. I think it's Shorey, yeah.
There you go.
Shocking that I called a dozen 10. Wow.
It's all right, happens to us all.
It does indeed. I mean, one thing's for certain, there's going to be dozens of goals here.
Bingo.
In the ePremier
You've reeled it back in.
This weekend.
You've reeled it back in.
The action doesn't stop. This format is honestly, it's amazing because the teams aren't just relying on individuals, they're relying on teams.
Oh, that's a lovely finish. We said this game simply wasn't going to...
That's an outrageous celebration.
Is that the bunny rabbit?
Yeah, it is outrageous.
He's hopping for joy.
Double tap pass there, and again the low driven, which we keep seeing from Brolin. It's Stokes who leads Connor's Army 3-2. Aston Villa leading both games.
Yes, and I think if you'd have said give a prediction on this, I would have said I think Villa will get 6 points. However, it wasn't going to be as simple as the Sunderland game that Brentford had for the Black Cats.
Let's take a look, shall we, at the chat right now, the YouTube chat here at EA Sports FC Pro. We are seeing you all. Hello to Javier. He's in the chat as well, enjoying it. I'm still really, really interested in the fact one of the coaches used to be a primary school teacher.
Yeah, me too. I wonder what subject to talk.
Well, Damo, if you're still here, please feel free to keep us updated. We've, of course, got the Stokes fan base in the chat as well.
And Lunatic, I want Lunatic watch because there's not often we get a 43-year-old competing at this level of event. He's an esports lecturer, he's a tutor, and he's just scored his first goal of the ePremier League, and Stokes has the fourth.
With the low driven once again, and this time it's Cole Palmer. The bunny rabbit celebration is back out for Stokes. And we're getting some more intel from Damo. He was chill. He was a behaviour teacher who collected you if you got sent out a lesson. Well, Damo, I hope you weren't getting sent out a lesson, mate.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Just the input, Damo. Stokes. We've got a goal between Cameron Rock and Larney, and it's Larney getting back in the game. That could be a little bit of hope, a little bit of a moment for him. 38 minutes in, let's jump back. We don't want to give away any of the tactical inputs if anyone's watching.
Yeah, half a dozen of goals in this game already.
Bingo. You're locked in now.
We're playing that now a lot. 4-2 to Aston Villa. From a Brentford perspective, a reminder, they were 2-1 up against Stokes. They'll be really disappointed. Connor's Army will be really disappointed with the goals he's conceded here.
Oh, he will. Because you get back into the game, you go 2-1 up, and then a mistake, an error that leads to a goal. And that just gives Stokes confidence. It gets him back in the game. And that's one thing you don't want to do. You don't want to give Stokes a lifeline.
Or another goal. Like
take it from you.
It's Bruno Fernandes who is next to take on the celebration. We've seen that 5 times from Stokes in this game now. And the nightmare start for Brentford is real right now. They are really, really struggling.
Yeah, it continues. Really poor performance from Brentford. That's 7 goals here. Cameron Rock has just added a 4th in his game against Larney. You know what 7 + 5 equals? A dozen.
Is that 10?
12 goals scored across the game so far between Aston Villa and Brentford.
Only 6-minute halves as well. I mean, it's interesting because we've seen 9-minute halves across other FC tournaments. Are we seeing a bit more of an attacking approach from our players to try and get the early goal and try and get the goal difference up?
Do I think it is? I think with the drafts, what a pass that is.
Oh,
great
what a
finish.
goal that is.
Connor's Army playing the flute. Bit of a chance back in the game for him, 5-3 now as we approach half-time. The reason I think we're seeing so many goals, the attacking players you can get for the budget are much better than the defensive players you can get for the budget. This is what I was talking to Ryan about earlier on today. Nobody's really gone heavy on defenders. Everyone's got Van de Ven, that seems to be a given, but there's not that many players who have really invested heavily in centre-backs and defenders, and the attacking players we're just seeing simply run through them.
Well, what a first half we have seen between Aston Villa and Brentford on our B stream. Myself and Richard Buckley watching the action, enjoying every moment. We hope you're enjoying the ePremier League so far. This tournament is fantastic. We're in Manchester as well, of course, the home of the back-to-back champions. Look, this has been a great start, hasn't it?
No, it really has, and I think when you look at the tournament as a whole, we're seeing those top performers starting to pull away in these groups, and we're also seeing players starting to get separated. And I don't want to pile on Brentford, but they are getting separated. They're conceding too many goals. They've not picked up a point yet, and they will be finishing 5th in the group.
Yeah, I mean, it does look that way.
They won't be buzzing at all.
Now, the Bees are definitely not buzzing here, Brentford. I mean, it's been a disastrous start, especially for Lani. The amount of goals conceded is such a worry. When you're in a position like this and you know that you've got the odds stacked against you, Rich, what is the state of play? What do you do here? Because you're looking over at your teammate and it's not going well for him either.
You've just got to take every sort of 10, 15 minutes in game at a time. Try and settle in. Try and just compose yourself a little bit. Take simple wins if you can from the game.
Yeah, and it's Aston Villa still on the attack. 4-1 up against Brentford right now. It's and another goal actually in the other game. There's a chance there for Aston Villa. We'll move back over because we spoke about Brentford and potentially
he has been the better of the two players, has Connor's Army. The Young match, he only lost 5-2. We got it back to 4-2, and then Young got a late goal to sort of separate them. In this match here against Tom Stokes, it was 1-0 down, then 2-1 up, and then 4-1 down?
Yeah.
And now he's scored a couple of goals in a row, and he's starting to just put the pressure back on Stokes.
Yeah, let's stick with this one.
Where we're gonna,
There has been another goal in the other game, and no surprises, it's a 5th goal for Cameron Rock and Aston Villa against Lani and Brentford. Now this one, a bit more competitive. Stokes, of course, with a chance. Ooh, and that is definitely a penalty.
Yeah, it's just come straight through the back of him. Red card,
No
yellow card.
double jeopardy, of course, allowed, but a chance.
Bottom right.
For Bruno Fernandes, straight down the middle.
I want to saved it.
And I think the goalkeeper might have heard Richard Buckley's prediction because he went that way. Bruno Fernandes to make it 6-4, the 10th goal of the game. It's just, it's such a, it must be so frustrating for Connor's Army because he seems to get something back into the game, but it's the fine margins and the mistakes at the minute for Brentford.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't actually see how that even came about, that chance. He's ended up
straight
one-on-one, straight from kickoff, defending, and he's had to scythe him down in the box to try and limit the odds of conceding a goal. He still conceded from the spot, but he will be disappointed because now what you've done, you've given the momentum, you've given the ball back to Stokes. He's back in Stokes' court now, and he's on the press. Is Tom Stokes. Cameron Rock's just had a 6th against Lani.
It's a disastrous start for Lani.
It's now 16 goals conceded for Owen Lani.
Wow. Still games to play.
Yeah, there is.
Well, it was Cole Palmer.
Thankfully not today for him, though.
For
He's got a chance to go back to the hotel.
Yeah.
Get a good meal.
Stokes goes through again,
7-4.
and it's 7 for Aston Villa, and we keep seeing the celebration from Stokes, but this one's from Douglas Luiz. What an item that is, by the way. He was part of Team 1 in the current promo, and a fantastic item with a double play style too.
Yeah, absolutely. Double play style plus, as you said, really, really good item. Also quite cheap in the grand scheme of things as well. He's not coming in and breaking the bank at 700-800k. He's coming in at that 250-300k mark, and he can be a difference maker. We scored him a free kick earlier on today, actually for Brentford. And he's a pretty decent player, I will say that, Douglas Luiz, in the middle of the park.
He is indeed. We're seeing such a gap between Aston Villa and Brentford in both rounds of these fixtures, as Aston Villa
I think that's 6-2.
Yeah, 6-2 in that
and
game.
7-4.
And 7-4. Goals, goals, and goals. One thing's for certain in this tournament, you're guaranteed entertainment, you're guaranteed goals. Is attack the best form of defence?
You could say that. But maybe a best defence is the best way to win at the moment, because everyone's scoring goals. Nick's never kept a clean sheet. I think one of the only players to keep a clean sheet in this process so far. Process. Sounds like The Apprentice.
Well, he won't be getting fired anyway.
Lani might.
Nick Snebb, of course, teaming up with Tex and Leeds United. Tex aiming to become the first person to retain the ePremier League, representing 2 clubs, I think.
Yes. Liverpool in 2019 for Tex. We then went into 2020, where it was a great performance from Shells, where he picked up the tournament, obviously in an online format. We then saw Goalpoacher and Dammy. We've seen Stokes win the ePremier League with Olito and Leeds United. And then obviously Man City dominant. Tom Lees with Watford back in the online period as well. We've seen lots of players be successful at the ePremier League, but no one has been quite as successful as Tex. 3-time ePremier League champion. What you're seeing here is Owen Larney for Brentford, 7-2 down against Cameron Rock. Good start here as well for Aston Villa. They've had a long time sitting, waiting in the wings. They've watched a lot of gameplay here today. But with a 7-2 victory here, and if you just want to jump on over, we can see Thomas Brolin in celebration. That's Stokes adding an 8th goal in his game to put that out of reach from Connor's Army. It will be another big set of victories going against Brentford.
Another goal in the Aston Villa game, again from Cameron Rock, making it 8-2 to Aston Villa in that one. 16 goals for Aston Villa across the 2 games, only half a dozen from Brentford. Goal difference is massive in this, Rich, as well.
Owen Larney, I've tried not to pile onto Owen Larney here, but he's conceded 12.5 goals. 18.
And now we've got another goal in this game. This one's for Brentford and Connor's Army. This is going to be fantastic to watch Stokes and Aston Villa throughout this tournament, because defensively he's not the strongest. Attacking wise, he offers a lot, and from Connor's Army's perspective, he can take a lot of heart from this, I imagine. 5 goals. He will be slightly disappointed with the goals he's conceded, though.
Well, I think let's go to that game. Actually, it's a lot closer than Cameron Rock and Owen Larney. There, we're going to see 8-5 the scoreline now. I think for Stokes, you just got to make sure you play this next 5 or 10 minutes with a real composure, and make sure that you don't allow anything silly. You don't let Connor's Army get back into the game without him having to play some great FC.
He is on the attack now, though.
Douglas Luiz fires into Semenyo, twists his man, finds the bottom corner, and just like that, this game is back on. 8-6, 10 minutes left to play.
Antoine Semenyo with a low-driven, another brand new item from Team 1 of the Fantasy promo. It's coming up at about 1.5 million coins right now. He has actually scored against Leeds United today, which will help his upgrade as well. These are upgradable items in-game. I'm a massive fan of this promo.
Yep, one of my favourites.
From a Manchester City fan's perspective, of course, I want my team to win, but it's even nicer when they can get upgraded in FC2.
Absolutely. Just seeing the goal there that did find the back of the net. 8-6 now with 10 minutes left to play. Perfect for us. We can actually see the A stream. Just having a little look at this game as well right now. We saw a shot and Stokes just took a pause there, had a little deep breath, composed himself, made sure that he's ready for his last 10 minutes because there will be an onslaught coming his way from Connor's Army. Crystal Palace with an emphatic victory against Fulham. 2 wins going their way, so they'll be on 6 points after taking part against Fulham. And that's Fulham's day for today wrapped up. With 0
points. They were looking.
That's where Brentford will be as well if Connor's Army doesn't do something miraculous here in the final 3 minutes.
He is still trying to find a way, but of course it's 6-minute halves here at the ePremier League, which sort of gives the advantage to the defending side in this position. 8-6 it is, with Brentford still attacking, but time is running out as Estival.
Hold on. Hold that phone. 8-7. And he's on the comeback charge.
There's still a few minutes left in this as well.
There is.
Estival, I mean, you can't allow Estival in that position.
This was 8-4, this game. Stokes has had 3 goals conceded without reply. And now the question is, what minute are we there? 88?
87 going into the 88th minute, I'd say, after these replays.
Does he try and keep the ball, or does he go forward?
This is where the mental strength comes in.
88th minute, it's gone down as that goal. He watched the entire replay, so he tried and burn some minutes off the clock there. He's burned a few seconds, and he has done probably another minute there just through the replays. But you're probably looking at a +3, I would assume, with this many goals scored.
Villa are looking, of course, to make it 6 points out of 6. From Stokes' perspective, is he the man to try and defend? I'm not quite sure he would want to do that, but he is trying to see it out. 3 minutes added on, as you said, Rich.
I think he's
got the ball.
I think he should be fine here. He's got 1 minute left.
Doesn't look like giving it away. It's 6-minute halves. I think he's going to see this one out, and Aston Villa are going to take 6 points out of 6. We've had the stoppage time.
15 goals scored between Stokes and Connor's Army. A fantastic game of FC. Connor's Army will take a lot from that game. He really fought hard. He really got back into that matchup. But in the end, Stokes, with that lead, with the time running against Connor's Army, just couldn't quite force the equalising goal. A great game, though.
Fantastic game. And that is all a great advert for the ePremier League. 8-7 goals galore. Hat-tricks from Roland and Estival and more from other players too. But, I mean, it's Aston Villa who will be the happier of the two sides. It's been a disastrous day for Brentford as they end their day on 0 points.
Yep, plenty more ePremier League action rolling up after this break.
I think everyone knows that.
Yeah, it's Palace.
Yeah.
That's Crystal Palace. It's Palace, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an easy one.
Palace. Crystal Palace.
I don't care about Crystal Palace.
That's harsh. My granddad supported Palace.
I care even less now. I'll tell you that.
That's Fulham. Right here.
Fulham.
Fulham.
Pretty sure it's Fulham, no?
Is it Fulham? Craven Cottage? It must be.
Fulham. I nearly said Everton. Honestly, I might get you to answer first, honestly.
Magpies, come on.
I do know it, but it's just escaped my mind.
I don't have a Scooby on that one. Sunderland.
Yeah, you should be.
Sunderland, no?
Yeah.
Newcastle, black and white.
Not Leicester.
Newcastle.
Newcastle.
It's Newcastle. Yeah, it's Newcastle.
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 Goodness. Don't need to answer.
Can we just not put that one?
Yeah, I was going to say that one's not going in,
Can we
hopefully.
just hide that one, please?
I should know everyone. The pensioners. I've never heard that.
I've not heard that. The who?
Pensioners. Like, what's Brighton? The Seagulls.
Oh, that's Premier League name.
Who?
Pensioners.
Pensioners.
Chelsea?
No. Go for it. We'll go Burnley.
No one's interested in their nickname, apparently.
Let's just throw Burnley.
Nottingham Forest, sorry.
Yeah, go with Forest. See? I told you!
Who cares about Chelsea?
I told you it's Chelsea.
Did Chelsea know this?
I didn't know it.
What?
FC, you gotta make some changes.
If I was in charge, I'll make it more hardcore.
Taekwondo should be allowed.
Offside!
And make it more dramatic.
That is quite dramatic. There should be more icons to play with this year.
Official new Topps Premier League stickers featuring all 20 teams. Rare, Premier and featured player stickers to find. Hall of Fame legends, trailblazers and dominant duos, and the Divine Nine. Plus ultra rare numbered parallel stickers. Start your sticker collection today.
This is where the journey begins.
The moment of her first game.
Here comes young Ronaldo.
And theirs.
What a debut from Vignola.
Rooney. Oh, he went for it.
And they achieved the unthinkable. And the moment history was rewritten. Again. Barclays have been there for it all. Every single moment. Barclays, supporting football for 25 years.
It kicks off with your starting 11. Handpicked, knowing what they bring to the pitch. Lightning strikes, hits like thunder. Inside a badge, where your pride belongs. Silver, metallic, like winning the ultimate prize. From fantasy to reality, made by you, made with Adobe Express.
Welcome back to the ePremier League. We have just seen 6 points from two teams in the last round of fixtures. Aston Villa with 6 points and Crystal Palace to Brandon and Ryan next to me. Brandon, first things first, a great performance from a Crystal Palace perspective.
Absolutely. Well, they've changed the team up a little bit now, haven't they? Ethan back again representing, but Nixon have gone across to a different side of the north now with Leeds United. This was, of course, one of the games which was a 3-0 win for Ethan. He kept a clean sheet, but then on the other side for Brig Army, I mean, he was free-flowing with goals, Ryan. What, he got 9 in the end, I think, 9-2 he won?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for both of them, they're expected to win that game. I said it beforehand as well. I just feel like for Ethan, I think he'll still be a bit annoyed, you know. 3-0, I still feel like he would have wanted to score a few more goals.
He's only the second person here so far today to keep a clean sheet, though. We've seen goals going in left, right and centre as we move on to the next round of fixtures as well. We'll take a look at the table first, actually, and we'll see how it stands. Crystal Palace overtaking Manchester City on goal difference.
Absolutely, it's the clean sheet, isn't it, that comes in clutch. I mean, even if you go deeper than that, if Brigg didn't concede late on to Lunatic or at all from Lunatic, it could have been a plus 12 goal difference for for Crystal Palace. So Manchester City, of course, just behind them in second. They're waiting to get their second round underway a little bit later on today, but for Fulham, it's not looking pretty.
It's not looking good at all. That's the end of Fulham in action today, and I'm sure they'll be happy to take a little breather going into tomorrow. Minus 19 goal difference as we move on to Group B, and Aston Villa faced up against Brentford, of course. Aston Villa's first round of fixtures here in Manchester, the Premier League, and for Brentford, it's similar to Fulham. It's been a difficult day for them.
Yeah, Cameron Rock flying, started as he means to go on as well. He's a player that I've spoken about. I rate him very, very highly. It's just sometimes in person, those land tournaments, he hasn't got it across the line, in my opinion. But I feel like he's got the ability to do so. And he's got a partner in Stokes that, to be honest, you'd hate to look over your shoulder and see a Stokes game, because it could be 8-7, it could be 9-8, it could be 10-3. There's so many goals that go in, it's a bit nervy, but Stokes done the job. Aston Villa sitting pretty, 6 points.
I mean, interestingly enough, we talk about goal difference. In that game with Stokes, he conceded 3 or 4 late goals. I mean, it doesn't really matter too much, but it could do a little bit later on. Sunderland in that group making their debut here at the Premier League, Brandon. They look like they are the clear favourites in Group B.
Absolutely. There's a lot of people saying as well, Sunderland, watch out for them to go the whole way. But just what Ryan said as well, you know, is Cameron Rock maybe got that teammate this year? Nothing against previous teammates, but is this the year that he's got that teammate that's won it before and been there and done it before in Tom Stokes? I know they were enjoying it, Tom Stokes fans. He made it interesting. 15 goals, and he only won by 1 goal. But Aston Villa have got a huge 3 points on the board.
Yeah, congratulations to Aston Villa. Fantastic start to them. Let's head over now to Shorey and Mr. Richard Buckley. It's time for some FC Pro IQ.
Yes, it certainly is. Myself and Shorey, before the next set of games do get underway, we want to have a look and a deeper dive at one of the, I'm going to say budget players, because coming in well under, should I say, 500k players, that is causing a bit of a stir, Shorey.
Definitely. Mr. Seydou Doumbia himself. An FC legend of the game.
Yep.
It's fair to say, or should we say a hero?
Heroic.
Starting off with his attribute details, guys, we can go through these very quickly because we know the playstyle is a bit more important. The 96 pace is the main thing we want to look at here. He's on the wing. Apparently, I'm doing apparently. We'll reset that one there, though. The pace is the most important thing. Shooting and dribbling coming in at 88 and 89 is also fantastic. And 96 stamina, do not underrate that as well in this ePremier League format. That is something fantastic.
Let's have a look at the play styles as well, because I think this is where Doumbia really shines. Obviously, low-driven, finesse, low-driven being plus. He's got ticky base. He's rapid as well. Obviously, you've got the rapid plus first touch. What's the best way to get the most out of Doumbia, would you say? Straight down the middle or maybe off a wing?
On the wings, 100%. Doumbia is going to be used on the left side of the pitch loads of times, and this is the most important play style in the whole game.
Wow.
On the wings. Rapid plus, in my opinion. As long as you've got finesse silver like that up there, you're absolutely fine. The gold and silver's not too much different, along with the low-driven shot plus as well. Honestly, low-driven finesses from that left-hand side. Beautiful.
Well, let's see him in action and see how this Doumbia is best utilised on the pitch. This is Crystal Palace against Fulham, what we just saw here. We'll let this clip play out, and then I want Shorey to break down where Doumbia is most effective.
Well, firstly, an overturn of possession. You see Salah here. One of the first things we want to touch on is the player lock into Cole Palmer there. But you're going to see Doumbia on that top-hand side of your screen. He is playing for left midfield there. It's just this fast player lock into Doumbia straight away into the finesse shot using that precision shooting. Now, if we run the clip back, we can run the clip quite far through until we need to break too much down here. It's that first player lock that we were on about on the wing. And then the back post into Doumbia. It's that rapid plus, though, but
I mean, you see him here at the top of the pitch. He's not even really, for a lot of players, involved. But a pro player is looking, where's the recycle going, right?
Absolutely. That's the main thing right here. Look, Cole Palmer, you're going, look, I don't need to pass it inside. A lot of players would driven pass it there. Look, straight out to the edge of the box. If we just pause it just here, you're in a position now where you think, right, look, you could play that ball straight away into Brolin there. But look, he doesn't. He just waits for a second. If we let the clip roll out a little bit further here, Bruno Fernandes with a nice turn. We pause it just here. You see, The run inside from Doumbia at this point now, that player log inside, we can run it back just there, a little bit more. We run the clip back just a bit more. Look, the stop there is just fantastic. Yeah. And then the pass back inside from Bruno Fernandes. We can let it play out once again here. The play lock quickly inside, using the left and the right stick. And the finesse shot, like I said, it doesn't matter if it's gold or silver, you're having a fantastic time.
Left, right, down the middle, Doumbia, a player that should be in the teams. More big games coming your way here at the Premier League. And we've got a derby, we've got the biggest derby in the Premier League coming up next. The North London. Have a look at this.
Games don't get much bigger than this.
Oh, wow! Because this means more.
This isn't just another game.
It's perfect football!
This is everything.
Same streets.
Same city. This is our time. This is the North London derby.
Well, this...
Welcome back, everyone, over to the B Stream. Happy to be back on the couch. We have a star-studded matchup over here on the B Stream. It is Wolves versus Bournemouth. Super excited to see this one underway. It is Diogo Mendes versus Kai Harris and Rasta Arter versus Gangle. As Richard Buckley joins us back in the B Stream studio, he ran very swiftly over from the analysis desk, as he does. Rich, how are we feeling about this Wolves versus Bournemouth matchup?
Yeah, feeling great. Shall we get into it? I think we kicked off, so we'll jump into it. Let's start with Diogo Mendes and Kai Harris. As Diogo and Rasta Arter for Wolves, I think they're in a tough predicament. They've been waiting a long time to play today. They've been here since all the players got here at the same time, around about 12 midday, and I mean, what time is it local right now? Just gone nearly 6 o'clock.
Yep, about that.
So you've been waiting a long time. You've probably been watching. You might have been ticking over, playing a few games. Get in this game, get an early goal, and just settle yourself into it.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a very, very long day for all competitors, but both Diogo and Rasta Arter, being from Portugal, Diogo playing in MLS before, also in the Portuguese league. So we actually have 2 rookies and also 2 vets competing in these 2 games here, as we see our first goal come in here for Bournemouth. That is Gangle, scoring up against Rasta Arter.
Rasta Arter 1-0 down in the early stages. He's a player that, I'll be completely honest, I've not seen in about 6 years. Rasta Arter. I cannot pinpoint the last time I saw him at an event.
It's been a minute.
But he's still doing the thing.
He's
still doing that thing. Still playing, and I think that obviously it was always going to be a Portuguese duo. And I don't know how this came together, but I would imagine Diogo got a call and said, "Who do you want as a teammate?" Being a prominent UK player, obviously Portuguese, but playing out of the UK.
They shared a coach as well, Armando as well. So I think that's probably where
Jafonso already taken.
Yep.
With Manchester City. Tuga obviously playing in Spain. A lot of Portuguese players already gone, shall we say, and occupied in leagues. And I think it just made sense, Rasta Arter and Diogo, to come together and try and claim ePremier League victory. Diogo, his first year, I remember him all the way back with Fulham in 2019, where he was playing, and still great to see him representing now at the ePremier League. Rasta Arter there did get one back, 1-1 now between himself and Gangle. As let's jump on over, we can see the ball in the back of the net, and it's Cole Palmer at the near post for Diogo Mendes, who's skiing down the slopes.
What a celebration. I always expect the Cole Palmer celebration, but I'm a fan of that one. Diogo also, last time we saw him was paired up with Tex.
Yep.
With Liverpool as well, and so he's been in the scene quite a bit, 3 years, but he hasn't been in the ePremier League since 2023, and so he's been competing all over the world, but happy to be back in ePrem with his brand new teammate, the Portuguese connection. We'll see how they do together.
As for the North London derby, which is taking place right now, Spurs leading 1-0, I believe, in both matches right now against their Arsenal rivals. Surprised by what you've seen today on the most part? Or has it sort of gone by?
There's a couple matches that I was a bit shocked about. I'm pretty shocked about Brighton, how that one's faring out. But for the most part, I think I expected mostly everything else.
Well, Rastarata has just gone 2-1 up against Gangle. Wolves right now sat top of the table alongside Leeds United, 6 points apiece for, I was going to say the Wolves.
For Wolves?
Yeah, but like I've been hitting the nicknames a lot. So when Brentford were playing, I was saying the Bees, the Citizens.
You can't really say the Wolves.
The Wolves.
It's just Wolf. The Wolves.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the proper.
It's a wolf on the badge.
But the plural of wolf is wolves.
Yeah. The Wolves.
There we go.
The pack.
There, ooh, that one's even better. Yeah, lock that one in.
They're hunting for any Premier League title.
Fiending for a trophy.
Now we're talking. Let's jump on over to the other Wolves match right now. Rastarata and Gangle. We've seen another celebration, and we've seen a third goal after conceding early for Wolverhampton Wanderers. Rastarata 3-1 up.
And that just goes to show, we mentioned earlier, they've been sitting in that back room for quite a while now. It might have just taken a few minutes for Rastarata to get warmed up here in this matchup up against Gangle, but it looks like he's finally coming back into his own.
We'll go back to Diogo Mendes and Kai Harris. Here, Diogo with the ball over the top. Kai Havertz down the byline. Does shoot there on the narrow angle. Whipped straight into the back post. A little bit of a knuckleball effect on it, but doesn't quite danger Kai Harris all too much.
Kai Harris, an interesting one as well. It's so odd to see him not in a Wolves kit, too. So Bournemouth is a new team for him.
A lot of Wolves in this game.
A lot of Wolves. So many Wolves.
Semenyo just out-muscled there by Maicon. His spell with Manchester City makes him eligible to be used here at the Premier League. I was trying to look through the history books. When did Doumbia play in the Premier League? I think it was a spell with Watford, and I think correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if we can get a fact check on this. I think he played at Newcastle United.
Okay, chat, let us know. Anyone have that deep ball knowledge?
At some point. I think he had a spell at Newcastle, which makes him eligible.
Also, speaking of the chat, let us know who you're rooting for. Who has impressed you most today? We do have the chat open over here on the B stream. Let us know.
Yeah, some rooting, tooting, great games of FC.
Rootin' tootin'.
You didn't like that one now?
I don't think I did.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Maybe let's not add that one into the,
All
into the repertoire.
Even if your opinion's wrong.
Chat, one's in the chat if that was a good line. Rootin' tootin'. Two's in the chat if Richard Buckley should never say that again.
Or also, exclamation mark rewards if you thought that were a great line. Chance just wide of the post. We're going into half-time here between Wolves and Bournemouth, and it will be Wolves with a double lead at the break. 1-0 here against Kai Harris is Diogo Mendes, and as for Rastarata, we'll just go there now. We've gone into half-time. He's leading 4-1. A blip, I think is what you call it, at the start of the game, and since then it's been all Wolves.
All Wolves all around. Rastarata last year competing in EMLS, where he made it into the quarterfinals. And so he's just trying to make his mark all across the world as he makes it 5-1 up against Gangle, making it look quite easy. That first goal did not faze him too much.
So it was Seydou Doumbia. He had a loan spell for 3 matches at Newcastle United.
Okay, so you're right.
That makes him eligible. In 2016.
Okay.
Great career, though. I feel like every game that I've seen here on the B stream has been a bit of a blowout. The only match that was really close was that Stokes and Connors Army game that we just saw there.
Yep.
And really, that was through Connors Army making a miraculous comeback and Stokes sort of throwing the game away.
That's a Stokes game, though. I feel like you have to expect him to concede a lot of goals. Honestly, watching Stokes is quite possibly one of the most stressful things to do. If you're a Stokes fan, you are constantly on the edge of your seat.
Great entertainment, though, for a neutral like us.
Yes.
Because you know there's going to be goals, there's going to be fireworks. when Tom Stokes steps up. Let's go back to the Diogo Mendes and Kai Harris game. It's a much tighter affair, only 1-0 the scoreline at the moment. But every time we look at this game, it's Diogo pressure, and he's trying to force the issue and get that second goal. Kai Harris, I mean, it just seems to be sort of sticking around in this match and can't quite force anything goalwards again. The XG, I dread to look because Diogo has been peppering that Bournemouth goal.
Yeah, I'm sensing another goal on the horizon. But looking backwards in time for Diogo Mendes, he has made it to the quarterfinals twice in 22 and 23, and also the semifinals. And so we've seen him do pretty well in playoffs, but not quite make it to the end. He hasn't made it to a final yet, and so that's definitely going to be a goal. And he's looking to top his group to put him in a better position going into these playoffs.
And this game right here, this is one of those that you have to kill. You have to finish the game off before you let Kai Harris back into it. You're also in a group with arguably one of the favourites in Leeds United, which you would imagine they will be getting 6 points each and every round and really putting the pressure on at the top of the table. Tex said to me on, it wasn't necessarily on commentary, it was off the broadcast, he said he thinks that game will come down between him and Diogo. If he beats him, he expects Wolves to pick up maximum points throughout this process until they face each other, and he thinks it will come down to that game.
I mean, that game is going to be good, but Nick Sneb versus Rasa Artur is also going to be a very, very top-tier matchup.
But he's got to kill the game off now.
Yep, so these games are so important. You cannot drop any points because I don't envision Leeds dropping any points at any point as well. So he needs to keep in this one because Rasa Artur is doing the job.
He certainly is. We didn't see that case. Just nearly pulled the entire B-string commentary
Almost
apart.
took apart the entire setup.
The leg got caught in the wire and nearly took it all out. Rasa Artur, I mean, said we've not seen a lot of him, but he's still a fantastic player, and that is maybe my favourite goal of the day. One-touch football all the way through. Doumbia with it, 7-1.
So much patience there, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Doumbia, one of those players that we see on a lot of these players' teams. He's so stellar on the wing. And yeah, Rasa Artur making it look pretty much simple.
The other matches taking place right now. Matt Marley leading 2-1 against RSD Gold. And Tom Lee leading 5-0 against Lions.
Lions, yep. Big start there for Tom.
Let's go back to the 1-0 game here. We're about 10 minutes ahead, actually, of the Rasa Artur game. So we'll see one match finish. We can then jump over, see the other match finish as well, because this game is more tightly contested. It has been, it feels like waves of pressure from Diogo Mendes, but he can't quite get that second goal. And whenever you can't get the second goal, it gives your opponent a chance, not with passing like that.
That's the thing. You could be dominating the entire game, have the majority of the possession, but with the scoreline like 1-0, you can easily hand over this game to your opponent. And so you really do have to be careful, and I think that Diogo's creating way more chances than Kai Harris here, but I mean, on an easy counter, you can easily run it back down the pitch, and it's 1-1.
Absolutely. Chance. That is the chance. That is the goal. 2-0. Bruno Fernandes with it. The Portuguese star of the Premier League for the Portuguese duo of Wolverhampton Wanderers. 15 minutes left on the clock. That's exactly what Diogo needed to put this game into a real promising position for Wolves.
Absolutely. Both Wolves players doing the job that they need to do in this matchup here. It's their first matchup of the day. They've been waiting around, just ready to get their ePrem group stage journey going, and it's a good start for them. Unfortunate for Bournemouth. It is looking like they are having the start that they were not necessarily hoping to have, but lots of games left to be played over the next 2 days.
You say that, but there's not. There's only 2 games left to play. And I think if you look at their results, well, I'm going to sort of go back here for Bournemouth. You lost 5-1, Tex against Kai Harris. You lost 3-0 against Nixneb for Gangle, that's a maximum of 12 points left to play for. That's probably not going to finish your first or second. It's definitely not going to finish your first. Probably not going to finish your second. You're probably looking at third or fourth. However, what I will say for Bournemouth, you've got nicer games coming up.
Yes. No, I definitely think their first half of the competition is a lot more difficult. But again, with this new format, every single place is going to count in terms of where they place in playoffs, and so they have to stay in it. These last couple games are so important. Yes.
In previous ePremier Leagues, it was if you're not finishing top, it doesn't really matter.
Yep.
Whereas now each place will put you in a different position in the bracket. First, second, third, fourth, and fifth, meaning that it does matter if you finish second, third, or fifth, because you will have a quote-unquote nicer bracket the higher up you finish, the less games you have to play.
Right. I think last year, if Bournemouth were in this position, they would probably check out because if they couldn't lock in that #1 spot, there was no point. But now this year, which I think is such a great addition into this specific format, I think it's going to keep it interesting until the very last match that we have.
Absolutely. Well, Rastarata's 9-1 up. We're not going to show you it because he's running away with the game at the moment. Every round I've done in here, I've had one game which has just been
absolute blowout.
Domination.
Yep.
10-3, first game of the day, Paolo Neto. We just saw Brig Army and Lunatic, obviously, on the A stream. Cameron Rock just beat Larney 8-2.
Yeah, I watched Salmon win 7-1 in here.
Yeah,
So.
and now we're seeing a 9-1 as Diogo keeps the clean sheet. Rodri with the goal, 3-0 victory for Diogo. I'm going to say professional performance from Diogo Mendes in his opening game of the 2026 ePremier League.
Absolutely, because of course Kai Harris is a seasoned veteran in the ePremier League, so it's not an easy matchup, but he's able to get the job done, concede no goals as well, and so this will put them in a much better position going into the second round shortly.
Six points for Wolves. They will keep tabs with Leeds United at the top of the table. Burnley on 3, Liverpool on 3, and then Bournemouth coming in bottom of the table on 0. Full-time result coming your way with only one additional minute. Diogo Mendes in the winners column to kickstart his ePremier League. 3-0 win against a robust Kai Harris, but didn't quite have the finishing touch. When it was 1-0, Kai had a couple of chances and could have got back into the game, but it just wasn't meant to be. Let's jump on over to Rastarata and Gangle.
10 goals, my goodness. What a start to the ePremier League for Rastarata here.
I've seen 10 goals twice when I've been in here. He went 1-0 down. He scored 10 unanswered.
Yep. He just needed a second to warm up. Take a breath.
Done. That was his breath.
Oh, that was
he took the breath. Yeah.
Are you good?
he took a very quick breath.
Yep.
And then he
instantly back in.
Yeah. I'm just having a look at that North London derby. Mark Marley is having a real tough game at the moment against RSD. It's 3-3.
RSD giving people good games.
Yeah.
Continuously.
If he gets a draw there, he'll be on 4 points from his individual matches.
Yep. He is fighting for that spot.
Well, full time is coming your way here. Rastarata scoring 10 goals against Gangle. And we've just seen a difference of skill. That's all I'll say, a difference of ability showcased here. Gangle never quite got into the game. He went 1-0 up, but the game just slipped away from him. And in the end, dominance from Wolverhampton Wanderers and dominance from Rastarata. Casey, thoughts on Wolves as a potential league topper, division topper in this 5-team group?
I mean, it's going to come down to that last game up against Leeds. It's the last game of the group stage for those two as well. And so that'll be tomorrow. So look out for that one because it's going to be one or the other.
Yeah, I'm just seeing the stats here. Diogo Mendes, 59% of the ball, well over 1 XG, more than Kai Harris. It was a dominant performance, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Wolves can continue their ePremier League later on today. Tottenham versus Arsenal still underway right now. If you want to see the ending of that, head on over to the A stream. But right now, here on the B stream, we're going to take a quick break before the ePremier League rolls on right after this.
FC, you gotta make some changes.
If I was in charge, I'll make it more hardcore.
Taekwondo should be allowed.
Offside!
And make it more dramatic.
That is quite dramatic. There should be more icons to play with this year.
Official new Topps Premier League stickers featuring all 20 teams. Rare, Premier and featured player stickers to find. Hall of Fame legends, trailblazers and dominant duos, and the Divine Nine. Plus ultra-rare numbered parallel stickers. Start your sticker collection today.
This is where the journey begins.
The moment of her first game.
Here comes young Ronaldo.
And theirs.
What a debut from Vignola.
Rooney. Oh, he went for it.
And they achieved the unthinkable. And the moment history was rewritten. Again. Barclays have been there for it all. Every single moment. Barclays, supporting football for 25 years.
It kicks off with your starting 11. Hand-picked, knowing what they bring to the pitch. Lightning strikes, hits like thunder. Inside a badge, where your pride belongs. Silver, metallic, like winning the ultimate prize. From fantasy to reality. Made by you. Made with Adobe Express.
Well, hello and welcome back to the ePremier League group stages. I am joined by the two West Ham boys in Ipman and Holdinho. Chaps, of course, one game played so far today. How are you feeling in the tournament so far? I mean, another appearance for you back in the ePremier League, Holdinho, my friend?
Yeah, it's not been too bad. I think played all right, but obviously still didn't get a result, so we'll build on that and try and get one in the next couple of games.
Yeah, Ipman, of course, your first ever LAN event. You've now got a game against Manchester City. I mean, how does that feel? Of course, they're looking to make it the three-peat. What are you thinking going into it?
Zero pressure on us. We're the underdogs here. Just trying to get a point and see what we can do in the game.
Is Bonanno someone, have you studied his game? Have you watched his game before playing against him?
Not really, but I know he's in the 4-5-1, so probably a lot of triggers with the centre mid.
And Holdinho, one final question for you, my friend. I've seen this man play many a time. He's played before. He's got some skill goals in the locker. We're going to see a potential skill goal come out in this game. A couple five-star skill moves.
We'll try it. We've only got one 5-star skill or something.
Well, at least we've got one. Well, lads, all the best against Manchester City. We'll send it back to FG now on the main desk.
Thank you. Welcome back to the main desk. I'm joined by Brandon and Casey, and what a round of fixtures we have just seen. Of course, we will start with Tottenham Hotspur, Tom Lees and Marley in the North London derby. Now, first things first, Tom Lees, Brandon, what a fantastic performance that was from him.
I mean, look, he's been saying he's not been feeling too well. If that's him not well playing FC, I'm scared of what he's like at full fitness, because he was flying. Of course, we'll see that game surely, but first we'll see Mark Marley, who, let's be honest, Case, I think he'll be a little bit disappointed that he drew against Ricky.
He will definitely be disappointed. He's made it to multiple finals in this competition. He's a veteran, and so to draw in that regard, I think he expected a win out of this one.
Of course, in the group stage, points are so important. From an Arsenal perspective, I think Ricky will be quite happy with it. We saw him dancing about. I want to know what was on his playlist. I'm sure I'll find that out a little bit later on. But from a Wolves perspective, as we're looking at Group C, they got 6 points in their first game, and also one of their players scored 10.
10 goals. Arasta Arta had an absolute dominant performance, and Diogo got the job done 3-0 as well.
We'll go back to Group D. Like we said, Arsenal currently top after the North London derby, but I mean, Tottenham have got games in hand, of course. That was their first game. going back to what you said, I think they will be disappointed in not taking 6 points.
Absolutely. I think Jayden was on the sidelines. I mean, like he said, he was obviously watching his former teammate and hoping that he dropped points. He did drop points, but yeah, that table really should have been Spurs top with 6 points. Arsenal down in third, and then Brighton having to be in a more difficult situation. So yeah, points drop there. Brighton, chance tonight to go back top.
Yeah, a massive opportunity for Brighton coming a little bit later on. Let's take a look at Wolves then, shall we? We spoke about it just a minute ago, Casey. You were on the B stream, you were watching the action. Almost a perfect start for both Wolves players.
Absolutely. No, they start off with an absolute bang. This one was Diogo Mendes. He actually had a very slow start. It was 1-0 the majority of the game, but he was able to bang out 2 more. But on the other side, Rasa Arta, he actually conceded first, but then scored 10. So it really didn't matter. So that 1 goal did not affect him. We see the celebrations from the 2 Portuguese men. Great start for Wolves.
A fantastic start. The goal difference says it all. 12, plus 12 after 2 games played, 1 game per player. We're looking at this Group C. Leeds United, of course, 6 points as well. Who are you backing, Brandon?
I mean, after that, I was going to say Leeds, but after that, I'm not sure. What's interesting, FG, the 2 of our new ePremier League players, that being Paulo Neto and Rastorata, have both scored 10 goals in their first ePremier League game.
Yeah, what a way to impress indeed. Group C looking like that at the moment. We're moving on because Manchester City, the back-to-back champions, are back in action very soon. Case, you know how much they take this competition serious. We mentioned at the top of the show, Tex, who won last year, is playing for Leeds United. They've only gone and bought in former world number 1 Jafonso.
Yes, of course. Fantastic pickup from Manchester City. They're looking to secure another championship, but it's not going to be easy because there's new duos in this competition. They're going to have to go through them. But again, it's our second matchup now. We'll see how they do.
A new duo indeed. And I tell you what, let's go over and hear from them right now. The new Manchester City duo, Matty Bonanno and Jafonso.
I feel super excited for be here again.
I'm really excited, of course. My first time playing in ePremier League. To be honest, I just want to play, to prove my level, to be at my best.
It is non-stop Portuguese pressure.
Of course, Man City is one of the best teams of the world. I don't feel the pressure for them. I feel the pressure for me because I want to be the best player in the world.
Lets out a roar.
Man City have a lot of history in ePremier League. The pressure, of course, is always there, but we are just focused on ourselves and winning our games.
We won 2 in a row with Tex, but now we are opponents, we are enemies. We have a good relationship, but I want to destroy him, is the truth. Working with Jafonso will be incredible. I think we are a good team.
I think Matt is also a really good teammate. I feel really safe playing with him in the ePremier League because we have won 2 in the past, so he has a lot of experience in the competition.
Matías Bonanno has killed this game well and truly off.
I think the level it's really high. You have really good teams. We ourselves are also a good team, and we want to prove them.
We need to win for the spot and in Champions League and World Championship. We know it. We can do it. Trust in yourself, bro.
I trust on you. You trust on me.
Yeah.
The new power duo.
And welcome back to the B stream here at the ePremier League group stages. I am joined on my right by the main man, Mr. Ryan Pessoa. How are we, my friend?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Watching United again. I watched them in their first set of games. Didn't go well for them, to be honest.
Not gone to plan so far.
It might get even worse. They're up against Sunderland. Paulo Neto and Young, those 2 are flying. Paulo Neto, what was it, 10-3 first round. Young 5-2. So they're scoring goals. I expect more of the same in this round, to be fair.
I was chatting to Casey before. She was just saying about how obviously dominant Paulo Neto's been in that EMLS over the years. Now seeing him at the ePremier League, we've got this game starting up ready for you guys here. We've got Manchester United versus Sunderland. And I was saying to Ryan off camera, we're expecting goals in this one. We know how many goals Sunderland have already scored thus far in the ePremier League in 2 fixtures. Ryan, if they don't score 10 to 12 goals over 2 legs, I'll be surprised, which shows how good they are.
They could get that in 1 game. I'll be honest with you, Dragon offensively has never been great. Going forward, he's been one of the best players throughout the years.
But very unpredictable forward going forward.
So unpredictable. He scores goals, and he might do it now. Tried to go for that pass inside, and it didn't work out. But for Paulo Neto, he's operating on a different level. It's not even... I'd argue coming into one of the best in the tournament, maybe even look at him, he just scores.
It's like a robot out there.
It's too easy for him, which is weird to say because obviously the quality in ePremier is high, but you've seen him compete in the FC Pro Open. He's competed in the EMLS as well. For him, I'd actually think he'd come into the ePremier League thinking it's a bit of a gimme to get into they expect to get top seed. I think they will do so, and it's 1-0 already, and we'll keep it up to date with the other game as well with United. Cowleys versus Young of Sunderland. That's also 1-0.
1-0 in that one.
2 minutes in.
2 minutes in. Are we surprised though? Young has been on crazy form already so far in the ePremier League. And you think to yourselves, look, as the Man United players, look, they're two absolute, I mean, you'd say veterans in terms of how long they've been playing for. Yeah. Carl Lees is a name that's been around for such a long time. Of course, had that very famous penalty shootout against Thomas Lees.
Yeah, I used to think they were secret relatives. Just from the net, genuinely, I thought, really? Like, I played...
It's quite a niche last name, isn't it?
It is. So, it's a unique one, so I thought they're all great at the game. But yeah, I played Cowleys this year as well. He's an awkward player to play against. I played him on Champs. He likes possession. But then when you're in a position where you're chasing a game, possession does nothing. And this one as well, yeah, it's not looking good for Dragon. 2-0 down in 15 minutes. Sunderland are cruising already.
How much do we keep talking about this ePremier League roundabout? Just first 10, 15 minutes. Let's just keep it chill. A bit of ball possession, it just doesn't matter, because even if you keep the ball for 3 or 4 minutes against these upper echelon of players, it takes them 2 seconds to win the ball back, trigger one run down the wing, and they're back in.
I think that's one thing I'll say I really do like with FC26 in the sense of you're going to get goals. Goals for me as a viewer, that's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
I don't want to see a 1-0 game.
No, we don't need any 0-0, 1-0s.
Yeah, give me a 10-9 or something like that, like a Tom Stokes game. Yeah. They're the ones I'm here for. I
see his first game, 8-7, Stokes?
He almost threw it away.
I actually had to laugh with him backstage. I said to him, are you serious?
No, I said to him, what are you doing? He's just laughing at me. He says he has no idea what's happening.
I love Stokes' smile. It's just that cheeky smile of Stokes. But back into this game between Sunderland and Manchester United, 2-0 up. And we've also got Kyle Lees equalising against Young over in our other fixture, which, tell you something, if there was an upset, it would be the most surprising thing of the day so far.
Yeah.
Right.
Would you think for Young, there's a lot of pressure on his shoulder? I've not even seen much of him this year because he didn't qualify for the FC Pro Open. Obviously, a few years ago, runner-up at the Esports World Championships. He's been a player that's been in and amongst it in Brazil. I feel like there's a lot of pressure because partnering up with somebody like Paulo Neto, that ain't an easy game. I'm telling you, he's going to be flying.
Absolutely. And we see a potential goal back here. We do. So we've got no donuts for the Manchester United players, right?
Both got goals.
Both have got themselves a goal. Dragon, we said he can score goals, absolutely. But speaking about Young as well, that's someone that we know has had a bit of a rivalry with Anders, the best FC player in the world, undoubtedly, at the moment. That's someone who, I'll be honest, if you've got a rivalry with Anders Vergang, I think it says a lot about how good of a player you are.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
that's all.
I can't have a rivalry with Anders. I can't find a way to play him. You wouldn't even load into a practice for me.
Oh goodness.
Oh, it's just a bit of a tough one. But if we actually switch over to the other game here, we just had another goal from Sunderland, so they find themselves 2-1 up in both fixtures. This fixture just slightly behind here, the Kyle Lees versus Young. But yeah, certainly a tough one for Manchester United. I mean, if we actually look at their group, God, Cameron and Stokes in there as well. Like, it's just so difficult.
It's actually quite a tough group. Of course, you've got Sunderland in there, but the other teams in there, it's awkward games.
Yeah,
like Forest as well, underdogs in my opinion. I think Aston Villa could pose a big threat. Even Brentford, I know
they've struggled a bit so far.
Connor's more than decent. He's okay, but they haven't really shown it. But the group's not easy.
That was the 8-7 Tom Stokes game. I mean,
Young's in. It's got to be finesse. Brolin 3-1. That's it.
That's it. GG's.
No, that's an important goal there to get that 2-goal lead as well. That cushion. And we'll bring you updates as well when we can. There is a goal that did go in that other game between Dragon and Paulo Neto, and it's fallen in favour of Dragon. So that game right now is 2-2. We said Dragon scores goals. I feel like there's going to be a lot more goals in that game.
Wow, if we switch back over to that Dragon Paulo Neto game, 2-2 here in this one. We'll keep more of an eye on this one for now, while we've got Young 3-1 up against Carlisle. Of course, we'll keep the score updated throughout. And interesting one here, ladies and gentlemen. Just
look at that goal as well. Straight off the kick-off there. Sorry to cut you off there. I know what you're about to say. Go on.
Well, we've got 3-2 up in this one. Very interesting, of course, over on the B stream. But over on the A stream, guys, we've got West Ham, Manchester City. I've just interviewed West Ham over on the A stream. Ipman is 2-0 up against Matthias Bonanno.
I'll tell you something about this. So at the start of the season, I was playing in the qualifiers. Right, actually played quite a few players in ePrem, funny enough.
Yep.
I've lost, let's say I played 10, won 8, lost 2. Ipman was one of them.
The one that you lost against?
Battered me.
Actually, had to beat Ipman. It's 2-1 in that game now. It's 2-1. Anyway, back to our featured matches, but it has to be said, yeah, I beat Ipman last year to qualify for Leicester.
Oh, that was the qualifier?
Yeah.
Oh.
The game before, before qualification. Yeah. There you know.
No, he was good when I played him this year. He impressed me. Honestly, I was shocked because I didn't know what to expect. But yeah, we'll focus on this game as well. Of course, Dragon against Paulo Neto, 3-2. But far from over.
Yeah, we've touched on Dragon's awkward attacking over the years. He's someone I used to hate to play. I used to hate to play him.
I remember coming onto the scene. I used to do a lot of these online tournaments, and he would be, honestly, I would go into, there used to be ones every other day. I'm playing in every single one. Dragon's there, everyone. And he was
just always there, wasn't he?
Every time I made it to a final, it was up against him, and he would beat me every time until I changed formation, and he was fuming with me up. When I beat him once, he was so...
Lights out. You got him.
That's it. I sort of learned the recipe, but to play him on a one-off, it's weird. He attacks so... It's unique. I give him credit for that.
Getting into a couple of the items here at the Premier League, right? Like, I mean, who is like the first name on your team sheet? Who's the one you're thinking straight into the team?
Oh, it's got to be a goal.
Got to be a goal.
Douglas Luiz.
Yeah.
And Cole Palmer. Those two for me, play styles-wise. I'd actually say another one. Team of the year, Haaland.
You think he's in? Straight in for you?
For me, straight in, yeah.
It's an interesting one.
I spoke about Dragon attacking weird. This year, I would say, the last couple of years, I've been miles off it, right? Miles off it. I'm actually quite good this year. And Team of the Year Haaland is a joke. He's honestly so good.
What is it about him you like? Do you use his play styles to your advantage?
Not really.
No. Just run with him.
He just runs. You trigger him. Nobody's getting anywhere near him. Like in this position, if it's Haaland, I back myself to score. I know Esteban's got pace, but it's a different pace. Yeah. I can't explain it. Haaland's, it's the lengthy and everything. He just runs quicker. That is a poor offside trap. You're going to get punished. Gerrard in on goal. It's got to be. Doesn't actually tuck it away just before half-time. That would have been a big goal.
There's such awkward angles when you're running through sometimes, but I think on this game, we know how powerful finesses are. I think even on weak foot, you should just always open up the body and just go for the finesse. I think as long as you hit the precision shooting right, which all these pros do, let's be honest.
What about a chip shot? Is that an option?
Chip shot's an option there.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think it's always important to watch these games, guys, and see how these pros are scoring. I mean, it's a circus act back there. I mean, what's going on in that Carlisle Young fixture? 4-1 to the good, Young Leeds here. And this would put Sunderland 12 points out of 12 for the day as it stands so far.
For me, that is obviously it's an incredible return, but that could even be enough to get them top 4 just like that. This is a goal just before half-time for Kyle Lees and Manchester United against Sunderland. Comes at a perfect time as well. Yeah, how many points would you say? Obviously, it's going to depend on other results because there's going to be big swings, but...
Well, we've already seen games of... Sorry, I've already seen some games of one team winning and the other team winning. So it's like they're trading games. I think a safe number in terms of first place.
First place, I would say 18.
18?
Yeah.
Is 18 safe?
I would say, yeah.
It could be less and it could be more.
Yeah, I would say 19 points for me.
I've just gone full Michael Owen mode. 19
points, I'm going to say, is that you're going to get first in the group. If you get 19 points, you're getting first.
Well, 19 was what I predicted Leeds to get at the start of the groups. We see here a last attack chance here for Young, but it's solid defending there in from Kyle Lees. And that'll wrap up the first half in that one. We can jump back over to the Dragon Paulo Neto game now for you guys. We've got these games going in a nice flowing state here.
Yeah,
and fair play to the Man United players. Honestly, fair play, because you come into the Sunderland game, it is a little bit daunting when you see what they've done to another team.
Just got to tuck that away. Paulo Futre as well.
Don't you think that kind of keep movement's so impressive still? Because I know it's tiny, but like it's perfectly timed.
Yeah, it is.
Keep movement.
Does really, really well to prevent the chance there. United again going short from the corner. I don't like that going short from corners.
Especially with, you know, you can select an informed Virgil van Dijk in your team and just cross it to the back post and knock it down with a header. I just think that's such a more viable option. But who am I to tell them, really? I didn't make it this year.
Yes,
didn't make the cut.
It's a gimme though, that header. The knockdown, even if people think you have to player lock it.
Yeah.
Don't even
No, you actually don't.
I don't player lock it, and it's still, you score a lot of corners.
Yeah, your team of the year, Haaland, you don't need to play
he's a joke. He's so good. Calafiori there. Would he be someone that would be selected in your team?
He's
in. A no-brainer, right?
He's in.
A million coins?
Absolutely. At the end of the day, look, if you look at it in terms of a way of a mil on each player, it almost works out at the 10 million coin budget. And I think with the left-backs, it's a little bit scarce. There's not too many options. I thought a really interesting option with the centre-backs, we see almost a nice skill move there with the left-back, someone interesting being used. If we jump back over to the other game here, we've got another goal. Don't know what's going on in the menus. Some crazy stuff going on. I think we've got a game clip recorded, wanted to be done here. Salah finds it into the far corner. And then if we switch back over to the other game, we've got another goal again.
Yeah, breathing space. Cesc Fabregas making it a bigger lead for Sunderland in this game against Manchester United. It's a big moment in this game. You're going to see Fabregas just running in there. He's someone that's very underrated. Low-driven playstyle plus as well.
They made a perfect card. He's almost perfect centre mid.
So good.
Almost perfect. What I was saying about the left-backs is Dorgu in form. You know, people are using Dorgu.
I was a bit surprised. I thought
Marley's using him.
I thought it was a decoy. There's someone on the bench going to come up. But then I looked on someone's bench. There was no other left-back. So Dorgu's playing.
Man City game's 2-2, back on the mainstream. So Bonano has started pulling back that upset. We've now got Young 5-3. So many goals in these Sunderland games. We see another absolutely outrageous piece of play. I just love that. The advanced roulette from Semenyo into the far corner. And that's another man. Is he in your team?
Initially, I would say no, but after seeing what he's doing, it's got to be.
He's scoring goals that I'm not really seeing Doumbia score these exact same type. But Doumbia's been great with the low drivens to the far post.
It would have been Doumbia for me, but Semenyo's been really, really good.
And this is where the floodgates could really open. They're open for business.
If you're United here in this situation for Dragon, does he just try and carry on going as if the game is still in 3 goals? You can come back. It's possible.
In, of course, 6-minute halves, which we're playing now, it's more difficult. But yeah, I think Dragon keeps flying at him.
There he is. Does exactly that. Gets the goal back straight from kickoff. And it's Esteval, who's someone that's very expensive as well, over 2 million coins, selected in the team. Does really, really well to get a goal back in this game.
And both these games read 5-3 to Sunderland in both fixtures. I did say to you, I said to Ryan before, off camera guys, I said I'll bank transfer him £20 if Sunderland don't score 12 goals total. Because I just know. I just know they're just far too good at attacking. But I have to say, congrats to Man United so far in this game, because they are giving them a good game here.
No, they're doing really, really well. They're posing a huge threat in this game. Still a little bit to go for Dragon to potentially get a point. Would be incredible from this game. He's made a big mistake. Offside trap. Douglas Luiz goes for the chip we mentioned earlier. 6-3. That is game done for me. I think mentally, to concede just like that is devastating.
Your VIP man, right? First man on the team sheet, right?
Yep, exactly that. And the same thing happened in the other game between United and Sunderland. 6-3. We'll jump on over there because we're in a pause now. Cole Palmer tucks it away. And that is the 12th goal.
I think they're just looking at each other, just next to each other, just like, should I score another one now?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Same scoreline as well. 6-3 for both of the Sunderland players against Manchester United. A huge win for them. We'll put them on 12 points.
And surely the highest scorers so far at the tournament, I have to be Sunderland so far. I mean,
it's got to be.
How many goals are they on now? They're on an outrageous amount of goals early doors. I think they're almost on 30 goals, Sunderland.
Yeah, I think
after 2 games.
I want to say they're on 27 goals.
27.
I think it's 27 goals scored.
Yeah. Insane work from the guys. And right, I've been asking on the B stream, I've been asking who are people's actual favourites for the ePremier League, and I'm going to have to ask you yours.
Oh, it's a beautiful. Oh, wow. That is a sensational goal. Cole Palmer. Crazy. Oh, my goodness. 7-3. Sunderland seal the deal. 3 points will be locked in this game. You'd expect the same in the other one. Favourite?
It's a very difficult question to answer, I will say.
City.
City.
I think.
It feels like in the knockout rounds they'll get to that level of
just Matthias and Jafonso is not a joke. That's
and he's 4-2 up now. He's pulled off that 2-0 comeback.
I just don't see. They're too good for me, in my opinion. Obviously, they've got a decently tough group. Like Palace and Chelsea sat second and third, who are both unbeaten as well. But I'm just going to go with City. What was yours? Leeds.
It's just such a difficult one to answer. I've actually written down a sheet. 6 teams that I think could win this tournament.
Yeah.
If we actually really try to narrow it down, you know, from no bias standpoint, you know, it's like Tom. I'd love to say.
I agree.
I think they're in that top 4 teams that you would sort of back to win it. I'm actually gonna say right now Sunderland.
Based on what we've seen, they've been the most impressive.
I think they'll be fearless. I think as well.
Yeah.
I don't think they worry about other people.
And I also think people will fear them more. Like,
yeah,
I think they would be more. Jafonso and Matthias would hate to see Paulo Neto and Young. It would be a potential rematch if they play between the World Cup final, World Championships, Jafonso Young.
It's like a real FC Pro set of fixtures, that is, isn't it? Of players who've made it there. We've actually got, guys, 7-3 in both games. Sorry, right? We've got 7-3 in both games here.
Yeah, 14 goals for Sunderland. But that's why I was saying, for them players, right, I think they look at the Premier League as easy in terms of the group stages. For them, they're not even thinking about anything other than first. They have to get first.
And that's no shade on any of these other players. It just shows the level that they're at.
They're too good.
When Haaland's scoring against lower Premier League teams, it's no disrespect towards the teams, it's just, I'm Erling Haaland.
Yep,
it's kind of on the same level here.
They're just, I think they're a cut above a lot of players in this competition, and I think it will get a bit more difficult for them in the knockouts as they go through it. I expect them to be in the final. I do. I genuinely do.
Absolutely. You see a bit of stamina gone there. You heard about all this team press, Messer and stuff, right?
Same as last year in a way. It sort of kicks in around this time. Players with more stamina and relentless, but players are just flicking on team press around the box. It helps a lot defensively. I think it makes it worse for players like Matthias Bonanno, whose their main strong point is defending.
Yeah.
It makes team press allows.
It evens out the playing field more.
It makes it. If you're a bad defender, you can slap team press on, and suddenly you're just as good as like a Matthias. Not, you know what I mean? Anyway.
Yeah, it helps you out. It gives you a bit of an advantage. Well, getting to the closing stages of this game here between Dragon and Paulo Neto. We'll switch over to the other game once this one just finishes off here. We'll watch the last 3 minutes here to see if we can get any more goals. I think we actually could.
Tries to be a bit fancy there in the box.
Going to see a first-time through ball potentially here. Paulo Futre. Definitely an interesting choice there, right, as well, Paulo Futre.
I said it earlier, it's a Dragon choice.
Yeah.
It's the most Dragon player of all time.
To be fair, we've seen that over the years, haven't we?
Yeah,
He's always selected a bit out there sort of players, hasn't he? But as we can see, Paulo Neto secures another 3 points for himself and Sunderland. And his teammate Young is about to replicate the exact same thing, almost with the exact same scoreline as we head over to our other fixture, the final 5 minutes here. And Sunderland starting off with a bang at the Premier League here, right?
Yeah, they've been sensational. They've been, I would say, the team of the day so far. Just based on what they've done. They've come in, there would be pressure on their shoulders because they're coming in as foreign players in the Premier League. They've never played here before. There'd be targets on their back and they don't care. They've made it 8-3 and 7-3.
What I love about these kind of players, sorry to cut you off, is just nothing phases.
No, and that's their 30th goal, by the way. If I'm not mistaken, that's
the 30th goal.
30th goal for Sunderland. Ridiculous.
Paulo Neto has scored 17 goals in 2 games, I think.
It's actually crazy.
17 goals in 2 games. It just shows the talent of these FC players. But look, Man United, look, you can't go away from this and hold your heads in shame or anything like that. Look, you're playing against 2 of the best players in the world. And we didn't get the same scoreline in both games, right? So keeping it interesting.
Young needed to get a couple more goals just to redeem himself in that first round. It was he only won 5-2. So he needs to get a couple.
Yeah, he needed
level it out a little bit.
In that one. Well, guys, +3 in this last game here of, I believe, round 7 of the day we are into here. Pretty sure the games are coming thick and fast over the day. We've got a couple more fixtures to go to finish everything off. as we see Sunderland looking to get one more goal here to go 9-3 to the good. He's trying, right? He's trying to get that last goal.
This just shows how ruthless they are, you know, because some people will just kick the ball out, and he's still going to progress on. That touch was very heavy, and the whistle blows there. 8-3 Sunderland win out that second set of games for them. They get 6 points against Manchester United, who have had a really tough start. But again, when you're up against Sunderland, I know for some people they'll think, how on earth can they be that good? They've got Paulo Neto and Young, two fantastic players, and that wraps up, Shory. It's been a pleasure. We're going to head on into a break. Of course, we still have a few more rounds for the day, so I'll see you very, very shortly.
FC, you gotta make some changes.
If I was in charge, I'll make it more hardcore.
Taekwondo should be allowed.
Offside!
And make it more dramatic.
That was quite dramatic. There should be more icons to play with this year.
Official new Topps Premier League stickers featuring all 20 teams. Rare, premier and featured player stickers to find. Hall of Fame legends, trailblazers and dominant duos, and the Divine Nine. Plus ultra rare numbered parallel stickers. Start your sticker collection today.
This is where the journey begins.
The moment of her first game.
Here comes young Ronaldo.
And theirs.
What a debut from Vignola.
Rooney. Oh, he went for it.
And they achieved the unthinkable. And the moment history was rewritten again. Barclays have been there for it all. Every single moment. Barclays, supporting football for 25 years.
It kicks off with your starting 11. Handpicked, knowing what they bring to the pitch. Lightning strikes, hits like thunder. Inside a badge, where your pride belongs. Silver, metallic, like winning the ultimate prize. From fantasy to reality, made by you, made with Adobe Express.
The time is now.
Is this the start of history being made?
FC Pro Leagues are here. And things are about to heat up.
Bellissimo! Manchester City have done it again!
Now it's time to support your club from the top leagues around the world.
You're the league champion!
With eChampions League and FC Pro World Championship spots up for grabs.
On the biggest of stages in Europe, world champion!
Every game matters. Get closer to glory.
Welcome back to the ePremier League. Manchester City, the back-to-back reigning defending champions with 6 points. On the other side of Manchester, it wasn't great for Manchester United. 2 losses in a row. I'm joined by Ryan Pessoa and Casey. We have to start with Manchester City because, I mean, from a Matty Bernardo perspective, he found himself 2-0 down early on.
No, here's the thing. Itman is a rookie in this competition. He has had fantastic games, but can't quite close it out. But after that first half, he was winning 2-1. He was giving Matty such a good game. He should be proud of himself, but of course, Matías Bonano is a champion. He rounded it out and won the game. Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic start to the game from Itman. I mean, it's his debut here at the ePremier League. Here's some more highlights. Jafonso as well. I mean, starting as he started off, he's continued, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. Jafonso is sensational. So is Matías Bonano as well. And again, it didn't make it that easy. I think Jorginho, of course, that game went a little bit too far away from him to try and get anything. But as you said, Casey, Itman was in the lead. But again, when you're against Matías Bonano and Manchester City, you know they're going to sooner or later pose a huge threat, and they did. Yeah, 2 wins each for Matty and for Jafonso. I mean, they're sitting pretty at the top. Of course, Crystal Palace have a round in hand. They'll be looking at Manchester City and they'll be looking at the 8-goal swing already. Of course, they've got to face each other as well. Case, Manchester City are clear favourites in this group now. Absolutely, but we're also looking at Chelsea. They are also undefeated, more games to be played. So those top 3 teams are looking to secure that #1 spot and hopefully make it directly into the quarterfinals. It's possible. And from a West Ham perspective and a Fulham perspective, it's not looking good, is it, Ryan? It's a difficult position to be in. You still want to try and fight and get more points on the board, but yeah, those opening rounds, it's been tough for them. Yeah, it's been a tough group indeed. Let's head over to Group B then, shall we? Because we mentioned Manchester City making it 12 points out of 12, and another team in Group B also did the same. Sunderland, they're making their debut here at the ePremier League, but if you're watching them, you'd think they'd been here for years. They've got a really, really good chance this year, Ryan, to go all the way. You know what? Paulo Neto, he's so good. So is Young as well, both of those 2 players. Yeah, so good. That is a highlight from Young's game as well. He ended up winning his game 8-3 in the end. I watched it, and then Paulo Neto 7-3. I think I was calculating. If I'm not mistaken, they've scored 30 goals already between both of them. Goal difference of plus 19, 12 points. They're cruising. They are cruising indeed. Aston Villa, of course, they've got the round in hand as well. Nottingham Forest as well, they're on 6 points. I mean, look, it's a big round of fixtures for both sides, Case, for Aston Villa and for Nottingham Forest. But it's hard to look past Sunderland now, isn't it, in Group B? They're going to have to beat Sunderland at some point. That is the only way to possibly surpass them because they are such a dynamic duo coming into this competition, coming all the way from Brazil as well. I mean, I think it's just like a foreboding thing. Everyone looking forward. If they've already played them, that's fine. But like, if you have to play Sunderland today or tomorrow moving forward, good luck. It'd be really interesting to see how tomorrow goes for both sides, for Manchester City and for Sunderland, because we've seen it so many times in the dynamic of this competition. You can have an amazing first day, but sometimes the second day is slightly difficult to keep up that tempo. Yeah, and I would say for Sunderland anyway, they're yet to play, in my opinion, the other top team in their group in Aston Villa. I think that's a big game. Same with City as well. The other 2 teams in amongst it with Palace and Chelsea, again, it's not going to be easy for those games. Well, listen, Group A and Group B have set the tone, set the standard. Let's head in to the next round of fixtures. We'll head over to our casters and let's get on with it.
Thank you so much, FG. We've been joined by a special guest as well. Last year, he was representing the track.
Yes, welcome back to the B stream with myself, Richard Buckley. I'm not going to be solo. I will have a guest once again with me, but we've got an absolute treat to show you. We are going to be looking at Leeds United against Liverpool, the MVP, the best player that's ever played in the ePremier League. We get the chance to watch him in all his glory in text. He'll be taking on Zanieri of Liverpool on the other side of the stage. We're going to see Konkai against Nick Sneb. Can there be a shock? Will there be a turn up for the history books? Will Tex and Nick Sneb drop points here for Leeds, or will it be a perfect haul once again for the Whites? And I'm joined, as you can hear, with my very special guest. It is Mr. FG.
Yeah, I mean, thank you very much, Mr. Richard Buckley. Liverpool, Leeds, we've spoken a lot about big games and big players. Tex, of course, defending champion. Quick question for you, though. Nick Sneb.
Yep, what about him?
A bit of pressure?
No. He won. He won his opening game 3-0. I actually think the first game was the pressure. I think now he's settled into the role. I think he will feel very comfortable. And also, there'll be pressure every game. But for me, it's all about how you start. If you can start well in your opening game, you are always going to be looking to improve. That's Tex going 1-0 up in the opening 8 minutes.
And that is Nick Stebb going 1-0 down.
Let's get over there. That's the story.
In the opening 8 minutes. Back to what I was saying about the pressure. I mean, do you think it's a really, really interesting dynamic, that Leeds United team? Because when you're playing with a star, probably arguably one of the best players to ever play in the ePremier League.
Yeah, the best.
The best player to play in the ePremier League. Do you think that is a lot of extra pressure that you must perform?
I don't know. You probably have to ask him. I think... I personally don't think so. I think as long as you are doing what you have been brought into the team to do, there's nothing that Tex will expect you to do.
Well, Nick Stebb is 1-0 down right now to
which is surprising.
Liverpool, which is a huge surprise, and it looks like Liverpool are on the attack again here.
I wonder what that noise was then, but it's the drummers in the crowd at Anfield.
I can hear it. Yeah, you can hear the.
I thought someone had took the headset. They were walking around the venue. Tex doing what he expects to do. As for Nick Stebb, let's just see this game, because it will be interesting if Konkai does get a result here.
Yeah, Leeds will be looking at 6 points. They will need.
We also just saw Banana go 2-0 down and then turn it on in the last 30 minutes and score 5 in a row. So I think for these matches, it does take a little bit of time sometimes to get into it, to settle into the game, and then you see the quality typically shine through. That drumming in the crowd's quite off-putting.
It is indeed, as Liverpool go through again with Semenyo, but a good tackle by Nick Stebb and Leeds United. Leeds, of course, 6 points out of 6. That's the first goal that Nick Stebb's conceded.
Yeah, he won his first game 3-0.
Premier League. Him and Ethan Higgins from Crystal Palace are the only ones to not concede a goal here.
And they used to be teammates.
They did indeed. They did indeed used to be teammates.
As for Leeds, they have won the Premier League before with Stokes and Odilito back in 2023, if my history is correct. And obviously Odilito, we're not seeing him anymore in the ePremier League. Leeds had a hiatus from England's top division, but they're back now, and what a team they've assembled through. Obviously Tex having that relationship with RB Leipzig, Red Bull obviously having a connection with Leeds United. They've brought the two together and also said to Tex, who do you want as a teammate? He's handpicked Nick Stebb.
It's a fantastic player to get as a teammate as well. Tex, like you said, he's handpicked him, but he's 2-0 down now, Nick Stebb, to Konkai and Liverpool. It's Cole Palmer with a cold celebration.
What a finish. Palmer with it at the near post. Just a little bit too much space there, I think, if you are Leeds United and you're looking at that. Konkai is a good player. We've seen some really good performances from him over the course of his career. But Nick Stebb was the favourite in this game. And I still expect Nick Stebb to win. However, let's just wait and see. Do you know what Nick Stebb, why he's called that?
I don't.
If you spell his name backwards, that's his surname. Benskin.
Oh, wow. I wonder what Buckley is backwards. Yeah, it won't work, mate.
Yelkabuk.
Interesting.
GF?
It won't work either, pal.
No?
We've seen a lot of low drivens here at the Premier League.
We have. It's the best
so
way to score.
Is that the best attacking play style for you? Is that the one that's your go-to play style in FC?
What a great question. Such a complex question as well, because Some people go finesse, some people go low driven. What if you combine the two? My favourite finish, low driven finesse.
That's outrageous.
Thank you.
Nick's never come forward looking to get a goal back against Liverpool.
Someone told me your favourite finish was the chip shot.
Well, if Icon swaps anything to go by, it most definitely isn't, mate.
Struggle with the German player?
I absolutely struggle, but I was delighted to get my Beckenbauer and Bergkamp and
Do you know how many Icon swaps I completed?
All of them?
0. Team's already too good. Didn't need R9.
Well, I played against R9.
Were you good?
Scored 6.
But you scored 7. Come on! No.
I didn't.
All right, well, we're back underway with the action. 40 minutes on the clock. And Leeds United certainly not scored 6 or 7. It's a 2-0 defeat at the moment as we approach half-time.
A goal before half-time would be big in this situation, I think, from both perspectives. From a Liverpool perspective, from Konkai, one more goal, is that enough 6-minute halves here in Manchester as well, Rich? One more goal before half-time for Liverpool could really shake things up, but he has given the ball away to Semenyo.
I think
an attack.
Yeah, it would shake the game up if Nick Snebb was to get a goal there. Just a mistake on the edge of the box from Konkai and a low-driven good save from Robin Reeves in the Liverpool goal. What a season he's had at Sunderland.
Fantastic season. Arguably, for me, probably the Premier League team of the season contender.
The goalkeeper. I think David Raya's got something to say about it.
Yeah, or Donnarumma as well.
Yep. But
we're so blessed in the Premier League, aren't we?
Oh, some great goalkeepers. I mean, great players across the board as well. Let's see on board to see what Tex is doing. He's 3-0 up against Zanieri, but it was an early start from Tex that just put him in a very comfortable position.
Yeah, 3-0 at half-time, a mountain to climb for Liverpool in that one and Zanieri. But on the other side, I mean, it's half-time in the other game, and Konkai is 2 goals to the good against Nick Snebb. So we're looking at a possibility of both Liverpool and Leeds taking points from this round of fixtures.
Yeah, which would be very, very surprising. As for the A stream, I know people want to keep on board with everything that is happening. Gorilla is in action right now. He is alongside his teammate Yonis for Everton. They are taking on Brighton and Hove Albion, and Brighton are in a 6-point position. They're winning both of their individual games right now. 3-0 and 2-1. Yonis is losing 3-0 in his matchup. What a comeback, what a bounce back that would be for Brighton.
Yeah, they needed it. It wasn't the best start in their game against Arsenal earlier on, but I mean, if they can take 6 points, the group again looks like it's attainable. Brighton, of course, have gone so close.
You can see that. We'll tell you, you can't see it. Brighton would be on 7, Arsenal would be on 5, Spurs would be on 4, Newcastle would be on 3, and we've got a very special guest joining us.
Speaking about Brighton and Spurs, a man who, of course, represented Brighton for the last couple of seasons and is now representing Spurs. Marley, welcome to the broadcast. I mean, we're just talking about the dynamic of the ePremier League and how it's changed. Of course, you came so close to winning this tournament numerous times, a couple of times.
3 times, actually.
3 times in your eyes.
Just to remind myself.
Firstly, how's it feeling to be wearing the colours of Tottenham Hotspur and Spurs, and how does it feel to have parted ways with Brighton?
Yeah, it was obviously like a super hard decision. Me and Jaden are really good friends, of course, but Tom's someone I've known for years as well, and we've got a lot of mutual friends that we get along with. So yeah, it's a good environment to be in.
Well, I want to ask you, Mark, on a couple of these games because we've got a massive shock. Let's jump over there right now. I don't think anyone was predicting this. Konkai 2-0 up against Nick Snebb.
Yeah, but I mean, Kai's got, again, a lot of experience, especially playing on stage. I think he had a great Club World Cup run a few years ago, so this is the thing with ePrem. Upsets happen every year. Yeah, it's going to continue to happen.
You mentioned that you've come close 3 times, and it's hard to argue because it was agonising at points for you, especially.
Just bring it back up, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, look, from your perspective, in terms of that, I mean, is that something you can learn from? Do you think and I guess Jayden as well, because you've both proven that you deserve to be in the conversation for this competition. It's just about getting over the finish line now.
Yeah, I think you have to learn from it. I don't think we would have made back-to-back finals if we didn't learn from it. So that's the only mentality you can take going forward.
A lot of people have been saying there's 4 teams really in the running to as the favourites. You obviously with one of them, with Tottenham Hotspurs, Leeds, another one that's right up there. Talk to me a little bit about Sunderland, because they are the team that I think a lot of, especially ePremier League players, are looking at and fearing a little bit and sort of saying, even to a point like, do they have to be here? Do they? Paolo Neto and Young, but they've got 30 goals in their 2 games so far. They've been absolutely flying. What do you make of them as a potential favourite?
I mean, is anyone actually surprised of the Sunderland results so far?
I tell you, I'm surprised, because Liverpool have just scored a 3rd goal in the game against Nixneb. Sorry to interrupt you guys. Konkai with a fantastic result as it stands. And it's looking like both sides are going to take points in this one.
Yeah, which is, I mean, Leeds United will want to finish first. That'll be their main aim. But Wolves will be looking over their shoulder now and fancying this. They'll be looking at this group and thinking, if we just win out, we finish first. I mean, you were talking there about Sunderland, but how important is it to finish first as well? Obviously this year more than any other.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. You go straight through to the quarterfinals, and then you're starting to think, maybe 2 games away from Champions League as well, from a 1v1 point of view. So yeah, it's so important to try and top the group.
Let's talk about play styles, shall we? Because me and Rich were talking about attacking play styles. What's your favourite attacking play style? We've seen so many people using the low-driven. Rich said he likes the low-driven finesse shot, which, of course, is not really in my repertoire of play styles and stuff. But what do you look for in your items?
Well, Richard, obviously a man of great ball knowledge. Yeah,
thank you.
Low-driven finesse. Yeah, a lot of the Premier League players have both play styles, so yeah, I'd probably just go with normal finesse. Sometimes you don't need low-driven. But
who's your go-to player in your team then? So in your team here in the Premier League, who's the one that you were like, right, that is someone I have to pick no matter what?
Probably Mo Salah on the right. I think every single year for the last 7 years he's been in the team, either in the groups or the finals. So yeah, Mo Salah, he just scores.
Let's jump back on board with Texas on his way. He's going to be getting 3 points. I would be absolutely baffled if he was to throw that game away. However, this one, Konkai and Nixneb, the most surprising thing for me, Mark, is that Nixneb's not scored.
Yeah, not something you see very often at all.
If he was to lose like 5-4 and it'd be a close game, I think I'd accept that more. But this is a real tough pill to swallow if you are Leeds United. I mean, if Texas is looking over his left-hand shoulder and looking at this game, he'll be thinking, come on, let's turn this around. He's just got one back there.
There's a curse of the commentator, Richard Butley, coming straight in.
Thomas Rosicky.
One back indeed. Thomas Rosicky indeed.
He's actually very good, I have to say, especially off the bench.
It's a good one off the bench. What do you reckon about the new promo then, Marley? I mean, Team 1 and Team 2 out right now of the fantasy promo. Who's the players that you go to? I mean, for me personally, not biased at all, Antoine Semenyo is being used quite a lot as well here.
Yeah, I believe Tom has Semenyo in. I've got Palmer and Bruno Fernandes. So again, it's always a promo that you look out for the Premier League. It's always around the same time of the year.
Are you paying any attention to the other groups? Or
no,
not really?
Not really.
No.
Solely focused in your lane.
Yeah.
And it's always the way. What's the preparation been like for this tournament? At what point did you start really locking in and preparing? Of course, I imagine you've been playing at a high level all season, of course. But when it comes down to it, and it's coming close to this, what does it look like for you and Tom?
I think maybe like a week or two after the final Cash Cup in January ended, we started to go on calls, with our coaches and kind of just, become familiar with being in each other's, presence and stuff. So, yeah, maybe a week or two after the start of the Cash Cup.
I was going to ask you, how has it been with him, with Tom? Obviously, he's very similar to yourself, very experienced. He was the person who beat you in that first final at the Premier League, but I feel like he's also quite he's quite methodical in the way he approaches the game. If you do lose, it's usually just, I've lost the game. How is that as Nixneb gets another one back there? What's it been like with Tom?
Yeah, it's been amazing. We are actually very similar. I think in the way we view the game and even outside the game.
Yeah.
I think we hold the same values and opinions. So yeah, it's been really easy, amazing, and getting to be in that smaller circle with them, I think it's been a really good experience for both of us.
Absolutely. 3-2. I told you this game wasn't over yet. If Nick Snebb got the next goal, it was boosting into life, and he's just got 2 in as many minutes. Tex.
12 minutes to go in this one as well.
Tex is going to win. 3-0.
3-0 up, 91st minute. 10 minutes to go. Another thing as well, of course, the times. It's not 9-minute halves in this tournament. Game management. At what point do you try and hold possession and hold the ball? And this, I imagine it's a lot earlier based on the halves.
Yeah, it's something that's really difficult. I think you kind of maybe get a feel for it in game. I would be thinking maybe around 86, 85 that, yeah, I could probably hold on to it long enough.
So it's way too early here for Konkai to even think about it.
Yeah.
But it looks like he might concede here. Rosicky once again just getting out-muscled there by Saliba. A little bit nervy there at the back, but he just about gets his lines cleared, but it comes straight back at him.
I can sense the momentum. Not anymore.
Now, Konkai, you're looking at it, you're going, right.
Yeah, I would be trying to say to myself, if you're going to lose the ball, make sure it's higher up the pitch.
He's not. He is.
Yeah.
Good line.
Good line indeed.
You were on the line when you were younger?
No, mate, I couldn't keep up with it.
Okay. 3 minutes left to play. Will Nick Snebb salvage a point here for Leeds United? He just drives through the heart of that Liverpool defence, twisting, turning, trying to find an option. He's got nowhere on the edge of the box really to recycle to. He's waiting and now finds Rosicky. That pass just falls through a gap that wasn't quite there. Great press off the balls, dives in, wins the ball back, and once again, Leeds United looking to find an equaliser, but I'll be honest, I don't think it's going to happen.
What a result this is for Liverpool and Konkai. We mentioned just a few minutes ago, Zanieri lost to Tex. No surprises there. 3-0 win for Leeds United. But on this side, a shock result because Nick Snebb has lost 3-2 to Konkai. And what a point that is. 3 points that are for Liverpool.
That is shocking. And look, Mark, that could have a massive impact on this group as a whole.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Wolves, you're
buzzing.
Yeah, you've saw that and you've gone, we've got a chance here, yeah, for sure.
It still might come down to that last game between those two, between Wolves and Leeds, but Wolves can definitely put the pressure on now. If they keep winning, and you might see another slip up, but how's Nick Snebb going to deal with that coming back tomorrow? He's got more games to play. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens. Everton and Brighton just wrapping up. If you want to follow that on the A stream, they are just about going into injury time. Mark Marley, it's been an absolute pleasure. When can we see you next on the A stream? Is it soon?
Yeah, we're playing against Newcastle. 8:40, I think. Yeah.
8:40. Get in your diary to see Mark Marley and Tom Lees in action. But for right now, here on the B stream, we'll be back very soon for more ePremier League action.
FC, you gotta make some changes.
If I was in charge, I'll make it more hardcore.
Taekwondo should be allowed.
Offside!
And make it more dramatic.
That is quite dramatic. There should be more icons to play with this year.
Official new Topps Premier League stickers featuring all 20 teams. Rare, Premier and featured player stickers to find. Hall of Fame legends, trailblazers and dominant duos, and the Divine Nine. Plus ultra rare numbered parallel stickers. Start your sticker collection today.
This is where the journey begins.
The moment of her first game.
Here comes young Ronaldo.
And there's.
What a debut from Vignola.
Rooney. Oh, he went for it.
And they achieved the unthinkable.
Chiosa.
And the moment history was rewritten again. Barclays have been there for it all. Every single moment. Barclays, supporting football for 25 years.
It kicks off with your starting 11. Hand-picked, knowing what they bring to the pitch. Lightning strikes, hits like thunder. Inside a badge, where your pride belongs. Silver, metallic, like winning the ultimate prize. From fantasy to reality, made by you, made with Adobe Express.
Hello and welcome to the ePremier League. Wow, I mean, what a round of fixtures we just saw then, Ryan, because Liverpool and Leeds took 3 points each. You look at that fixture and you think Tex is going to win. He went on to win.
Yeah.
Nick Snebb losing to Liverpool. That's huge.
Yeah, obviously Konkai is incredible. He's very, very good. I wouldn't have expected it though, because of course I rate Nick Snebb as one of the best players in this whole tournament. He'll be gutted, but again, they've got the capability to bounce back and get some more points.
Let's take a look then, shall we, at all of the action so far. We've just ended another round, and Manchester City, of course. I mean, where better to start than the reigning defending back-to-back champions. They've started as they mean to go on. They're unbeaten. They've won 4 games out of 4. Matty and Jafonso.
Yeah, the fact that Matthias was 2-0 down as well, ended up winning that. Was it 7-2 in the end? It just shows that you can't really count out a player of that quality, and City on 12 points doesn't surprise me. It shouldn't surprise anybody else as well, but of course they've played more games than Palace and Chelsea. That's going to be a big game. That one there, someone needs to take 6 points out of that if they want to pose a big threat to City.
Well, that was what I was about to say to you, Ryan, because both teams are on 6 points currently. Of course, there's an opportunity for Crystal Palace and Chelsea, but both sides can't really afford to drop points in this one.
Yeah, and you could argue, obviously based on the table and prior to even seeing the games, City have played their 2 easier games on paper. They played West Ham United, sorry, they played Fulham against Chelsea and Palace. That's not going to be easy. You've got tough games there. Yeah, they could potentially drop points. You just never know.
Yeah, I mean, Manchester City are definitely in the driving seat, of course. Like you said, there's games in hand. We're going to see them soon. Let's go to Group B, because a new team in the ePremier League, and we've spoken a lot about at the start of the show, and rightly so, because Sunderland have done the same as Manchester City. They have taken all their points.
Yeah, that's a lovely goal as well. That whole build-up, you saw it briefly, just the player look, the first-time passes, utilising the play styles on FC26. Sunderland are a force to be reckoned with. Yes, they've got a bit fortunate with that goal, but they're scoring goals for fun. Paulo Neto and Young, unbelievable duo.
Where do you see them then in terms of this? We're looking at the Group B standings right now. Aston Villa, of course, and Nottingham Forest in a similar situation. They're got their game in hand and they're playing as well. Next, what a round of fixtures we've got. Similar sort of thing. Both teams don't really want to drop points.
Yeah, again, if you want to get that top spot, you need 6 points here, because Sunderland aren't going to drop many points as well. But again, you can look back at it and think they've also played the 2 technically worst teams on paper again. So it's poised to be a tough or a closer group anyway, if one of these teams can get 6 points.
I mean, listen, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic round of fixtures we've got to come. Group C, let's take a look at how the action is unfolding in Group C right now. Leeds, we just mentioned them a moment ago. They've got Tex, the reigning defending champion. He won it with Man City Esports last year. He's with Leeds United now, and he won 3-0 in his game, as you can see on the screen. But on the other side, a massive 3 points for Liverpool, but points dropped for Leeds United and Nick Steb.
Yeah, they'll be devastated with that. I know Nick Steb will be upset, but again, I said it before, he's so good. He'll be able to bounce back. He knows that he's capable of a lot more, and I think we'll see that. It's just difficult because they would have expected to be on 12 points right now.
And you're looking at it, Wolves will be looking at it, and they'll be really, really excited. Of course, Leeds and Wolves do meet, but much later in Group C. They'll be looking at this and they'll be thinking we've got a really, really strong chance here.
Yeah, absolutely. Rastorata and Diogo are unbelievable. And the fact that, again, they would have expected, if Leeds were going to drop points, I would have expected it to be in that game against Wolves. They've done it against Liverpool. Who knows? Could Wolves even take them down another notch or two? That would be, for them, incredible, but for Tex and Nick Steb, they'll be upset with that.
Oh my gosh, listen, 3 groups, A, B and C are looking fantastic, and Group D is taking shape as well. We've had a North London derby in there as well. We've seen Everton and Brighton in the last game. I mean, great performance, great bounce-back performance from Brighton against Everton.
Yeah, Jayden said it as well. It's in their hands if they win every single game, and they've started off as they mean to go on after that first round and that slip-up, I would say, to Arsenal, but that's a great win against Everton, who, of course, Gorilla had that great first round. Jonas has had a really tough start to the day, but for Brighton, I think they'd be delighted considering you saw that first round against Arsenal, but they're sitting top of the table on 7 points.
I mean, look at this table, though. Group D is where it's all happening at the moment, because any side could potentially have a chance of doing something. Of course, they rely on their players to do well. Interesting enough, Brighton, who are currently top, have come so close in recent years, but Marley is now with Tottenham Hotspur. He's teaming up with Tom Lees. Who do you think's coming out of this group as the top spot?
I actually think Spurs. I think Tottenham Hotspur do it just because Tom Lees and Mark Marley. But then again, I don't know. I think it's them. I could be wrong. If Brighton top the group, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, listen, I mean, one thing's for certain, it's very, very difficult to call that group, so we'll leave it up to you guys watching at home. One thing's for certain, we've seen so many amazing results here today. I mean, let's head over to Casey, who's now speaking to Leeds United, who managed 3 points in their game against Liverpool.
Yes, I am joined by the dynamic duo over here from Leeds. An almost perfect day today, but the job is done for today. We do it all again tomorrow. Tex, I'll start with you. Obviously 3-time champion, but new team. So how are we feeling in this group stage so far?
No, I'm feeling good. Obviously, not an ideal result for next up. They'll be angry about that one. But if we just win the rest of our games, we're chilling, so it doesn't make too much difference.
Well, you mentioned it, win the rest of our games, but who do you think is your biggest competition in your group?
I'd say Wolves.
And that's your last game as well, so that'll be a good game.
Yeah, we'll see how that one goes.
All right, Nick Steb, I know last game did not quite go to plan, but how are you feeling? You have a fantastic teammate, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, he's faultless so far, 6 from 6, 3-time champion. Hopefully, we can ride out another one, but still a long way to go.
But how important is getting that top spot for you guys as well?
Yeah, very important. Obviously, it's a great feeling for the month ahead, for the finals, and less games to play as well, less mistakes to make, I guess.
All right, well, we run it back tomorrow. I'll let you guys rest for the rest of the day. It's been a very long day. All right, guys, more games to be played. Thank you so much to Leeds. Let you guys go over there.
It's good to hear from both Nick Steb and Tex. Of course, you can see the emotion from both of them. But again, they back their ability, Shuri. They're capable of winning every other game. It's just that little slip up. Maybe psychologically, do you think it would damage Nick Steb a little bit?
I think it's a tough. You've got the weight on your shoulders of being Tex's teammate. He's literally said it himself there.
B-stream coverage here at the ePremier League. I mean, look, we're going into our last 2 rounds of action. For day 1, of course, there's still so much more action to come here in the Premier League. We're going to be giving you our coverage between 2 London-based sides in Crystal Palace and Chelsea. I'm not going to be alone on this one as well. Okay, she's just been doing an interview. She's run over to the B-stream. Case?
Hello.
That was a quick run across.
Yeah, I sprinted, casual.
Spoke to Leeds. How are they feeling?
Obviously, Tech's perfect game, perfect run today. We don't expect anything less from him. 3-time champion. Nick Sneb, I think last game he won't be proud of it. But again, like he's paired with Tex, and so he has someone that can obviously back him through everything. They mentioned the Wolves game tomorrow. I cannot wait for that one because they're going to be fighting for that spot.
They've both started really well, haven't they? Let's jump into our games now if we can again. This is our second to last round of action today. And of course it is Crystal Palace versus Chelsea. I mean, Crystal Palace have kicked off with how they would have wanted to in this ePremier League. It was maximum points against Fulham. I mean, let's be honest, in that group, it's one of the weaker sides. For Chelsea, they're also in the same position. This could be a good chance to build a little bit of breathing space between the two sides. As Crystal Palace score their opening goal, that's Brigami, who is, I'm not sure in the celebration case, we've seen so many odd celebrations in the Premier League, some that I didn't even know existed.
I think they're just mashing buttons for the celebrations, but you know what? I like a surprise celebration. I'm here for it.
I mean, everyone's got their own celebration. Tom Lees calls it in. Is Brigami, is it the bunny rabbit?
Maybe it's the bunny hop. I don't know. It's weird seeing Cole Palmer not do his own celebration, but you know what? Maybe he should add that into his IRL repertoire.
I mean, I don't know who's... I've seen quite a few players do it. I've seen Mohamed Salah do that celebration. It looks more on every single time. Of course, that's our first goal in that game. Brigami taking on actual Emperor. And if we switch games, over here we have Ethan Higgins against NH. Both players, of course, represented the same clubs last season. Speaking of which, Ethan Higgins lofts it into Erling Haaland. We've seen a lot of that already today, haven't we, Case? We've seen players being using Didier Drogba. We've seen Voltemada. He's the only player using Erling Haaland, I believe, in the Premier League. It seems like just having a bit of height in the final third is the way to go.
Yeah, I think that height goes a very, very long way. Of course, Haaland, we've seen in previous years being great in aerial situations. He always finds his forehead on the ball. We saw that a little bit in the FC Pro Open. A few players decided to go with Haaland as well. So we see the same exact thing. Just whip it into him, and then hopefully he can get that in the back of the net.
Of course, keep in mind on our A stream, which you can go and tune into, you are watching Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest there. Of course, Tom Stokeston, his teammate for this season, Cameron Rock, who's been representing Aston, a huge Aston Villa fan.
That'll be a good game as well.
To maximise their points too.
Cameron Rock versus Michael Fisher. If you're looking for that over on the B stream, or the A stream.
Quite an underrated team, aren't they, Nottingham Forest?
I think so as well.
Both players represented Southampton last year. And I think it kind of works, doesn't it? When not everyone's speaking about you. If you get Sam Bruce has been to the final of the Premier League before, hasn't he? And I do agree, they're going to sort of quietly go about their business, but I expect them to be at least in the final 16 and maybe even the top 8.
Yeah, they're definitely a dark horse. I think that it helps to not have a target on your back, to not be the Manchester Cities, the Sunderlands. Like, everyone is scared to play those players, but you almost drop your guard against a team like Forest, and it really could work to their advantage.
Ethan on for a second here, just offside. We'll switch games if we can. There's been an equaliser in the other game. It's a goal back for actual Emperor. That one all square. We can see the chat as well on YouTube as well, so if you want to get involved and let us know who you back to win this, Crystal Palace or Chelsea. Of course, following this one as well, Wolves are back in action. I mean, for Wolves' case, if they can maximise their points against Burnley, which on paper looks probably quite possible, I'm looking forward to seeing the goal difference battle between them and Manchester City.
Yeah, that's the thing. If Wolves are able to somehow pull it out, both players from Portugal having fantastic performances, great starts, especially Rasta Arta as well. I did not know what to expect. Obviously, he's a rookie in this league this year, so that group is shaping up to be very interesting for sure.
Another goal back for Crystal Palace there. The famous celebration is out again for Brigami. Bruno Fernandes makes it 2-1. If we can switch across, we might I've had a second goal there from Crystal Palace. Ethan Higgins stopped by the Sunderland goalkeeper. And Tom Lees's Spurs with Mark Marley are in action against Newcastle United to close out the day. Here is a chance for Cesc Fabregas, who looks to bring in camaraderie there with Douglas Luiz. Fiore faking a play lock to Erling Haaland, doesn't need to use him in the end. Is there an overlap? There is. Cole Palmer. He's been unbelievable today. Still Cole Palmer. Can't see it back. I'm surprised he didn't shoot.
Yeah, as did I. I thought that was definitely a goal-scoring opportunity, but sometimes they don't choose the right chance.
Who would you say has impressed you most today in terms of a team?
I mean, Sunderland. I think that's
They were brilliant, haven't
the
they?
easiest option. Yeah, the most goals, especially coming into this league. They've never played in it before. Obviously, they've excelled at other locations, but to come in here with an absolute bang like that, they are just excelling, and any team that goes against them should be worried, to be honest.
Yeah, interestingly, two of the new players in the ePremier League, I mean, Paolo Neto and Rastorata, both scored 10 goals in their first opening game. I mean, look, we're always welcoming new names in the Premier League. I think they've just added to the competition. And look, 12 points. They're on maximum points as it is so far. Aston Villa could also match them on points. They're currently drawing one of their games. Tom Stokes and Sam Brewster 1-1 again. That's on the A stream if you want to go and watch that live. But I don't know what the goal difference is exactly for Sunderland, but it must be pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. I think the first game, it was 10. So, yeah, no, I think goal difference is going to be very, very important, both for the top and the bottom of every single group. And so tomorrow we're going to have to be getting our calculators out because it's going to be very, very interesting.
I heard rumours on the lines that there's been 30 goals scored or something like that from Sunderland already in the Premier League. You can see across there, Cameron Rock is 2-1 up against Michael Fisher, and it's 1-1 between Stokes, or it might be 2-1 now between Stokes and Sam Brewster there. 1-1 in this game.
And this game is so important as well because both of these teams are looking to stay steady with Manchester City, who obviously have been perfect today so far. And so they just want to stay in line because every single spot is going to matter in the groups, which is obviously different from previous years. And so second to third place, I mean, it could make a difference in how many games you have to play at the end of March.
Well, I think if you top the group, you technically you need to win 2 games to get the Champions League and 3 games, obviously, to get World Championship spots and to become the Premier League champions. Compared to the team that finishes 5th, well, I think that's an extra 3 games you've got to play.
Yeah, it's a much further route to get there. Obviously not impossible. I mean, do you think someone who is in the worst situation has the possibility to making it?
From the quality that we've seen on display, I'm going to say no, and that's being
Fair.
nice.
That's
I mean,
fair.
Again, for those that don't know, basically 4th and 5th will be playing each other sort of in the gauntlet round, the first knockout round. I'm just looking through the tables now as they're refreshing on our other stream. Brentford, I expected a bit more from.
Same.
Manchester United, not that great. Fulham, no, I don't think they're going to be causing any sort of problems. West Ham, we've had moments. Itman's been okay.
He's had some very good games. I'm actually super proud of how he's came into this league, obviously being a rookie. Every single one of his games, he's put in an absolute fight, even against Matías Bonanno. After that first half, I was looking at him like, wow, you are not intimidated at all by the previous champ. So
sometimes that's a good thing, isn't it, if you're coming into the tournament without any real pressure. Half-time in our match with both of our matches here. Our own, actually, half-time as it stands right now. 3-1 on one side. Brig Army is leading in his match against against Antwerp. And in the match with NH and Ethan, it is 1-1 so far. I'm just looking at the other groups here. I mean, Fulham, I don't expect them to sort of cause a problem. I'm just looking else. Bournemouth haven't really done too much. Liverpool, we haven't seen that much from. I think, if we're being honest, probably Group D.
Yep.
Whoever finishes 4th or 5th there could have a chance to maybe have a bit of a run in the knockout rounds. I mean, if Arsenal were to somehow drop down there, I doubt they will. It's probably looking more like Everton at the moment.
that's the thing. RSD is also giving some fantastic competitors some very good games, taking points off them as well. And so it's different games like that. One player could make the difference for the entire team. And so we'll see if he continues to shake things up for that group.
Well, without looking too much into his teammate, Leon's, in the nicest way possible, RSD is doing his job.
He is.
And he needs his teammates to step up and try and help him. There's Chelsea. Look to come forward, lofted that one in. Is he going to get a second bite at it? You might just do that, Cole Palmer. Flows it back to Dumbia. That's just been a goal back for Antwerp in the other game. It might honestly be the battle of the worst celebrations between those two. I don't know what we're seeing. Finesse goes in. And NH is in front. As it stands, the points might be split evenly, 3 to each player.
Great for Man City in that group. Keeps them even further away from that potential top spot.
Mohamed Salah with that trusty finesse that we know is so deadly. Perfect start. Off the second half there, but how long will it last? Because Erling Haaland is running. And look for a cutback there for Ethan. Chance to break away now on the counter-attack. Brolin, Douglas, Luiz, overlap of Mohamed Salah is there again. If he wants to try and use it, NH chooses to go back the other way. Doumbia still. And let's jump across if we can right now. I mean, you're about to see another goal. Mohamed Salah has scored again for Chelsea, but on the other side of the pitch, and by the looks of it, Case, we're all square at 3-3 in this game.
We are all square, both games. Very, very entertaining end to end. Anyone could take it, and this game is so vital, like we said before, both teams trying to keep in line with Manchester City. And so we'll see how this second half, 57th minute there, 3-3 across the board.
Well, let's jump back across to the other game because there's been another goal. Crystal Palace. Clint Dempsey. He might only be about 50,000 coins, the hero, but he stepped up with a huge goal. 2-2 all square here.
Hey, the American, I'm absolutely here for it, Clint Dempsey. You don't see it too often, but he did play in the Premier League, so that is why we're seeing him here. Great finish.
That's what Haaland could do. Just flicks it down into Clint Dempsey. And we are all square. If this is a draw for both games, this would do wonders for some of the teams in that group, right?
No, Man City is going to be so excited if both of these teams draw because they have had a perfect day so far, and it just separates the group even further because West Ham and Fulham are currently on 0 points, and so the only teams that could possibly catch up to them are Palace and Chelsea. And so if they do draw, that is fantastic news for Manchester City.
It also means that Man City could slip up if they wanted to tomorrow.
True.
Obviously, that's not the plan, but if somehow they were to drop points, that might not be the case. Let's switch across. There's been another goal. Crystal Palace, 4-3 up now. Brigami. With this one here, I think Cole Palmer might have just been pickpocketed on the edge of the box. The first finesse was blocked. The second certainly wasn't.
And interesting enough, Man City's 2 games tomorrow are Palace and Chelsea.
Wow.
Yep. So it will be a fight for those last 3 games.
Over on the A Street. Michael Fisher just equalising against Cameron Rock. That's 3-3, that one.
I believe the Stokes game is also very close versus Sam Brewster.
Again, if they were to both draw as well, that would really throw a spanner into the works. With how that last round is going to play out. Remember, only one more round of action after this one in day one. Wolves, Burnley, and Spurs against Newcastle United. Yeah, looking at those games, what? 3-3 Cameron Rock, and Sam Brewster is beating
3-2
Tom Stokes by 3 goals too. Should we jump back across? There's been another goal. Chelsea have replied. And it looks to be an equaliser. It was Dempsey a second ago. This time it is NH that has pulled one back. And it is Doumbia. So give him the lead, sorry, 3-2 up. He leads.
NH is actually a massive Chelsea fan, and so this is his 2nd year with the club, and I know that he absolutely loves wearing that kit, and so every single goal that he scores, it is for his hometown club, and I know that it means that much more to him.
That is a great link when it happens, isn't it? There's a few clubs that have got boyhood fans that represent them. Bad news, Tom Stokes fans, he's 4-2 down. He's just given away a penalty, I just saw in the corner of my eye. Nottingham Forest, as expected, are throwing a little bit of a spanner in the works over in that group.
Yeah, I'm honestly not surprised. We said it earlier. That's the type of team, the dark horse, that can take points off of some of these bigger teams that we expected a lot out of. And I think that group is shaping up to be very, very interesting. Tomorrow's going to be kind of insane for that one.
4-2, NH might be running away with this one. Cesc Fabregas, the former Chelsea man. I don't know how he found himself there on a bit of an overlap.
Absolutely threw on goal. If he didn't score that one, that would be a travesty for sure.
"20 minutes left across the main games over here. We've got just over 12 minutes left. 4-3 Crystal Palace for Brig Army on one of the matches in this one, and 4-2 NH. Let's look at the table as it stands. Manchester City on 12 points, Crystal Palace on 9, Chelsea on 9, because obviously both teams are sharing the points, and then the gap between West Ham and Fulham is pretty outrageous. Let's jump games. There's been another goal. It might be the nail in the coffin. Then Brig Army has just found another goal against Actual Emperor. There's another through ball into Cole Palmer. I think that's job done.
I agree, Brandon. I think that is job well done there for Brig Army. He absolutely loves a Cole Palmer goal with his bunny hop celebration. But yeah, Brig is looking good today. We've seen a lot from him the past couple of years, but he can't quite, you know, make it to that top level. But there's a lot of potential there, and I think that him partnering up with Ethan is a good duo.
Absolutely. He seems like he's always sort of on the edge, isn't he? He's had a few top 8 runs. More so when he was with West Ham. Let's jump back across because the other game is going to conclude first. This is in the 89th minute. And Chelsea might be also about to put the nail in the coffin over on this game. Not to be the case. He has only got how much additional time? 2 added minutes to get 2 goals. It's just not going to happen for Ethan in this. He's going to be the first points that he has dropped in the group stages. Last 30 in-game seconds. Chelsea to try and find one more goal. That's not going to be the case. A full-time result there is just about to happen as that late free kick comes in. And we might even actually have a comeback.
In the other game. There's time. 3 minutes left in that other game as we finish out this NH versus Ethan matchup, like you said.
2 wins for 2 for NH.
Yeah.
He's been consistent. Let's jump across then. Full time there. Is there a comeback in this game? 5-4, 88 minutes on the clock. Can Actual Emperor ensure that it's Chelsea that go above Crystal Palace? Because at the moment on goal difference, it is Palace in second, Chelsea in third.
Both of Actual Emperor's games have been absolute roller coasters of emotion as well. When he was up against Itman, it was back and forth, 5-4 finish for Actual Emperor, and so he definitely doesn't make it easy, does he?
Absolutely not. I mean, you'd think with the experience that he has in the Premier League, he might have learned a thing or two. It's Crystal Palace in possession. It should be a result for Brig Army to see out here. We've played the 2 minutes. He wants another goal. Surely, ref. There we go. Full time. Well, there we have it. That is another round of games concluded case. That group is very interesting. I mean, they both shared points. As it stands, Man City on 12, Palace on 9, Chelsea on 9. I think that's going to be your top 3. It's just really, is it going to change? I mean, Man City are in a great position. They've got an extra 3 points.
But they do play both of them tomorrow, and so if something happens where Manchester City isn't having a good day against either of them, there is potential that they can lock in that #1 spot. But yeah, it's just those 3 left standing that'll fight for
Absolutely. Well, as we said, last round in front of us, Wolves, Burnley, no doubt maybe your game here on the B stream, and it will be Spurs against Newcastle United to conclude the end of day 1 of the group stage here in the ePremier League. Nottingham Forest have just concluded a huge win on the mainstream there, which is where we're going to send you back to for the time being. That's been us, me and Case, commentating on that last round of games. We'll be back here on the B stream for one more round, but until then, we'll be back in a few minutes' time. Right, go and jump over to the A stream.
FC, you gotta make some changes.
If I was in charge, I'll make it more hardcore.
Taekwondo should be allowed.
Offside!
And make it more dramatic.
That is quite dramatic. There should be more icons to play with this year.
Official new Topps Premier League stickers featuring all 20 teams. Rare, Premier and featured player stickers to find. Hall of Fame legends, trailblazers and dominant duos, and the Divine Nine. Plus ultra rare numbered parallel stickers. Start your sticker collection today.
This is where the journey begins.
The moment of her first game.
Here comes young Ronaldo.
And theirs.
What a debut from Vignola.
Rooney. Oh, he went for it.
And they achieved the unthinkable.
Toyota.
And the moment history was rewritten. Again. Barclays have been there for it all. Every single moment. Barclays, supporting football for 25 years.
It kicks off with your starting 11. Handpicked, knowing what they bring to the pitch. Lightning strikes, hits like thunder. Inside a badge, where your pride belongs. Silver, metallic, like winning the ultimate prize. From fantasy to reality, made by you, made with Adobe Express.
My gangly goat. Put him in 2 minutes, species.
We all make mistakes. Can't be doing that this weekend.
It's too quick for Casemiro.
I'm thinking of a Chelsea player, yeah.
So I might have.
Ooh.
Caicedo. Caicedo.
I was going to say
yeah.
Hero.
I think it's a certain 6 or 7 man.
Yeah, who does the robot.
I need you just throw for us. I need you to say Berbatov.
Berbatov? No, he ain't got that. He's got that. He ain't got that.
Guaranteed it's a bit of Crouch. We'll go Berbatov.
No. I'll go Crouch. My gangly goat.
Oh, Crouch.
Yeah.
Isn't Tarkowski 80 rated?
You think Tarkowski is
4-star, 3-star?
with first proven?
Yeah, true.
Are you watching different Tarkowski to I am? We're gonna go Decore. Eliminate Jai. If that Shane's gone, we're gonna fall out.
Grealish? Oh!
Jack Grealish. Jack Grealish.
Grealish is not a non-rare now.
Time the game to go.
Who is that? And why can I outpace him? It's got to be a pensioner.
For Sunderland.
Why is it always That's left-footed? Xhaka. That's Xhaka from Sunderland, I'm pretty sure.
I like Granit Xhaka as a shout. Yeah. Plays for Sunderland, I think.
That's Granit Xhaka.
I think so.
He's a rare.
I think so.
That's Xhaka?
Oh yeah, Xhaka. Yeah.
85. What?
Put him in 2 minutes, please.
And my satisfaction's back now. I feel happy with myself.
Welcome back to the ePremier League. I mean, first things first, I didn't have a clue that was Granit Xhaka, did you? Oh, yeah, of course he did. He did it, by the way. We were watching it off camera. Welcome back to the ePremier League. Listen, Group B and Group C, we've just seen some great action in both. We'll start with Group B, Shorey. We mentioned a little bit before the break that both sides could do with 6 points. No side's got 6 points in Group B. Advantage to Sunderland?
Absolutely advantage to Sunderland. I think, look, Stokes, you'd be disappointed with that one. It's definitely a disappointing one as we get over to some highlights here. I think Sunderland look at that and go, right, they got their tails up.
Yeah, Cameron Rock, from an Aston Villa perspective, he won his game 5-3 against Michael Fisher, Brian. But you just mentioned Stokes on the other side. He seems to be conceding a lot of goals here today. He ended up losing.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for him against Sam Brewster. I think Sam Brewster played a good game, in my opinion. I think Stokes did get unlucky in portions of it. I think both players did, but I think neither team won in a way, because if you're Sunderland again on 12 points, as Shuri said, you'd be hoping that the points are shared between both of those teams, and that's what happened.
Let's just show you the context then, because this is the Group B standings right now. And both teams, Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest, had a game in hand, or a round in hand against Sunderland. We predicted that one of them needs to take 6 points to stop that 3-point gap. Sunderland, by the way, Shuri, are fastly becoming one of the favourites here in Manchester, not just in the group stages, but in the tournament throughout. They will be absolutely delighted.
Delighted indeed, but it is very important to mention they have played the two bottom teams here, right? So they are going to have to play against Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest. One thing we know about Tom Stokes is he'll be really disappointed with that result. Stokes can beat anyone. He could definitely cause an upset in that Sunderland game.
Yeah, and he doesn't really seem to get fazed by anything as well. I mean, the man streams to thousands of people who are always talking to him when he's playing Weekend League, and he's never fazed there. Of course, we're in a massive arena here, but he can do it, can't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I back him as well for tomorrow. And as you said, he can rise to the occasion. That game against for him when they play Sunderland, that's going to be a massive one for him. If they have any ambition of topping the group, they have to win that game, and they're definitely capable of doing so as well.
Yeah, let's take a look then, shall we, at Crystal Palace in the next group, because, I mean, this is the same story as what we've just said, because Crystal Palace and Chelsea were both in a position where they could have done with the 6 points. They didn't. They got 3 each, and this was NH who beat Ethan in the first round.
Yeah, NH, we know how good of a player he can be. He's had multiple ePremier League appearances. Ethan will be disappointed with that one. Like we said, it's his 4th time representing Crystal Palace. And again, that group's quite similar along with Man City there. It's points shared kind of situation. So City, they're licking their lips at that one. They're happy with that.
Yeah, back-to-back ePremier League champions, of course. They've changed it up a little bit, but they've started very, very well. But again, from a Crystal Palace and Chelsea perspective, they're in the conversation, but that gap is looking impossible, or it is pretty much impossible for Fulham and West Ham with the goal difference as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, we know all the teams stay in the tournament, which is nice. Of course, we've got the grand finals towards the end of March. Look, they're going into that gauntlet bracket if they get to that point, and they have to say, look, we're going to have to go crazy.
The one thing, if you're Palace and Chelsea, you can say is still in their hands, because they're yet to play City on the top of that group. Same as the other group with Villa and Forest, they're yet to play Sunderland. It's still in their hands if they want to top the group. It's just that you're playing two of the favourites for the whole competition.
I mean, the action's going to continue coming as well, because next up, Shuri, we've got Spurs against Newcastle, and then we've got Wolves against Burnley. I mean, both sides are in a good position. Spurs first, of course, your good friend Tom Lee's a good friend of the broadcast, and Marley, who we love very much as well. He's looking right at me, by the way, so I have to give him some love. They've got a really, really interesting game up against Newcastle. How do you think they're going to get on?
Well, look, we know Marley's level. Marley will be disappointed with the draw in that first game. There's absolutely no doubt about that. We know Marley he's the most consistent, almost ePremier League player we've ever had. And then Tom scored 8 goals in his first game. I'm expecting a Spurs 6-pointer.
Yeah, and on the other side, Wolves quickly expecting 6 points from Wolves. They're in a great position as well.
Oh, I don't know. Rasta Arta's incredible, same with Diogo. Okoye's his first ePremier League, but Salmon I rate very, very highly. I don't think that game's going to be easy for Rasta Arta, so I still think he'll be favourite on paper based on the first round, but Salmon, you can never count him out.
Well, listen, 2 incredible rounds to come from Group C and Group D. Let's head over to our casters. We're about to get the action underway.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes.
Back, everyone, over to the B stream. We have a special guest joining us over here on the B stream. We will have Ryan over here in a second, but we have Coach Venny, coach of Brighton. How are we feeling? Obviously, the boys are done for today. Started off a little rough, right?
Yeah, I think the expectations from both of them is to be able to win every game, and the situations they was in, goal poacher was 2 goals up very early on, so I think he thought, oh yeah, I'm going to cruise here, and then Ricky doing Ricky things, making the game unorthodox and making it a little bit difficult, and then going losing his head. To be honest with you, that was pure down to mental. And then Jaden also should have won, to be honest with you, 3-2 up 83rd minute and gave away a silly goal, which to be honest with you, these points are going to be massive when it comes to the end.
Every single point is going to matter, but we do have our matchup up here. Welcome back, Ryan. It will be Wolves versus Burnley, and I believe that they are underway, so let's head straight into those matchups. It is Diogo Mendes versus Salmon and Rastarter versus Okoye. Ryan, how was the run?
Yeah. It's last round. I thought we had 2 more rounds.
Oh, no, it's the last one?
Yeah, last round. Yeah.
Home stretch?
Did you give your predictions for this one?
I did not.
I actually think Salmon...
What's yours?
I think Wolves get the 6, but I think the Salmon game is going to be very, very close. That Salmon, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that, to be honest with you, because Salmon, he does well at ePrem. I remember last year against Matty as well, he was one of the maybe surprise packages in that result, especially with the resets. But with the team press meta, his resets aren't as strong, so that is a little bit of a worry maybe for him, but haven't actually seen him play as of yet. But I think the other game with Rastarter, even though he's just conceded to go down to 1-1, I think Rastarter, just experience, takes that one.
Yeah, sorry. They told us it was the other game. So I was getting
that was incorrect.
Yeah, I thought so. Because when I spoke to Reese, he told me he's playing Tom. But then it showed my... Okay. So
yeah,
now
they flipped that one.
That Salmon game's even tougher now to call between the Ogres. So I can't call that one. I have no idea.
Yep. Sorry, they're also good friends. So they sit in Discords. We do see Salmon.
Wow. That's what I was going to say. They friendly quite often, so they each know how each other plays. And it's very, very back and forth. And so unfortunate that they have to go up against each other in the group stage, but that's how ePrem goes.
Yeah, especially for the UK scene, so close. You know, it's always like you're playing a friend. But we do see Eustebio.
Wow.
One more lovely decision. Would you say you could have finessed?
I would have finessed.
Yeah, I would have finessed as well.
I think you score with the finesse anyway, but the extra pass makes it a certainty there. 1-0 for Diogo in this game for Wolves against Burnley.
Great start there for Diogo. On the other side, it is still 1-1 for Rastarter versus Okoye. Ryan, I haven't talked to you about Rastarter. He's obviously came into this competition as a rookie, but he's came out with such a bang. I mean, 10 goals in that one game.
I remember being in a tournament alongside him years ago in Bucharest, and I remember looking over my shoulder because we played next to each other. There was about, in that whole arena, 100+ players, I think it would have been. And I remember watching his games thinking, wow, this guy, he's always like 8-1 up or something in his games. I think, what's going on? But yeah, I rate him very, very highly as a player. I think the combination of him and Diogo could go the distance. Like, if they won the Premier League, I wouldn't be surprised. They're up there as, you could even say, is it underdogs? Not underdogs, like dark horses.
Dark horses.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting as well because their last game of the day tomorrow is Leeds. And so I think that is going to be the determining game to see who tops the group. I mean, even in Tex's interview, he said Wolves are our #1 competitor in the group. And so the fact that that's the last game as well, I mean, the end of the day tomorrow is going to be star-studded for sure.
Yeah, Sneb also dropped points against Konkai, so pressure on really Leeds now to win every game or match what Wolves are doing.
This makes it even more important for Rastarter and Diogo for Wolves to win they have to win the game. Like, a draw here in this game and a win, for me, is not enough. Like, you need to make sure that you capitalise on Leeds slipping up in an unexpected game, I would say.
No, they can't drop any points.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the same situation with Tottenham with us as well in the group. Like, we dropped points against Arsenal, and all fairness to them, like, we shouldn't be dropping points to them.
Yeah.
Then on the flip side, Mark then drew 3-3 with Ricky a couple games after, so it wasn't as bad as it probably initially felt for the players, but it was at the time, I think the players felt like the world was going to end after game 1.
Now, on the other side, guys, on the A stream, we do have Spurs versus Newcastle. It's Marley versus Harvey Waters, and Tom Lees versus Reese Vaughn as well. So plenty of options here. I mean, there's so many games. We literally do this all over again tomorrow, but I think that a lot of those matchups that we see tomorrow, Ryan, they're so important for the top 3 spots.
And it's also the games we saw in the other groups earlier, like the City group, and obviously with Sunderland topping it. They're yet to play second and third in either of those groups. So that's going to be an important one to see. If anyone can stop the favourites on paper from getting those, I'd say not expected points, but you would still associate City and Sunderland to get maximum points. But it's still possible that they can, but it's not going to be that easy.
We do have a goal coming in for that Rastarter versus Okoye game, so that is in favor of Wolves here for Rastarter. He's continuing on with that domination of that first game we saw him in, the 10-0 We saw the robot there with Cole Palmer. I mean, Vinny, talk to me about Cole Palmer this weekend. I feel like he's an expensive one, right? He's over $2 million. But would you have him in your team if you got to choose?
Oh, 100%. I think, as we do see, big goal from Salmon to bring that back to 1-1. I think, like, with the Fantasy Foot cards as well, they came with a lot of cards, actually, what could fit into teams. We're seeing Semenyo's, Palmer, but with the combination of Tech Plus being so important for space taking, letting the game develop as well, because we see the through ball meta being so strong, but you can't just play for a through ball. You do need to have another plan, and that's a lot of times just R1 dribbling and taking space, and that's what he can do. And then once you get to the box, he's got a shooting play style being low driven, so it's nice and easy when you get there. You don't have to overthink the situation. R1 dribble into the space and then hit a low driven across goal, which just makes things simple. That's what you want with FC, especially with the play styles. You want them to help you with your game plan, but also simplify your game plan so you can replicate on a consistent basis.
Do you rate, sorry to cut you off the case, do you rate Game Changer as much as I do?
Yeah.
I think Game Changer is so important.
Yeah. It's
not as a playstyle plus, as a silver playstyle, base playstyle. For me, it's so nice just having that option where you can R1 dribble with Palmer off the left side, cut inside a bit, and you've got that low-driven Trivela, sorry.
But you think about it, like last year World Cup, it was probably the most used finish.
Yeah.
Remember, Dull Mike literally qualified for World Cup because he just spammed low-driven Trivelas. I think why they wasn't so needed Game Changer was finesse and low-driven was so strong. And with the lack of play styles, what we was allowed on the cards, Game Changer wasn't high up. But now we're getting more play styles on the card. It's like, wow, I would actually like Game Changer because that's going to give me more angles to shoot from. And it's the same thing with Inventive. Like, we don't... Well, Oberon, the player who I coach outside of this, he uses the inventive pass a lot from like the right mid to his attacking players. And it gives him a different way to be able to build up an attack, which is really nice, so you don't feel so fixated in doing one way of attacking.
Can you first time through ball an inventive through ball? Is that possible?
If you do it like inside curl, it's really bad.
Okay.
Outside curl, I haven't tried, but inside curl, like when Oberon's tried it, I'm like, please don't do that again.
Okay.
It is currently 2-1 for Diogo versus Salmon. Like we said, very good friends here. So we knew this one was going to be a close affair. Score update on the other, actually both games 2-1 in favor of Wolves as well. And in case you're curious what the game's looking like over for Spurs versus Newcastle, Tom Lees is winning 4-0 against Reece Vaughn. Marley currently losing to Harvey Waters 2-1. Do either of those surprise you?
I think the Harvey's a great player. You know?
He is.
Harvey's really underrated. I know him and Luke Downing have that partnership. He wasn't able to qualify, and it's Reece that's in that position, who is 5-0 down against Tom Lees. I rate Harvey Waters high enough to say if he did take points from Marley, it's not a surprise to me. I don't think that's a surprise.
Yeah, I'm the same. Harvey's one of those, like, he can turn up and play really good, or he can turn up and play really bad.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Same thing with Downing, and that's why you haven't seen him qualify this time. Their inconsistencies are too big from their lowest level to their highest level, and that's why we don't see Downing parting him this time. But yeah, 2-1 doesn't surprise me in that game, because I also think Mark and Harvey play similar tempos in attack. So it's probably quite a 50-50 game when you watch it. Like, none of them are flying against each other, probably both taking their time and getting themselves into like good positions and seeing who really can just clutch up at that point.
Someone who is flying, though, is Rastarter 3-1 again with the robot. Some of these celebrations I'm seeing this weekend are very questionable. But no, a fantastic finish. Few skills in there with Cole Palmer, and Rastarter is putting himself in a good position up against Okoya's Burnley. I mean, this is exactly what they need to do in order to keep in line.
They need 6 points.
Yep.
They have to get 6 points. So another question towards you, Benny. With goal poacher, right? Obviously, in-game, he's so good gameplay-wise, right? But mentally, sometimes, he can get very heated.
Yeah.
Is that something that you have to factor in as well when you're coaching a player? Do you treat him like a little bit differently? Because some players are just, when they're heated like that, there's no getting through to them.
Well, the difficulty is I've only been working with both of them for 10 days.
Okay.
So I don't know like their mannerisms, how they are, how they react to different things, and I haven't experienced this like crash out anger from GP yet. Today was the first time I saw it, and I saw red from him.
Yeah.
So it's then like, for me, then I've got to understand how can I navigate that in the right way for him. You know, I can't be like, oh, this works for one player, I'm just going to do that with him. He might be different, you know, it might be something what's actually different what's getting him angry. again, it's probably because his standards are so high for himself to perform, especially as he's done well in ePrem every time he's played in it, right? Apart from maybe when he was at Forest with Redlac.
Yeah, I remember that.
He expects himself to be able to go into these games and win them against no matter what. So for me, it's learning. As we do see another player lock there, lovely attack from Wolves. But yeah, it's me learning really how to coach him mentally, or do I just need to focus on gameplay and take his mind away from that? It really depends on the player to player. Like I say, this is slightly different to previous when me and you have been here, Ryan, for ePrem.
Yeah.
Before it was me coaching you.
Yeah.
And I thought you was going to break the controller and me at the same time.
Yeah.
I've never seen somebody so tense in my life playing a game of FIFA.
A lot of tantrums.
Yeah.
A lot of tantrums over the years.
Were you a big rager? Not really, right?
Nah.
Not at live events, no.
No.
I behave myself.
Maybe for weekend league.
At home. No, you know what? Over the years, it stopped. I sort of matured a little bit. At the start, I was terrible. Terrible.
You know I break controllers.
I haven't broken a controller in years.
No, I threw mine into the kitchen the other day.
Yeah, that's crazy for me. The other day. Yeah,
Sometimes I can't do it. I'm not at this level. I don't know.
No,
I lose my head.
Out a lot. The one problem I had though, when you're coaching, I'm someone that it's either I'm all in or you're not getting anything.
Yeah.
You're getting zero, nothing.
I remember 2 versus 2 though, Ryan Basoa comes out alive. Like that's like prime Basoa comes about. Practice, one of the worst players I've seen.
Yeah, literally. I'm not bothered.
Shells is carrying him, and then next minute we go to the event and he's turning like neat. I'm like, what's going on?
It's because the practice games for me, I'm not even bothered. I can't explain, but then that's the wrong approach to practice. You see what I mean? Like, I wish I had a better mental approach to it. I would turn up thinking it's like school. I'm back at school. I just couldn't do it.
All right, well, we have had an equalizer that we did miss over here in the Diogo versus Salmon game. Salmon has made it 2-2 for Burnley. I mean, 67th minute, there's a lot of game left to be played, and so we'll see if this friendship duo, who is going to come out on top. But again, for Diogo, they cannot have a draw in this situation. They cannot afford to drop any single points, and so Diogo has to continue to push on in this game, but it's going to fare pretty difficult.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm even noticing with Diogo, he's putting team press on very early against Salmon because, again, he knows Salmon wants to play for these resets. He wants to arrive to the edge of the box and be able to find these timings. So instead of allowing his team to drop so deep, he originally is putting the team press on so his team starts engaging that a lot sooner. So we do see Bruno Fernandes, who I've heard good things about here. Not many people have actually put Bruno Fernandes in their team. Bit of a surprise, maybe. Probably lack of intercept probably is one of the reasons. But if you're going to be playing him as a centre mid, but he seems to be able to move very good on the ball compared to a lot of these players. You know, like Dumbia's a little bit chunkier. Even, who's the other one? Trevino's not too bad, but Palmer, he's not really agile. You know, he's quite a big build. So, yeah.
I think it would have been Bruno or Cesc for me. One of the two. I don't think I played him to get one. Douglas Luiz is a lock for me in the team just because of his play.
Oh, yeah.
Play styles are too good. But then Cesc Fabregas also has great.
Is that because you're an Arsenal fan, or?
That plays a factor. Yeah. It does play a part.
No bias at all, right?
It does play a little bit of a part. But I think he's a good option. As you mentioned, though, that Bruno, I think they do lack, or he does lack that defensive play style. Like, that intercept is so key on players. Yeah. It's so important.
Well, I think there's that Portuguese connection as well for Diogo, and I mean, as also Rasta Arter. So both players have him on their team, and so I feel like bias shouldn't go into player selection, but when you do love a player in real life,
hear me out. I think it makes a difference.
I think so too. They play for the badge.
That Thierry Henry last year and this year, wow. That Team of the Year one last year. This year I've got an Evo of him. It's just different. I can't explain it.
He plays different for you.
He plays different for me.
Yep.
I'm serious. He might play different for someone else, but...
Yeah, he's a truck, don't listen.
You see? Honestly, I love him. He's so good. So good.
All right, as we head back over into this Salmon versus Diogo game, it is still 2-2 across the board. Something's got to happen. Something's got to happen between these two because they're so close. Both are looking to potentially hang in there with Leeds. Both probably excited about that last Nick Sneb result as well. And so very, very important for both teams because it is looking like, oh, you know what? Okoye had one back as well. So both games pretty close.
Does Salmon play Tex or Snep?
Diogo plays Tex.
What about tomorrow for Burnley? Or they played? I don't think they played, did they?
Great question.
Because that could also be interesting. Because at the end of the day, you just got to match what the other person is kind of doing, and then it might go down to goal difference. But Rasta has scored 10. You know, I don't think I ever see Sneb and Tex scoring double digits in a game. So that could be pretty game changing.
Yeah, it is Salmon.
Salmon
against Tex is wow,
That's Tex's first game tomorrow.
He's got a hard day tomorrow.
Yeah, both games are very, very difficult.
Who's his other game?
Diogo.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, that's incredible.
Friends of his as well.
Yep.
We should mention, which is it's not fun. You know, playing against somebody who you like outside.
Yeah.
You know,
It's bittersweet.
yeah.
Still got to get the job done though. Last few in-game minutes here. Let's see if Diogo. That was a tough touch. Looks like Salmon will have another opportunity.
Do you think he plays last year? 88th minute.
For sure.
He's going to be taking his time.
Salmon, this is his thing, right?
This is his bread and butter.
Yeah.
Diogo's he is pressing a little bit aggressive here.
I think that's because he knows how Salmon is.
Yeah.
You would have to give him a one-on-one.
Yeah.
Take the pass forward. He's not going to take it.
Yeah.
It's only 1 minute.
I bet he might even take a draw.
Yeah, 1 minute. He's got to go forward now.
There's no. Man, you have passing glitch? Yeah.
Wasted it. It's the time.
Do we have time?
have time?
Sir? Yeah, he does. Palmer. Oh my God.
Is that far?
The first of the place. Ball roll.
No way.
No. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. Roll of the dice at the end of the game and you just put a cross in, which we know crossing in like crazy.
It's if it's Haaland or Drogba at the back post,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah.
But then without it, it's a difficult one.
All right, so that is a draw, which is not good for Wolves because they needed every possible point. And I believe in this other match is also over as well. And so Rastats are 5-2 up against Okoye. And so it is a draw and a win for Wolves. And so we'll see how this all plays out tomorrow, but it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's a tough one because I think for Wolves, I actually think you'd be happy with that in a way. Yes, you would have wanted to get the maximum points from the day, but Salmon is not an easy game against. We saw what he was capable of last year. I remember his game against Matthias Bonanno as well. I think they'd be happy with what they've done today.
I think so too. I mean, I think that if they're looking at the group as a whole, they're going to be kicking themselves. But that game specifically, he will be happy against a draw against Salmon. But Venny, thoughts about tomorrow?
All the groups are tight at the top, right?
Very
I don't
close,
think
yep.
anyone's gone unbeaten. The City didn't go unbeaten, did they? They did, I think.
And Sunderland.
Yeah. So, okay, never mind. Sunderland, I think, to be honest with you, they'll probably be fine. But the other groups, I think even in the City group, there's 2 teams on 10 points, though, right? So if West Ham maybe take points off other people, that could actually change the whole thing. And I believe Fulham as well. All they need to take is like 1 point off these teams what are fighting for it, and it changes the whole dynamic of that. Do I see these teams doing it? I think some of them have got too much experience, especially the City boys. Like they are very, very experienced. But this group, I think, is going to be a tasty one tomorrow. As I said, with Tex having tough games, but it seems like all the games actually in this group are pretty high level. So it's good to see.
For sure. All right. Well, Venny, thank you so much for coming and joining us over on the B stream. Ryan, of course, thanks so much. But that is it from us over on the B stream. There are still more games to be played over on the A stream, so go head on over there. But other than that, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much.